Gwen's resolute figure stood before Victor, her silver hair dancing in the wind and snow, appearing even more stern. Before her stretched thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of barbarians. In this extreme northern land, a place of scarce resources where people could only survive by hunting, such an effective fighting force had somehow emerged. Angus had governed the north for nearly 30 years, and these had been the most prosperous years for the northern barbarians. Gwen didn't need to ponder deeply. The more she considered it, the more she felt the weight of her father and brother's sins. It was their neglect that allowed the barbarians to proliferate unchecked. She had much to say to Victor behind her, but now was not the time for contemplation. The barbarians had no complex thoughts. The instant death of the first berserker only caused a momentary hesitation, followed by an even more intense, uncontrollable rage. That endless fury made the violent flames enveloping their bodies burn even fiercer, as if they would devour everything in the next second. They roared madly, appearing like red demons emerging from hell under the gloomy sky. Within seconds, all the barbarians charged forward like madmen. Their roars shook the heavens and earth, reverberating for thousands of miles. It seemed as if this ice field could barely withstand this terrifying weight, sinking and rising towards the icy sea. Snow flew up hundreds of meters, and the ice trembled constantly. In the barbarians' minds, there was only one final thought: war. They worshipped war. When the barbarians' survival was threatened, they could even unite to face external threats. Any place with more abundant resources would become their hunting ground. A-woo-oo, a-woo-oo, carrying roars that echoed in all directions. The barbarians swung countless weapons as they rushed towards Gwen. Each barbarian was like a born warrior, with no concept of ranged attacks or attrition. They only had this instinctive desire for battle. After all, this was a tribe where even 10-year-old children could fight. When countless barbarians charged up, Gwen made no unnecessary movements. She just maintained her sword-holding stance, protecting Victor from the beginning to the end. As if waiting for something. Finally, a low voice gradually sounded. The sky below was instantly filled with countless magic arrays, thousands of formations appearing out of thin air. As the huge arrays rose, tens of thousands of magical patterns began to intertwine between the formations. Those countless arrays merged into one, seeming to have a common will, flashing in response to each other. Endless totems suddenly appeared from between those arrays, as if the long-dormant snow plain had suddenly erupted in true anger. Various attributes of magical energy filled the vast and open snowy plain, instantly covering the entire world. Several fireballs burst forth from between the red rays, tearing through the dry air. Along with the ejection of flames, lush wooden branches turned into sharp spikes rushing towards the barbarians. The two instantly merged together, forming countless rains of fire in the sky, stabbing towards the boundless ice sea. Purple lightning and white storms transformed into giant dragons, violently striking and shattering the ground beneath the barbarians' feet, piercing their sturdy chests. That scalding blood seemed to follow the lightning, constantly surging in the space above, gradually spilling onto the pure white snow plain, dyeing a huge area red. The rumbling sound was like the low growl of a giant beast, constantly pouring out various hatreds and angers. Endless magic bombarded the barbarians, and those flesh and blood bodies shattered like fragile glass under the fierce assault. Vladimir stood on a snowy cliff not far away, looking at the scene before him, laughing non-stop. Behind him were countless mages wearing white robes. They chanted spells, constantly constructing and linking numerous intricate and complex arrays in their hands, reflecting in the sky not far away. Vladimir shouldered his ice axe and laughed heartily. "I've never felt as good as I do today." "Bombard them, blast those sons of bitches to pieces." With his command, the magic instantly became more dense and fierce. It was like colorful fireworks constantly blooming under the long night sky, celebrating the approaching dawn. Those poor barbarians were blasted to pieces by the violent magical bombardment, scattering in all directions. If on flat ground, barbarians facing mages would be a one-sided slaughter. The mages would have no way to deal with the rampaging barbarians. In terms of physical strength, They naturally couldn't compare to these savages. But now, the terrain here was heaven sent for the mages. The extreme northern ice field was surrounded by mountains, with only one very narrow mountain path for passage if one wanted to leave. In such a perfect location, the barbarians could only be forced to take the mages' attacks head-on on the snow plain. Erica, of course, was not idle either, constantly releasing various types of magic from her hands. As a second-tier mage, she was now thoroughly familiar with the second-tier magic she had learned before. The construction of those array patterns took only a matter of seconds. Relying on the powerful wood divine power within her body, her various spells carried extremely terrifying sharpness and continuity. Clusters of flames turned into high-speed arrows, swiftly rushing towards the barbarians on the narrow path. They accurately pierced their skulls. One hit, one kill. The mages constantly stacked various enhancements on each other, with countless spells emerging one after another. A single mage might not even be able to defeat an ordinary warrior. But when mages gathered together, the huge benefits formed by their mutual enhancement effects can unleash extremely terrifying power. Destroying mountains and filling seas is not impossible. The sky full of magic constantly bombarded the world, and the sky seemed to lose all color under this terrifying magical power. After being baptized by various colors, the snow plain was covered in smoke and dust, devoid of any signs of life. Even the air was filled with the smell of blood. Victor looked at the spectacular scene before him, his heart unmoved. Vega, however, felt a bit surprised, squinting its eyes, with a voice that only Victor could hear gradually sounding out. "Have you ever thought that one day, so many people would come to help you?" Victor's face remained expressionless, only responding to it flatly. "There's only one possibility. They're not helping me." The anger that had been continuously vented spread among these mages, and Victor understood clearly. The hatred has accumulated for too long, so they only needed a simple fuse. Now, their anger has been ignited. The pleasure of endless slaughter filled the hearts of those mages. They vented all their anger on these barbarians. There was a reason for this. The Pale Mage Association, Victor knew this organization. In the game, it belonged to the Empire's northern border. This was a force personally formed by a retiring general of the Empire. They had no official nature, just an organization established by people to fight against the barbarians. Those who joined the Pale Mage Association, more or less, all had some connection with the barbarians. At first, they were all ordinary people living in the northernmost part of the Empire. If one were to say that under the rule of the Northern Knights, it was a scene of peace and harmony, then in this northern region the humans living here were constantly suffering from disasters brought by these beasts. Relatives and friends dying tragically, families broken and lives ruined. Here, it was almost the most common thing. But all of this should not have happened. The iron fortress built by the Northern Knights did not protect these people close to the extreme north. Instead, it isolated this group of people outside. Everything outside the fortress, the knights were not responsible for. Even if barbarians appeared in front of the fortress, the Northern Knights only needed to consider whether they would attack the castle and invade deeper. The Emperor was far away, and every year there would be quite a few casualties. Those people who died in the north, when the news reached the capital, wouldn't raise any suspicion from the Emperor. Instead, under Angus's governance, the North had indeed been stable for many years. That's right, exchanging the lives of a few for the peace and stability of the vast majority. This was Angus's strategy. After the Emperor rejected his justice, he understood what he wanted. So, after coming to the North, he was no longer as righteous as before. Finally, the Pale Mage Association was forced to be established. Vladimir Lebedev, this accomplished general, could have returned to the capital to enjoy his glory and wealth. But his strong sense of justice could no longer bear to see his fellow countrymen dying in despair one after another. He finally stayed in the north, taking in these ordinary people who had lost their families due to the barbarians, trying his best to teach them the power to protect themselves. Like a leader, leading this group of people filled with endless hatred to contend with these dangerous barbarians. Looking at the heavily wounded barbarians in front of him, and those mages who had accumulated so much hatred, Victor's face remained expressionless, but in his heart, He only wanted to laugh. One is a follower of the goddess of justice, but in his heart, there are only benefits and calculations. The other is an old man who doesn't believe in ghosts and gods, but is always full of passion, just to save more people. In the end, who is the real justice? At this point, he looked again at Gwen standing in front of him. After this battle, the wind and snow became even more violent, making it hard to distinguish whether it was purely heavy snow falling or if it carried blinding smoke and dust. Under the non-stop magical bombardment, waves of air came one after another, and Gwen was still standing in front of him. At this moment, what was driving this kind-hearted and righteous knight to stand in front of him, protecting him? Who knows how long it had been, but the poor barbarians had already been bombarded by endless magic for a long time. They tried to escape from that narrow mountain path, but countless mages blocked their way there, even using their own lives as huge rocks to block the barbarians' last escape route. Even if they wanted to break through forcefully, each wave of mages quickly filling in made them feel extremely troublesome, as if they were even more fearless of death than these barbarians, constantly charging at the front line. Even if they were crushed to pieces, their limbs severed, they were not afraid of that lowly death at all. Just to end all these barbarians here. Under absolute desperation, those barbarians completely lost hope. They had never thought that one day, these mages would come out in full force like today. These fragile and despicable mages, standing on those towering cliffs, gave them, these fearless warriors, no chance to fight back. Damn it, it's really damnable. The barbarians seemed to have made some decision. Two beams of red and blue light suddenly lit up among the remaining barbarian crowd. Like streaks of conscious light, they shot towards the depths of the sky. As if something had appeared out of thin air, suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura descended. Fire and frost fell from the sky simultaneously, stirring up air waves hundreds of meters high. As the fiery red color gradually faded, huge figures entered the vision of everyone present. It was a giant as tall as a mountain, holding a huge blade constantly burning with flames in its hand, staring at the countless mages with red angry eyes. On the other side of the ice field, a huge blue claw suddenly stretched out from beneath the ground, forcibly tearing down the top of a snow mountain. The blue ice giant slowly stood up, its hands carrying extremely terrifying sharp claws, the pure ice dazzling under the firelight. Looking at the two extremely terrifying giants before them, the faces of countless mages suddenly changed drastically. Is that the legendary giant, Flame Sword, Leviathan and Ice Claw? Skadi, aren't they only supposed to appear in legends? The legendary demigod giants were the faith followers of the barbarians. And this faith, at the same time, was also the power that could protect them. When the collective survival of the barbarians was threatened, those called demigods giants would appear before them, clearing away all threats for them. But no one had ever really seen the giants. Everyone just treated them as a kind of legend. However, only the barbarians themselves knew clearly. The demigods have always existed. Fire and frost fused together, bursting out extremely terrifying power at this moment. Vladimir's expression became a bit more serious. Even he, when facing such power, was forced to retreat a bit. In the blink of an eye, gales and blizzards rose again. Gwen endured the cold storm, looking up at the two giants that suddenly appeared before her, her mind in a daze. She was closest to these two giants and could feel the pressure coming from them more intensely. But the justice in her heart supported her. She wanted to move forward, wanted to go protect those mages. This was the duty of a knight. But suddenly, a hand climbed onto her shoulder, pulling her back in one go. Gwen couldn't even resist, and when she came to her senses, she had already been pulled into Victor's arms. Vic, don't move. Victor looked at those two towering giants, his voice mixed with white breath, faintly sounding out, I don't want you to die. Gwen felt a bit dissatisfied. As a knight, her mission was to protect others. But Victor just said flatly, the person you need to protect now is me. Remember, I am also a mage. Gwen was silent for a while. Subconsciously, she actually felt that what Victor said made some sense. But she suddenly realized that her back was leaning against Victor's chest, and Victor's voice was coming from directly above. She only needed to raise her head slightly to see Victor's face. This subtle posture always made her feel a bit strange and unnatural. But before she could speak, Victor's voice had already sounded out amidst the sky full of frost and flames. Layton, don't just heat without doing any work. As soon as the words fell, in the blink of an eye, the sky became dark and dim. Even the might of the two giants dimmed a bit. It seemed as if some extremely terrifying existence was about to appear. On the layers of darkness in the sky, it suddenly turned bright red. Suddenly, a huge claw with countless sharp steel spikes instantly tore open the sky. It revealed a huge eyeball, staring straight at the world. Red mist gradually gathered from all around the ice field, causing the constantly flying wind and snow to stagnate. Countless people stared at the sky in shock. That terrifying and violent scene appeared nakedly before everyone. A huge bright red crocodile slowly poked out its body from that narrow spatial crack. The surrounding storm whirled up again, but this time it was no longer wind and snow, but steel fragments that had turned into blades. Even the two giants slowly raised their heads, looking at the even larger existence that appeared in the sky. An extremely angry voice, like the sound of a bell cracking a valley drum, made people feel annoyed and terrified. But no one could resist. They could only quietly watch as that absolute demon stated, "Destruction has come." A sea of crimson, like an inverted ocean, engulfed everything in sight. The overflowing rage seemed to envelop the demon before them. As fear spread across the entire rice field, a colossal shadow loomed over the snow-covered plain, with scarlet flakes striking people's faces like countless sharp needles piercing their skin. Even the physically robust barbarians felt a more distinct pain. Layton's scarlet body barely squeezed out from beneath the sky, its foot stomping violently on the glacier, shattering it into powder. Ha! The tremendous roar, accompanied by the opening of a blood-red maw, echoed for hundreds of miles. It seemed as if the next moment, it would swallow the blood-colored moon hanging in the sky. Its forelimbs extended pitch-black claws, tearing apart the ice ocean and deeply embedding into the withered crimson earth. The demon continuously absorbed the red aura in the air, as countless strands of energy formed a scarlet and blackish vortex, constantly swirling in the gloomy sky above. Demons, by nature, feed on the emotions and desires of living beings to provide an endless source of power for their growth. If emotions were abundant enough, they could even evolve into cruel beasts capable of devouring the world. All along the way, Layton had been consuming the countless instances of anger created between the Pale Mage Association and the barbarians. Moreover, during the previous academy assessment, the emotions of thousands of students were also devoured by Layton. At this moment, it was even more powerful than him from before. Level 50A. Compared to the two giants at level 45, this was simply a crushing situation for Layton. Moreover, their status was no match for that of a demon. Strictly speaking, those giants of flame and ice were not the true demigods. Even the legendary demigods existing in the far north had lifespans as a crucial limiting factor. The true Leviathan and Skadi had been slumbering beneath this snow-covered far north for who knows how long. Although there indeed existed some little-known summoning methods, these barbarians were incapable of awakening the true demigod giants. They were merely descendants of the demigod giants left behind in this far northern land. Giants without a trace of inherited divine power. At this moment, whether it was the Pale Mage Association or the remaining barbarians from the two tribes, they completely lost control of their emotions after the appearance of the enormous demon. Continuously devouring emotions and still growing, the scarlet crocodile suddenly felt the source of emotions diminish by half, instantly feeling very displeased. They had even forgotten their corresponding fear. How could they still generate anger? And those naturally brainless barbarians, apart from fear, lacked even more in-thinking ability. After all, they didn't even know what a demon was. Only those well-traveled mages, looking at the terrifyingly huge creature before them, had pale and grave expressions. A demon. Vladimir, with a cigar in his mouth, narrowed his eyes and coldly gazed at the enormous being standing on the ice ocean. In the snowstorm, The goose feather-sized snow had turned into swirling scarlet iron flakes. The cigar in his mouth had long been extinguished and broken by the wind, and his white fur coat flapped wildly in the tearing gale. The people of the Pale Mage Association had already turned deathly pale. Their eyes were wide open, their lips trembling, seemingly unable to control the fear constantly seeping from their bodies. Erica also stared wide-eyed at the huge demon before her, her eyebrows fluttering, as if painful memories were flashing through her mind. Why would a demon appear here? Such doubts naturally didn't just occur to Erica alone. Similarly, Gwen's face was extremely heavy, with the wildly dancing iron flakes constantly swirling around her armor. Whenever the scarlet flakes were about to touch her, they would avoid her as if they had consciousness. No, to be precise, they were avoiding Victor. She admitted that she was a knight, but that didn't mean she was as brainless as those berserkers. In the blink of an eye, Gwen had already associated this with the demon battle in the royal capital. Why would there be such a coincidental situation? Demons were rarely seen once in 100 years, yet in just a few short months, demons had appeared twice in succession. Coincidentally, Victor was present each time. She felt her body grow slightly cold, even though she was leaning against Victor's embrace. Once she thought about how the demon might be related to Victor. When she thought about that cruel demon and the heroically sacrificed warriors, she couldn't help but connect that demon from that incident with Victor. The arrogant expressions of those barbarians had long since vanished, replaced by extreme fear. Faced with such an almost invincible existence, their hearts only wanted to escape. But whenever they were about to move to run away, as soon as their bodies moved slightly, those flying flakes in the sky would pierce through their sturdy bodies. Like turning into powder, even their flesh had no shape, exploding into a red mist that slowly dissipated. The white snow plain did not become deep due to the red moonlight. The blood-colored dyed the earth red until it turned black. Seeing this scene before them, even those physically weak mages dared not move, fearing they would instantly evaporate under the demon's indiscriminate attack. At this moment, Gwen felt her limbs stiffen, too cold to know how to think. She wanted to believe that all this had nothing to do with Victor, but the appearance of the huge demon in front of her kept reminding Gwen, "Victor, what exactly are you doing? Listen to me." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind her, bringing a sense of reassurance and steadiness to Gwen's ears. "Just trust me, that's all you need to do." Gwen turned her head slightly, wanting to look at Victor's face, to see his expression. But Victor remained as cold as ever, his gaze only looking at the sky, at the battlefield that had formed between the demon and the giants in front of them. Gwen remained silent. At this moment, how she wished her sense of justice could return to her. That way, she could scrutinize Victor with an absolutely impartial gaze. Rather than now. Just hearing his words, she instinctively wanted to believe him. The erupting scarlet iron flakes completely shredded countless fleeing barbarians. Under the blood moon, the red deepened further. On the horizon, it seemed as if a constantly sinking black cloud appeared, falling towards the earth. Although the demon's shadow loomed over everyone, including the mages who were confronting the barbarians among the crowd. Yet those mages remained unharmed. As if deliberately avoiding them, those iron flakes seemed to have consciousness, able to automatically distinguish between humans and barbarians. Those terrifying flakes seemed to only affect the barbarians. Under this sky full of flying flakes, their bodies were like thin paper. The Pale Mage Association's side was completely stunned. They watched helplessly as the barbarians around them were shredded into blood mist one after another, their flesh turning to powder and sinking into the snow plain. In their hearts, an absurd thought began to sprout. This demon, it seemed, completely to have no intention of targeting them. The demon couldn't possibly be here to help them. Could it? How could that be possible? But the scene before their eyes couldn't be fake. Countless barbarians kept fleeing across the snow plain, accompanied by despair and sky-piercing wails. They even used their comrades as shields, but in the blink of an eye, two bodies would quickly disappear from the world. Soon, even the last barbarian turned to dust, exploding into red mist. On the snow plain, high piles of flesh powder had already accumulated. The entire ice ocean had been dyed completely red by countless blood, not dissipating for a long time. In this battle, the icy claw and the flame sword had brought out countless powerful main forces. Their numbers even reached tens of thousands. Yet in this one night, they were all buried in this far north, on this far northern ice plain. This was a one-sided massacre. Those mages looked at the bloody scene before them, only coming to their senses when the smell of blood entered their noses and mouths. The battle was over, but they didn't feel relieved, because this was just the beginning. Sensing the terrifying enemy, the two giants raised their heads, facing the towering demon together. Leighton looked at the two giants, half a body smaller than itself, and immediately laughed. That chaotic sound came from all directions, gathering towards where the demon was, entering everyone's ears. The massive, trembling laughter carried disdain and playfulness. As if completely enraged, the two giants swung their sword blades and giant claws, launching a swift attack towards the sky-high Leighton. Their footsteps on the snow plain were enough to raise snow waves 100 meters high. Those snow particles accompanied by blood seemed to solidify into waves, suddenly trembling. The flame giant danced with its giant sword, whistling through the air, seeming to be the only bright color in this blood-colored world. Flames instantly entwined around the giant sword in both hands. 100-meter-high flame suddenly surged up, piercing through the dark cloud layer, fiercely slashing out like a meteor towards the demon. The ice giant's limbs were covered in ice, a pair of huge ice claws instantly tearing apart the sea of blood beneath its feet, swinging with a cold light towards Leighton. Under the pincer attack of two blows, Leighton remained calm, its pitch-black claws grasping the incoming flame. The other hand picked up the ice giant like a chicken, dangling it in its hand, the ice unable to even pierce through the skin of its scarlet body. A crimson light flashed in Leighton's eyes, coldly staring at the giants before it who didn't know their own limitations. Want to play a game? The kind where you punch me once, and I punch you once. The two giants naturally couldn't understand the demon's language. They kept struggling with their giant claws and sword blades, but couldn't regain even a bit of freedom from Leighton's grasp. Suddenly, Leighton roared fiercely, its pitch-black claws instantly clenching into a fist, punching the ice giant thrown in midair flying. The huge body quickly flew out, breaking through the constantly rising iron flakes in the air, crashing heavily into the snow-covered mountain range. The other giant was even more pitiful. It was held in the demon's hand, constantly rubbed on the snow plain, like a rag, violently smashed against the huge rocks. Boom, boom, boom. The flame giant was on its last breath under the terrifying impact. After the tremors, the entire ice plain fell into a long silence. The demon's chaotic voice, as if rising from beneath the ice ocean, was incomparably muffled. Is that all? And here I thought you were tough. Snow dust suddenly descended, scattering across the faces of the two giants. They opened their hazy eyes, shook their heads, and unsteadily rose to their feet once more. Again, without any semblance of tactics, they relied solely on brute force as they charged towards the enraged demon, their footsteps making the ground tremble. The flame giant's fire sword suddenly erupted to 100 meters in length, powerful fire elements entwining around its body. Leighton thrust his pitch-black claws deep into the giant's sword, forcefully tearing that immense energy blade into two halves, which dissipated into the air as strands of natural essence. Seeing the giant sword in its hand suddenly return to its original state, the flame giant let out a dejected sigh. The moment it raised its head to look at the demon again, a pair of enormous crimson hands swiftly grabbed at it. The demon lifted its colossal body, along with the flesh and snow dust, and under the blood-red moonlight, violently plunged it into the icy ocean. It continued to torment the powerless giant until it once again lost consciousness, its limbs drooping lifelessly towards the Earth's center. Behind it, the ice giant charged towards Leighton, step by thunderous step. The tremendous force made the demon feel a strong impact through the surging of the blood ocean. It held the unconscious flame giant in its hand, swung it around a few times, and smashed it hard towards the ice giant's head. Bang! The massive impact suddenly shook off a piece of the mountaintop. Violent debris and snow dust shattered on the hard ground, erupting into a blast of cold air that knocked down everyone present. Bracing against the airflow, The members of the Pale Mage Association wore looks of utter shock in their eyes. They simply couldn't fathom that those two giants, as large as small mountains, could be so helpless before the demon. They stood there, not even realizing that they had been knocked over and were lying on the snow plain. There was no smell of blood in the surrounding snow dust. At some point, they had been teleported to a towering place far from the battle. The entire vast northern ice plains had now become a battlefield for the demon and the giants. That crimson, ferocious crocodile-like creature swung its sticky saliva, holding the giants in its hands and repeatedly smashing them into the ground as if playing with toys. Dick stood beside Vladimir and slowly asked, "General, with your vast experience, can you explain this scene to everyone?" Vladimir reached out and gave Dick's neck a hard slap. "Do I look like someone who's seen this kind of scene before? Hurry up and count the casualties." "Damn it!" Dick endured the pain, chuckled a couple of times, and quickly ran down. Vladimir lit up a cigar again, watching the shocking scene before him, and scratched his pale head. "Tsk, sigh, this is a bit difficult to explain." The Pale Mage Association had come out in full force, initially just to push the barbarians back 100 miles. As a result, this campaign directly annihilated more than half of the Flame Sword and Pure Ice Claw. Even if there were some remaining fragments, those barbarians would no longer pose a threat. Even Vladimir had always believed that this would be a battle with heavy casualties. He hadn't expected that the barbarians would summon two enormous giants when they were on the brink of danger. However, what surprised him even more was that following the appearance of the giants, a demon with a form as if it could swallow the sky appeared right after. A demon helping humans to exterminate barbarians? This headline would cause a sensation even if it were published in the capital. Biting his cigar, Vladimir took a deep breath, clearing his mind a bit. Under this blood-colored sky, everyone watched the intense battle between the giants and the demon with their own eyes. Or rather, a one-sided beating. The demon seemed to deliberately retract its claws, using its red fists, as large as their heads, to viciously uppercut the giants' chins. The powerful force threatened to shatter even their bones. Another piercing punch followed, and the two giants, on the same line, had their ribs shattered into pieces. Inside their bodies, their internal organs were in excruciating pain. The constantly burning flames on the fire giant's body had dimmed considerably in this violent fist wind. The frost giant dragged its pain-racked body, intending to freeze the demon in the blood ocean. Ice rose from the blood ocean, creeping towards the demon's legs. But Leighton just blew a gentle breath. The hard ice now shattered completely, like thin slices. Its giant tail, covered in steel scales, whipped violently, and the frost giant's legs shattered completely, like breaking ice. It fell to the ground, letting out a painful wail. The tens of meters high white cold air very noticeable under the blood moon. Countless mages and wizards stood on the cliff. Watching the scene before them, they couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Beautiful! Well done! That punch! Awesome! Cut its middle! Cut its middle!" Amidst the shouts of catharsis, it seemed as if even the hatred between the barbarians was bestowed upon those two pitiful ice and fire giants. Gwen, however, stared blankly, looking at this scene with great confusion. Why, that demon, which could be called a world-ending existence, was now brutally attacking the two giants. No one felt fear or dread. They even patted the ground, cheering wildly. This was completely different from what she had imagined. "You think demons will definitely slaughter humans? You think humans will definitely fear demons?" The voice behind her sounded leisurely, as if carrying some kind of magic, guiding her consciousness. "Why?" Gwen opened her mouth, but everything she wanted to say was stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Any words seemed pale and powerless in this moment. Since the appearance of demons in history, including the last appearance of the greed demon in the capital, every time, humans were always the side with heavy casualties. They were the source of fear for humans. But how to explain the scene before her eyes? "You're not wrong in your thinking. Demons and humans indeed cannot coexist. But they have always existed around us." Victor's voice kept lingering in her ear. "Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. 7 emotions, corresponding to all the sources of demons. Doesn't it seem strange? Because these 7 emotions can only be possessed simultaneously by emotionally rich creatures like humans. Suddenly, Victor chuckled lightly. The demon before your eyes is the embodiment of wrath. Guess, why did it appear? Gwen suddenly widened her eyes, staring blankly at the demon in front of her, watching its battle, watching those mages clapping and cheering. A trembling sensation rose from her heart. Because of the Dillon family? As if realizing something, Gwen's voice trembled slightly. Because of the anger in their hearts. Victor's hand rested on her head, as if comforting her, with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Don't mind it, although you also bear the Dillon name. The things this family has done have nothing to do with you. I know you are very clear about Angus's deep sins. A red formation suddenly lit up behind Victor, without even engraving patterns and runes, just simple flames burning around the two of them. Under the blood moon, the warm light seemed a bit out of place. But the fire indeed warmed Gwen a bit, at least helping her successfully calm down. But Victor's words didn't stop. Their anger became food for the demon. So the demon appeared and helped them. Similarly, Victor's voice turned a few degrees colder. Their existence cannot bring benefits to Angus. So, the steel fortress of the north isolates them outside. Who exactly is the demon? Who is righteous? Gwen closed her eyes, feeling that the knight's faith she had always believed in seemed to be collapsing. As a knight, one should guard a place. But the true scene was happening right before her eyes. The years of unceasing casualties in the north got their answer here. Angus had always been shaping a fair and just image for himself. Even now, countless knights were still admiring him because of his influence, because of his justice. The northerners living inside the northern fortress were also grateful to this hero at all times. They were wholeheartedly weaving their own justice within the fortress. Yet they made everyone ignore the people further north, outside the northern border. They are also humans, also fellow countrymen of the Empire. However, information was blocked within the fortress, and everyone was praising Angus, praising this righteous great knight. Finally, Victor stepped out. He completely tore apart that hypocritical justice, the ugly face of the Dillon family that had been there from the beginning. Deliberately, he laid it out in front of her. Look, Gwen. Look at this most real scene happening before your eyes. Gwen's lips turned pale. The battle was not over yet. That huge demon grabbed the head of the flame giant that was constantly rolling on the snow plain, lifting it up. It viciously stuffed it into the ground, punching the broken head again and again. Its resistance gradually stopped, and the flames on its body slowly extinguished. But the demon still continued. In Victor's eyes, the flame giant's health bar was about to reach 0. Countless mages and wizards even released various explosive magic in the sky above as fireworks to celebrate, with waves of excited voices rising higher and higher. Good. Continue, continue. Don't stop. Woohoo. They kept venting the anger in their hearts, which made the red light on Leighton's body grow stronger and stronger, until it completely illuminated the gloomy sky. The frost giant naturally couldn't escape its fate either. Leighton picked up a sharp piece of ice and viciously stabbed it into the snow plain. It grabbed the frost giant's head, which was wrapped in layers of ice and stone, and smashed it hard onto that sharp ice. It was determined to test whether the giant's head was stronger or the ice was superior. Accompanied by splashing blood, the demon became more and more violent, swinging with increasing frequency. Finally, the health bars of the two giants were completely empty. Their bodies turned into natural energy, gradually dissipating with the violent snow and wind. The demon spat out the blood in its giant mouth fiercely. A long roar to the sky, accompanied by the floodlight cheers of the crowd, echoed throughout the extreme north. They once placed their hopes on the Northern Knights. But hope never got a response. Victor looked at the front with satisfaction, at Leighton showcasing its power, at those mages and wizards shouting in excitement, feeling extremely satisfied. Do you see? Those self-proclaimed righteous knights are not even as good as demon. Gwen lowered her eyebrows, biting her lip. Something seemed to flash in the depths of her eyes, her mood unable to calm for a long time. As a knight, seeing a demon helping humans while the knights guarding the northern border dared not show themselves from the shadows. It exactly matched the facts Victor had stated. When the bloody reality was presented before her, the vague sense of justice in her heart seemed to be collapsing. At this moment, even she herself didn't know what belief she had been holding on to. Suddenly, a finger stood on her lips, preventing her from speaking. Victor rested his chin on Gwen's shoulder, his voice very soft, blowing into her ear, tickling her. This incredibly intimate action made Gwen feel slightly numb. Similarly, that voice that only Gwen could hear sounded by her ear. "I told you, you just need to believe in me, that's all." Erica stood beneath the crimson blood moon, allowing the fierce wind and snow to cut across her cheeks. She stared blankly at the towering red demon, which seemed to have gone mad, tearing open a rift in the gloomy sky and brutally tormenting the two giants as tall as small mountains. In its hands, the two giants were like mere insects, being toyed with back and forth until they were torn to pieces. The red demon held the huge, blood-dripping bodies in both hands, letting out a victorious roar to the sky. That posture was as if it was showing off to people, flaunting its strength and cruelty. Several visions flashed through Erica's eyes. She touched her slightly hot forehead, feeling a bit dazed. She understood the terror of demons better than anyone else, because she had once faced such an existence. Almost powerless to resist. At the moment the demon appeared, she had also felt confused. Why would a demon appear here? Like Gwen, Erica unconsciously associated the demon incident that occurred on the back mountain of the academy with Victor. She clearly remembered that the terrifying existence of the greed demon, like a black mountain, had appeared on Heeny's body. Heeny was Victor's teaching assistant. Since she fell into a coma, she had only heard about the aftermath of those events through hearsay. No one mentioned Heeny in that demon battle. Instead, the one they mentioned most was actually that pig-headed professor from the Razor family. Devin Razor was described as the vessel for the demon in that incident. She had been confused before, as the person possessed by the demon was clearly Heeny. Yet no one mentioned her name. Behind this incident, it was as if there was a hand controlling everything, arbitrarily shifting the focus of the event. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Erica's mind, making her instinctively look for Victor. While others were cheering for the demon that had destroyed the two giants, only she looked towards that farthest point. Those two figures. Erica's pupils contracted slightly. She was very familiar with that figure and could not mistake it. Professor Victor. Was the person in his arms Knight Commander Gwen? Erica watched as Gwen lay in Victor's arms, the two in an intimate pose. What exactly were the two of them doing? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before her eyes, and her attention seemed to be forcibly shifted to Victor's shoulder. A crow's single eye flickered with blue light, turning its head to stare intently at Erica. As if guided by the eerie blue light, Erica involuntarily fixed her gaze on the crow. Suddenly, an extremely violent aura came towards her. It blew her golden hair, dancing irregularly on this snow plain. In her eyes, it was as if invaded by a strange scene. The snow plain under the red moon began to become unstable, starting to tremble like the surface of a rippling mirror lake. In the blink of an eye, a pure white scene jumped out before her eyes. At this moment, she was standing on a cloud, with several towering pillars rising from the boundless white. A golden sun hung in the far sky, its warm essence shining on Erica, as if she had instantly left the snow plain. A huge white temple slowly appeared from among the giant pillars, and an extremely large bird constantly flapped its wings in the azure sky, circling around the temple. The huge airflow lifted Erica from the clouds, constantly rotating her in the vast space, flying freely. As if in an instant, freedom was grasped in her hands. Clear power gradually merged into Erica's body. Under her golden eyes, a white rune slowly appeared, a rune symbolizing wind. Inheritancia. A lightning bolt suddenly flashed through Erica's mind, and this word appeared subconsciously. In her daze, she saw that black crow, feeling her light body. And the crow's mocking laughter gradually began to echo in her ears. It's this power again. Erica was a bit confused. She still remembered that in her dream, this self-proclaimed evil god had given her that inherited power. And this time, it was wind. Erica slowly stretched out a hand, as if testing, gradually mobilizing the wind elements within her body. Without needing to engrave runes or formations, a powerful airflow instantly gathered from all directions, constantly swirling in her palm. Divine power of wind. When she raised her head again, trying to look at the crow, she heard a hoarse cry. "Wrath, you should go." Instantly, the scene before Erika's eyes shattered frantically, and a few seconds later, feeling the red glow around her and the howling cold wind, she realized she had returned to the northern frontier. This, after receiving the order, Leighton threw the giant's remnants in his hand violently into the water. It reached out to tear a huge red rift in the sky, and with a powerful push of its legs, jumped into the crimson rift. With the demon's departure, the gloomy clouds gradually dispersed, and the red moon became clear again. The blood-colored snow plain reflected in everyone's eyes, appearing even more terrifying. Everyone had witnessed the appearance and departure of the demon in this war. Only Erika looked at the malicious one-eyed crow on Victor's shoulder. A great tremor in her heart lingered for a long time. It was a demon that saved us. Knights or demons, who is righteous? Countless slogans were carved on the buildings of the Pale Mage Association, spreading frantically between territories. In the annihilation battle against the barbarians, the heroes of the Pale Mage Association achieved an absolute victory. They annihilated most of the barbarians and drove them out of the northern frontier. The Mage Association won a great victory. Only a few brave mages heroically sacrificed themselves while blocking the barbarians' escape route. However, no one had expected that this victory would be brought by a demon. From the moment of its descent, the demon had completely determined the fate of the barbarians. The crimson in the sky seemed to welcome the demon's arrival, and the sea of blood was like the roaming home of that giant crocodile. That brutal and extremely exciting scene became an eternal memory in the hearts of the members of the Pale Mage Association. At this moment, the Pale Mage Association was immersed in a celebration that hadn't been seen for a long time. The members all took off their robes, wearing their own clothes, dancing and singing around a huge bonfire in the territory. People raised their glasses high, their faces flushed with smiles. These warriors stationed in the northern frontier no longer had to worry about the invasion of barbarians. After this battle, the two major barbarian clans, with more than half of their main forces eliminated, were no longer to be feared. As for other small tribes, the Pale Mage Association didn't even take them seriously. The members even surrounded Vladimir, dancing together and drinking barrels of wheat beer. Erika sat quietly to one side, watching the cheering scene. Although the joyful atmosphere could infect people, she was not someone who had been stationed in the northern frontier for years, so naturally, she couldn't fully experience the high excitement of the northern frontier warriors and residents. However, she could directly feel how hateful the barbarians were. Her mood was somewhat complexly subtle, resting her head on her hand, tasting the bitter wheat beer in her hand. A figure slowly sat down beside Erika. It was Amelia. Erika knew that she was the only third-tier mage in the Pale Mage Association, and the mage team was led by her. The two sat silently to one side, wordless for a long time. Finally, Amelia spoke first. "Our power is very small. Everyone lives in the territory governed by this major association. The land for survival is reduced layer by layer, and even information is difficult to transmit outward. Sooner or later, there would come a day when the Pale Mage Association would definitely fight a life-and-death battle with those brutal barbarians with all their might. Otherwise, simply waiting would only bring absolute slow death." Erika listened quietly, continuing to remain silent. A lollipop was handed to Erika, still with the familiar candy wrapper. Erika looked at the candy a bit dazed, slowly taking it. "Thank Victor for us." Amelia stood up and walked back towards the jubilant crowd. Erika lowered her head, looking at the candy in her hand. As if making some decision, she stood up. The blizzard blew, and on a snowy cliff, Victor stood alone. His windbreaker kept rustling in the wind and snow. The crow stood on his shoulder, allowing the wind and snow to scatter its feathers. Erika appeared behind Victor, looking at the solitary figure. Professor. Victor didn't turn around, and Erika continued, "I saw you on the wanted poster. But I believe in you. You must have been wronged." He turned his head slightly, glancing at Erica indifferently. Erica's gaze met Victor's, and seeing his cold eyes, her heart skipped a beat. But she didn't avert her gaze because of this, continuing to look at Victor. Then she heard the voice of the person in front of her slowly rise. "I didn't expect you to be here too." Erica was slightly stunned, and Victor had already turned his head back. "They're not wrong. I did cripple Angus and his heir with my own hands." Hearing Victor state the facts, Erica suddenly became very excited. They deserved it. Staying here for a few days, she also knew how infuriating the actions of those northern border knights were. However, from a certain perspective, no one could find fault with Angus. He did indeed fulfill the task of guarding the northern frontier, preventing the barbarians from attacking the Empire's northern border. As for those people close to the northern border, who told you to live in such a dangerous place? Erica could even recall the ugly and contemptuous faces of those nobles when the lives of the people in the northernmost border were threatened and they sought help from the capital. If they had the ability to leave the northern frontier, who would be willing to stay in this god-forsaken and deprived place? They were just talking without experiencing it themselves. Erica always believed that Victor had done nothing wrong, even if he was wanted by all the knights of the northern frontier. Is that so? She couldn't see Victor's face, but she could hear a faint smile in Victor's tone. But even so, they still stay comfortably in the northern frontier, living a carefree life. The barbarians have been completely eliminated. Whose head will this merit fall on? Erica was stunned. The existence of the Pale Mage Association was not decided by the royal family. The group that was officially in charge of guarding the northern frontier was still those do-nothing northern frontier knights. Under Angus's influence, the nobles in the capital naturally prioritized believing the northern border knights. This was also inevitable. Even if Angus's actions of ignoring the people's pleas for help were exposed, he had not failed in his duties according to the law and his responsibilities. Even if the emperor looked down on him, he couldn't arrest Angus for this reason. Moreover, Angus had also once been the emperor's subordinate. That old emperor who valued old relationships wouldn't strip Angus of his position for such a reason. Then, where could they find a powerful reason that could convict Angus? Suddenly, Erica thought of something and stood stunned. Demon? The demon, carrying all the anger of the people of the northern frontier, incarnated on the ice plain, eliminating all the barbarians. Then where did this anger of the northern frontier people come from? It wasn't just those barbarians. There were also those northern border knights who did nothing at all. But, would the nobles really believe that the demon appeared because of Angus? At this moment, Erica blankly thought of the conversation between the evil god and the demon. "Professor, so that demon, is it actually because you keep it a secret for me?" Victor's voice was faintly hidden in the heavy snow. Suddenly, on the snow cliff, a howling gale suddenly blew, making it difficult for Erica to keep her eyes open. She tried to control the wind elements in her body to stop the wind and snow, but it was ultimately futile. What's going on? Suddenly, a white rune slowly lit up on Victor's windbreaker collar. In Erica's gaze, a white mist slowly formed around Victor. Within the mist, the shadow of a creature seemed to take shape. It was a white giant bird. It soared in the sky, flying in the sky full of falling feathers, like the king of the sky. At some point, Victor was already standing on the giant bird. Erica widened her eyes, watching the giant bird stirring up violent whirlwinds. The gale rose, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated the pale clouds, with the violent airflow carrying thick air currents, disappearing from Erica's sight. She stood alone on the snow cliff, watching Victor's departure. Lost in thought for a long time, Gwen, carrying her silver sword, walked briskly, leaving shallow imprints on the snow. As she gazed upon the northern frontier fortress, identical to her memories, she felt no particular stirring of emotion. The knights, seeing Gwen after a long absence, formed two solemn rows and bowed deeply. "Lady Gwen, welcome back." The knights all respected Gwen, not merely because she was the youngest daughter of the Dillon family. It was more due to her inspiring journey from a strong-willed woman to knight commander that earned their deep respect. But now, Lady Gwen, who would usually return their courtesies, completely ignored them. She merely glided past them with an air of icy detachment. This left countless knights utterly bewildered. What was wrong with Lady Gwen? Was she angry? No one knew. The surrounding cold steel structures stood within the castle, gleaming with silver light. That familiar wooden cabin was long gone, leaving only a pile of ruins and black marks, buried beneath fine white snow. Along the way, Gwen passed through those familiar steel buildings and entered a secluded stone castle. The blue castle exuded a chilling aura, and the cold emanating from inside had always made the young Gwen feel somewhat repulsed. But now, she walked coldly towards the main gate. The family knights in front of the castle recognized Gwen. They bowed to her from afar and opened the huge creaking wooden door. Gwen returned here after a long absence, and compared to her memories, this place seemed even more desolate. Kevlar wasn't here. These days, she had been running around, just to deal with the family's wanted notice for Victor. But after all, she wasn't a knight, and lacked authority. What Kevlar said couldn't convince those knights. Gwen walked into a room and looked towards the corner. Her father, Angus, still wore that dazed expression. Kneeling in the room, his eyes dim and lifeless, staring blankly at the sky. He had been like this for many days. Not eating, not drinking. If it weren't for Angus's extremely robust constitution supporting him, he would have starved to death on the floor by now. Jigsaw was also paralyzed in bed, with no part of his body that didn't ache. He opened his eyes blankly, staring at the ceiling. The burns all over his body wouldn't heal. For a while, Victor's magical flames seemed to have an extremely peculiar effect. It was impossible to heal his injuries with magic. It was as if the flames were resisting the power of healing magic from its very source. He could only rely on his own body's recovery to slowly heal. Jigsaw lay in the room and heard someone enter. "Who is it?" He raised his head with difficulty and saw a silver-haired woman in silver armor slowly approaching. She was looking at him coldly. Jigsaw's whole body was wrapped in white bandages, only exposing a pair of eyes and a mouth. Lying weakly on the bed, a servant was feeding him, and when Jigsaw saw Gwen come in, he pulled his uneven, withered voice, "You may go now." After being burned by that flame, even being able to speak was a blessing. After the servant deftly cleared everything away and left the room, only Gwen and Jigsaw remained in the entire room. Gwen looked coldly at Jigsaw, her voice chilly. "The people of the northern frontier. I told father to do it. What of it?" Jigsaw looked at Gwen just as calmly, pulling his broken voice, his tone even. Gwen didn't sense any emotion in his tone. No anxiety, no anger, excessively flat. As if describing an ordinary, commonplace thing. A cold light flashed, and Gwen's long sword was across Jigsaw's neck. "I could kill you at any moment." There wasn't a hint of emotion in her eyes. When Kevlar's dagger was at Jigsaw's neck, Jigsaw knew that Kevlar would never actually kill him, because she couldn't do it. Kevlar valued the Dillon family's kinship and family relationships too much. But Gwen was different. Even if the person in front of her was her half-brother, to uphold the justice in her heart, Gwen could strike the killing blow. She knew how cruel the person in front of her was. If one word could describe Jigsaw, he would be that beast who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He had already lost his humanity. Jigsaw looked at her, not afraid at all. "Gwen, I envy you. You're very free, you can even fight for your own dreams, your own ideals. So, we're different. Once you stand in a certain position, some things are already beyond your control." Jigsaw's gaze still carried a smile as he slowly said, "From the moment I was born, my value was already set. Inherit the family, protect the North. But you've never thought about how vast the North is. Our encirclement can't take care of everyone. So, you ignored their pleas for help, allowing the barbarians to plunder in the North, causing your compatriots to lose their homes and lives." The cold sword pressed against Jigsaw's neck, Gwen's face reflected on the blade, a cold glint flashing. Being in the northern frontier, the more she saw, the angrier Gwen became, the more she could feel the endless sins of her brother and father's indifference. No amount of flowery words could wash away the countless lives they bore. Jigsaw squinted, lying on the bed. "Then, do it." He seemed not at all surprised that Gwen would move to kill him, as if he had long been prepared, offering his neck. But after a long time, Gwen's sword still hadn't fallen. It wasn't because of kinship, nor was it because Gwen wanted to believe Jigsaw one more time. She just coldly shook her sword and put it back in its sheath. Her cold words sounded, but were as chilling as ice. "You will receive the punishment you deserve, Jigsaw. But it shouldn't be me who judges you." Gwen's words stunned Jigsaw. Why? Jigsaw stared blankly at Gwen, that pair of eyes that were only exposed flashing with confusion. The existence of justice can't tolerate any impurity. Before father became like this, he did the same. Once evil grows, justice will mercilessly destroy it. If that justice existed in Gwen's heart, she would definitely have brought down her sword. So, Jigsaw had long been prepared to die. But the Gwen before him was completely different from what he and his father had imagined. She shouldn't have such emotions, such thoughts. Gwen seemed to have changed somehow. However, this change was not what he had hoped for. The Gwen now gave him a feeling. Now she seemed more like a human. Gwen's eyes were full of coldness, looking indifferently at Jigsaw for a moment before walking out of the room. Not caring at all about her brother's dazed appearance behind her, she walked out the door and stood at the entrance. The warm sunlight shone on her cold iron armor, reflecting a touch of brilliance. Gwen took a deep breath, as if relieved. Feeling the extremely clear coldness, she just quietly waited. Finally, after who knows how long, a voice rang out loudly from outside the castle. "Victor is at the city gate." As soon as the words fell, countless knights gathered, lining up in full gear. The sound of armor colliding and metal friction resounded outside with clanging noises. Gwen also moved. She gripped her sword and walked leisurely towards the city gate. At this moment, Victor stood on the white giant bird, hovering in the sky. Strong storms blew constantly around, blowing the snow into waves several meters high. The knights lined up in front of the castle, like a solid silver wall. Victor looked down at them from above, his face cold. Countless knights looked up at Victor with extremely solemn expressions, as if facing a great enemy. They held weapons in their hands, and shocked emotions spread through the crowd. "What's going on? How is Victor in the sky? What is that giant bird?" On the silver wall, a knight pointed at Victor and shouted tremblingly, "Victor, how dare you come back?" Victor's extremely terrifying strength had already spread throughout the entire northern frontier. But among this group of stubborn northern frontier knights, there were always some who were fearless. They always believed that Victor was guilty of heinous crimes. In this territory of the northern frontier, who didn't know what the existence of the Dillon family meant? They were the rulers of this desolate land. Attacking the Dillon family, wasn't that equivalent to slapping the face of all the northern frontier knights? But now Victor was in the sky, and even if the knights wanted to catch him, they were basically powerless. But soon, a silver figure emerged from among the knights, slowly coming out of the castle gate. Victor squinted his eyes and saw clearly who it was. It was Gwen. She seemed to be frost-faced, raising her head and looking coldly at Victor. Seeing Gwen's appearance, the knights seemed to have found their backbone. Smiles immediately appeared on their faces, as if they had seen hope, and even their backs straightened a bit. "It's Lady Gwen. With Lady Gwen here, we can definitely take down Victor, right?" The knights became excited, and there was even a gleam in their eyes. Finally, Gwen slowly drew her silver sword. The knights also drew their swords from their waists. Just when everyone thought Gwen was going to move to subdue Victor, Gwen turned around, facing the northern frontier knights. In the wind and snow, her silver hair scattered in the air, blocking Victor. Holding the sword in one hand, Gwen's face was expressionless, even carrying a bit of icy coldness. "In the name of Gwendolyn, I revoke the wanted order for Victor Cravena. Those who object, step forward." In the dumbfounded gazes of countless knights, Gwen placed her silver sword in front of her body and thrust it fiercely into the snow-covered ground. Facing thousands of knights, she stood unmoved, like a pure and unyielding goddess in the cold wind. The fierce wind swept through with ice and snow, burying in everyone's eyes. That flash of silver-white made them feel extremely dazed. At this moment, standing before them was that true knight of justice, willing to speak for the weak and the unjust. The injustices of the world should be eliminated by the sword. Gwen stood firm amidst the wind and snow, facing a group of northern knights. Her silver armor gleamed in the sunlight, emitting a flickering radiance. The knights, gazing at the female warrior they deeply respected, were stunned to see her now drawing her sword against them. The Dillon family crest on the silver armor now seemed cruelly ironic. Lady Gwen, what is the meaning of this?" The knights' faces flushed red, veins bulging on their necks. As if roaring, they questioned Gwen about her apparent betrayal. "That's Victor. He's the enemy of the Dillon family." "I know," Gwen replied coldly. Gwen's silver hair danced continuously in the air, but to the knight's eyes, it resembled writhing silver serpents. The knights frantically questioned Gwen, but not one of them dared to step to the front of the formation. They didn't dare. They wouldn't wager their lives. Every knight present knew very well. Gwen, with her third-year strength, has become the captain of the Imperial Royal Knight Order. Her power was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, everyone was extremely wary of that other presence. Victor Cravina, a fourth-tier mage, yet an existence that even the Dillon family head, Angus, couldn't defeat. For most of the knights, they had neither the qualifications nor the ability to confront these two before them. They could only huddle in the crowd, letting out roars from their hearts. But there were always exceptions. A robust knight slowly raised his shield and, gripping his blade, gradually walked to the front, facing Gwen. "Lady Gwen, since they don't dare, let me ask." The knight who stepped forward had a glimmer of determination in his eyes, his body like a granite boulder emanating a powerful aura of tenacity. It was a terrifying presence that people could clearly feel, radiating intense heat. Someone among the knights recognized him. The one standing before all the knights was one of the most outstanding disciples of Master Angus in the Dillon family. His body trembled continuously, as if restraining his fury, his eyes wide open. In this land of the north, powerful knights were not few and far between. Angus's extensive teaching always produced many strong knights. But he was merely strong, after all. Gwen remained unmoved, her aura like thousand-year-old ice, colliding with the knight's presence. The knight frowned slightly, feeling the opponent's powerful pressure climbing up his body. But he didn't flinch and took another step forward. However, almost at the same moment he took this step, instantly, a faint red aura floated in the sky. Black stars with sparks constantly trembling above the snow-covered plain. Behind Victor, a red fire dragon slowly materialized. The giant dragon opened its huge maw, seemingly enraged. The next second, the flame surging in the dragon's mouth continuously overflowed. An extremely terrifying flame burst forth from the dragon's maw. The powerful, scorching fire forced that knight to retreat several meters, compelling him to stand once again at the front of the knight formation. Between him and Gwen, a violently burning flame separated the two. The muscular knight's forehead was beaded with sweat, unclear whether from fear or the excessive heat from the fire. At this moment, an absurd thought arose in the hearts of all the knights. To reason with them. Gwen looked at them coldly. "It seems there are no objections." She thrust her blade fiercely into the flame-engulfed ground, solemnly issuing her order before the knights. "I declare, the arrest warrant for the Imperial Fourth-Tier Mage, Victor Cravina, is hereby revoked, effective immediately." She enunciated each word very clearly, reaching the ears of every knight. Hearing Gwen's order, 1,000 knights remained silent. In Gwen's indisputable tone, they heard threat and firmness. Everyone felt as if a force was controlling them. They had to obey Gwen's order. In the days of howling wind and snow, they felt that. The Lady Gwen known to all seemed to have changed. Everyone slowly lowered their weapons, putting shields on their backs and sheathing their swords. "But Gwen, the arrest warrant cannot be revoked." Accompanied by a hoarse voice, everyone's gaze turned to look behind. Upon seeing him, the knights all made way. It was a white figure sitting in a wheelchair, or rather, being pushed over. He was wrapped in white bandages, similarly only exposing his eyes and mouth. The wheelchair slowly stopped in front of the knight formation, and Jigsaw looked at Gwen before him, slowly exhaling a breath. With Angus unconscious, he was now the most influential person in the Dillon family. Once revoked, it would allow the real culprit to escape punishment. Hearing Jigsaw's words, Gwen's eyes instantly turned cold. On what grounds do you say Victor is the culprit?" All the knights' gazes were on Jigsaw. as if trying to see some hope from him. Jigsaw sighed, seemingly finding even this simple action extremely taxing. "Father, he's already dead." As the words fell, the wind and snow instantly covered the sky, the surging white completely obscuring the azure sky, plunging into wild howling and singular silence. At this moment, Kevlar was in the western part of the northern frontier. She looked at the huge castle estate before her, her fists tightly clenched. This was already the fourth estate she had visited in these days. With things developing to this point, she had no choice but to seek out this great knight of the west and northern frontier. The Dillon family did not have absolute control over the northern frontier. They had established clear territorial planning on this land of the northern frontier. Under the protection of the knight families, they had carved out many portions. Apart from the gentry and wealthy holding a part of the land, the remaining territory was all distributed to the excellent knights under Angus. The knight's family recognized Kevlar and proactively let her enter the knight's mansion first, to wait in the conference room. Soon, a knight wearing a thick white fur cloak sat down in front of Kevlar. "Knight Commander Mark." Seeing the arrival, Kevlar quickly stood up and bowed deeply. "If it isn't Miss Kevlar." "Please, sit, no need for formalities." "What brings Miss Kevlar to visit me today?" The knight named Mark had a smile on his face, seeming as delighted as if he had seen an old friend. The knight commander personally brewed a cup of tea and placed it on the redwood tea table in front of Kevlar. However, Kevlar did not pick it up, only calmly saying, "Mr. Mark, I won't beat around the bush. You should know the reason for my visit here." Hearing Kevlar's directness, Mark's face showed a hint of difficulty. The person before him was the eldest daughter of the Dillon family. Theoretically speaking, when Angus and Jigsaw were unconscious, Kevlar's words were equivalent to the family head speaking. But Kevlar herself was not a knight, lacking sufficient prestige within the Dillon family. Moreover, Jigsaw had already issued an arrest warrant once before. Now that the problem was pushed to his hands, Mark felt some hesitation. "I know, Miss Kevlar, you've already visited many estates. The news has long reached us here. But the arrest warrant for Victor is not something we can just revoke as we please." This matter had already been brought up to the royal capital. The intention of those noble ministers in the royal capital was very clear. This was a family matter between the Cravina and Dillon families. In other words, the royal capital is tacitly approving this matter for now. Mark poured himself a cup of tea and downed it in one gulp. He blinked his eyes and exhaled a hot breath. Indeed, he couldn't be rash about this matter. Unless the old master himself woke up and revoked the arrest warrant, it would be hard to convince the knights. "Moreover, Miss Kevlar, we just want to bring Victor back. No one will harm him. If Victor was truly guilty, he should be judged by the Emperor, not by their Dillon family." So, the arrest warrant was merely a warning measure. Hearing Mark's evasion, Kevlar laughed coldly. "Every lord has the same rhetoric. But which of you dares to take action to capture Victor?" This was the truth. Although Victor's arrest warrant was flying all over the northern frontier, there really wasn't any Knight Order commander who dared to mobilize troops to capture him. Only the common people of the northern frontier, upon seeing the arrest warrant, were filled with righteous indignation. His current reputation could hardly be considered good. Kevlar could hear dirty words spat out by those honest northern men every day. Even when children cried at night, the most common thing their mothers said was, "If you keep crying, I'll let Victor take you away." The effect was very obvious. The children would stop crying immediately. In the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people in the northern frontier, even though Victor was a fourth-tier mage, he naturally couldn't compare to the great knight Angus whom they praised. "Miss Kevlar, I really can't make this decision." "Is it that you can't make the decision, or that you don't want to?" Kevlar kept questioning Mark, the light in her eyes growing increasingly cold. Mark lowered his head guiltily, his gaze shifting to one side of the room, avoiding Kevlar's eyes. At this moment, a knight suddenly burst into the conference room. "Knight Commander, something's happened. News has come from the far north." Hearing that news had arrived, both Mark and Kevlar abruptly stood up, almost simultaneously uttering a word. "Speak." The knight, seeing Kevlar, trembled slightly, his voice becoming somewhat unsteady. The barbarians have been completely annihilated. It was done by those people from the Pale Mage Association, and moreover. Moreover what? Speak quickly. The knight, startled by Mark's shout, shuddered. Moreover, they had the help of demons. What? Demons helping humans? This matter had basically reached the ears of the Northern Knights under the vigorous promotion of the Pale Mage Association. Mark was dumbfounded, and so was Kevlar. Demons helped humans? Kevlar's body began to tremble continuously. She couldn't believe it. As a demon hunter, Kevlar had seen many demons. She had never seen, nor even heard of, demons actively helping humans. Moreover, she hadn't received any prior mission. Why would a demon appear in the northern frontier? Many questions began to flash in her mind. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Kevlar's mind. Victor. She immediately stood up and headed towards the exit. Demons should not appear. She needed to find Victor and get a clear answer. The knight ignored Kevlar's hasty departure, but his voice raised a few degrees. Also, the Delamain family has sent a call for support. They have found Victor. At this point, the knight paused. Kevlar suddenly turned round, looking at him coldly. Continue speaking. The knight lowered his head, straining his voice to continue reporting. Victor returned with Lady Gwen. Lady Gwen intended to revoke Victor's arrest warrant. But in the end, young Master Jigsaw intervened. Mark frowned deeply, and even Kevlar stood frozen in place. Jigsaw? Wasn't he severely injured and bedridden? Somehow, at this moment, everyone seemed to catch a whiff of the pungent smell of crisis. Mark hurriedly inquired. What about now? What exactly is going on? Young Master Jigsaw prevented the revocation of Victor's arrest warrant. But Mark suddenly grabbed his collar, loudly questioning. Tell me the main point, damn it. That night, as if completely drained, his legs losing all support, was completely held up by Mark's hand. The great knight Angus is dead. He died at Victor's hands. Angus was dead. The great knight of the north, renowned throughout the empire, who had spent decades establishing stable towns across the northern frontier and protecting hundreds of thousands of people, was gone. Silence, as if merging with the snow and wind, fell upon every knight across the northern border. All the knights in the entire northern region were plunged into endless sorrow. They mourned silently towards the sky, mourning this great knight who had guarded the northern frontier. Indeed, he had accomplished his mission of safeguarding the peace of the northern border. This snowy plain had been protected for over 30 years, nurturing batch after batch of powerful knights. In the hearts of all the knights in the north, Angus was like a teacher and a father. Strict, but fair. Sorrow and anger suddenly flooded the entire snow plain like a tidal wave, filling the knights' hearts with mixed emotions. At this moment, the knights standing in front of the fortress of the Delane family all removed their helmets and lowered their heads. For several minutes, the wind and snow seemed to intensify, the air became more oppressive, and time seemed to turn slowly like a gear, ticking away bit by bit. Gwen raised her head again, looking at Jigsaw, her voice calm. He was still alive just now. Just a moment ago, Father stopped breathing. Jigsaw's calm voice sounded, with seemingly little grief in his tone. Besides, even if he hadn't died, do you think Father in that state could be called alive? After engaging with Victor once, Angus has become dazed and even lost his most basic rationality. If he couldn't recover for a long time, that could no longer be called living. But even so, everyone knew clearly in their hearts, being alive and being dead were two different concepts. If Angus were alive, then Victor had merely injured Angus. But now Angus was dead. Regardless of the true cause of death, the accusation of intentionally murdering an Imperial meritorious official would definitely be pinned on Victor's head, difficult to remove. Jigsaw's appearance had driven another nail into the coffin of Victor's crime of murder. Angus had indeed done some immoral things. However, respect the dead. Moreover, from the true meaning of duty, Angus had not done anything heinous. He had merely disregarded the lives of useless residents. At this point, no matter what reasons were given, they couldn't compare to Angus's death. The man was already dead, even if people would find his crimes. Angus's death was already a fact. Jigsaw slowly spoke. The news has spread throughout the entire north, and it won't be long before all the knights under the domain arrive. Gwen, Do you really want to continue sheltering that criminal? Gwen listened to Jigsao's words, biting her lip, frowning, her eyes fixed on Jigsaw. How Angus actually died, whether he was truly dead or feigning death, she couldn't tell. Gwen stared into Jigsao's eyes, seeming to see a hint of a victor's smile in his gaze. But, have you said enough? How about letting me say a few words? A cold voice came from behind Gwen, accompanied by the howling of wind and snow, yet it reached Jigsaw and the knight's ears clearly and distinctly. Although the distance was great, that intense piercing chill penetrated to the bone. The white giant bird transformed into a whirlwind, turning into white runes that re-inscribed themselves on Victor's coat. But he didn't land, instead standing steadily in midair. The air beneath his feet seemed to swirl and coil, carrying white crystals to form steps under his feet. 1 step, 2 steps, like a dancer gracefully exiting in the wind, he walked forward. He stepped past Gwen, past the knights. Before the knights could react, Victor had already walked in front of Jigsaw. Countless knights saw Victor appear behind them. At this moment, he had already penetrated deep into the knights' encirclement. As if suddenly reacting, they all drew their blades. Protect young Master Jigsaw. With a shout, the knights raised their weapons, treading on the faint snow and wind, surging towards Victor. But Victor didn't move at all. A wind barrier suddenly whirled up around him, and the white beneath his feet was also raised by this huge storm, blocking the knights outside. The wind barrier was transparent, and even through the specks of white stars, the knights could still see Victor. But they just couldn't break through and enter. All the knights could only watching Victor and Jigsaw face off. The knight behind Jigsaw, who was pushing the wheelchair, had long been frightened and sat on the ground, trembling all over. Victor looked at Jigsaw's eyes full of smiles and slowly spoke. Let's not discuss how Angus actually died, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. A gleam flashed in Victor's eyes, as if death had already raised his scythe, just waiting to fall. Have you forgotten that I am a mage? The badge on his chest symbolizing a mage counselor began to glow, carrying a magnificent magical aura. But Jigsaw remained calm, looking at Victor, narrowing his eyes. In an instant, a blue light suddenly flashed in Victor's eyes. Suddenly, the ground was covered by a huge magic array, lighting up with a thick black color, and even the fine snow and wind stopped with it. Everyone was surrounded by this huge black magic array, and an extremely strong and profound magical aura constantly emerged from the ground. Black mist gradually overflowed from the array, as if with consciousness, creeping towards the huge silver fortress strand by strand. Countless patterns slowly began to construct under each knight's feet, and runes also slowly appeared on the edges. Jigsaw was in the center of the array, unperturbed. Are you showing me your strength? You can kill me at will, kill everyone present. The news will spread, and everyone will remember you as the demon who harmed the loyal and good. Victor sighed, blowing off the snowflakes on his body. You're really delusional. Loyal and good? Are you worthy? On the magic array, black flames suddenly began to spread. Those terrifying flames like vengeful spirits gradually crawled up everyone's bodies, and also gradually completely covered the castle. But no one could feel the heat brought by the flames. The black flames were like phantoms, and perhaps their only function was to let the group of knights gaze feel shocked. You think you're not afraid of death, so I can't do anything to you? Victor was still speaking, but Jigsaw wasn't afraid at all, until Victor suddenly revealed a smile. That smile, in Jigsaw's eyes, seemed to stretch to his ears, extremely creepy. He suddenly froze in the wheelchair, watching Victor walk towards him leisurely. At his heart, it felt as if something was gripping it, causing him unbearable pain. He shouldn't have such pain. Victor slowly bent down, leaning close to Jigsaw's ear, speaking in a voice only he could hear, disguising as a humaner. Is it fun? Suddenly, Jigsaw's eyes widened. The constantly spreading blackness collectively rolled forward, flying off the knights' bodies and into the distance. The knights watched that black mass flight towards the Dillon mansion, their gazes involuntarily turning there. At this moment, the entire fortress seemed to be swallowed by an even larger black beast. The flames burned fiercely, as if it was the greedy chewing of a giant beast. Inside the castle, a painful cry suddenly rang out, bursting forth from the depths of the blackness. Victor stepped back a few paces, a smile appearing on his face. It was the smile of a victor. "Found you, believer of the goddess." As soon as the words fell, Jigsao's body rapidly collapsed like a burnt-out twig. Black smoke was constantly released, the white bandages on his body gradually fell off. Jigsao's body seemed to be hollowed out like flesh, leaving only a human skin slowly falling. Everyone widened their eyes, seeing this extremely shocking scene before them, immediately feeling nauseous. They looked back at Victor. In the knight's eyes, it was as if Victor had used magic to extract Jigsao's flesh and blood. Otherwise, how could this scene before them be explained? At this moment, knights rushing from the town quickly arrived, riding horses, treading through the snow. They also took in this scene. This naturally included Kevlar. She watched as Jigsao's body suddenly withered, finally turning into a human skin, collapsed in the chair. Instantly, Kevlar's mind went blank. But this was just the beginning. The magic array under Victor's feet suddenly erupted with a huge burst of energy. The sun ignited in the sky, completely burning and melting countless snowflakes. A heart-piercing scream constantly emanated from that huge Delin mansion, violent wails echoing in all directions. Everyone's gaze was completely drawn to that black flame. In the black flames, a huge monster suddenly broke out, its body constantly burning. Accompanied by the breaking of steel and the crushing of wood, a black mass of flesh slowly squeezed out. The huge body was covered with tentacles and eyes, and green slime dripped from the trembling mouthparts. It was like various organs jumbled together, making people feel incredibly absurd. The tentacles all over its body constantly danced, and even though it was continuously burned by the flames, the huge mouths on it were still craving for something, constantly trembling. The knights looked at this unknown thing before them, immediately scared back dozens of meters. They stood there, looking at the sky in disbelief. Kevlar was even more dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that this creature, more terrifying than demons, would suddenly emerge from the Delin family mansion. What is this? Gwen looked at the black monster, drew her blade, stepped forward, and stood beside Victor. "Vika Tora!" A howl like a dying gasp constantly sounded slowly from the sky, rumbling like a giant drum being pierced. "Vika Tora!" wired Owanoa. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, and extreme heat constantly invaded everyone. Victor's coat fluttered wildly. "Did Angus tell you before he died that he had recently changed his faith?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot he couldn't speak." He spread his hands, with a confident smile even in the corners of his eyes. The demonic crow on his shoulder revealed an even more cunning light in its single eye. As if the final winner on the chessboard. "Checkmate, your move." As the second wave of moonlight once again enveloped the world and the sun's rays re-entered everyone's eyes, the knights stared blankly at the sky, trembling uncontrollably. That terrifying power, as if about to completely shatter the spiritual realm, filled people with utter despair. Leading the knights and observing from the side, Knight Commander Mark, seated on horseback, slapped himself hard across the face. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. He stared blankly at Victor, who had his back turned to him. His heart felt like a 10-story building collapsing, filled with boundless shock. He was now immensely grateful that when he received the wanted notice from the Delin family, he hadn't acted rashly and sent people to capture Victor. That would have probably been a one-way trip. Mark was terrified. In hindsight, Victor was clearly not an existence these knights could confront. Even if all the knights in the northern frontier were mobilized, they might not be able to touch the hem of this terrifying mage's coat. At this moment, he even had a ridiculous thought. Since mages are so powerful, is it too late to change careers now? Victor's coat fluttered slightly. His gaze was fixed on their believer, who was now on the brink of death. Moonlight was a special magic that Victor had learned from Orlean. Unlike the 6 major natural systems of magic, moonlight had no rank. Its power was entirely determined by the user's soul strength and mana quantity. And Victor's mana quantity. Probably only a calamity could withstand 2 such attacks. Moreover, the Jigsaw before him was just a low-level goddess believer. This kind of faith-generated ethereal creature couldn't even be considered a normal boss unit. But it wasn't dead yet. To be precise, Victor had left it alive. The writhing monster screamed at Victor, Gayua, Killamere. The chaotic voice became extremely weak as Victor slowly walked to the side of the black flesh mass. The huge black body filled the entire Dylan mansion, its height even comparable to the silver barrier. Victor's expression remained unchanged as he looked up at the ugly flesh. Looking at the giant mouths scattered randomly on it, mixed with green slime flowing down. Deep within the giant mouths, several forked tentacles were slowly pulsating. Under the scorching light, they were being burned, thus dancing more frantically. "Are all the believers of your goddess of justice as dim-witted as you?" Victor asked. Upon hearing this, the black flesh suddenly swelled up, as if enraged. The giant mouths were instantly torn apart by the tentacles that surged out, black blood gradually dripping down from the surface, lunging fiercely towards Victor. Gwen, holding her long sword, gradually applied force to her feet. She was ready to join the battle immediately if Victor found himself in a predicament, but facing the fierce attack, Victor remained calm and unhurried. A green glow suddenly lit up behind him, and countless thick vines burst forth from the ground, entangling with the black tentacles, entering a stalemate. Then, the coat behind him suddenly lit up with red patterns, growing into a giant lava hand, which he raised. He spread the giant hand into a palm and slapped it fiercely towards what could be considered the face of the flesh mass. Boom! Instantly, the surrounding storm trembled violently, the powerful aura overturning everything around. Even the silver fortress creaked and groaned under the gale. With one slap, the black flesh mass fell into a deathly silence. "Really now? You won't settle down unless you get slapped in the face, will you?" The power of this slap not only silenced it, it also calmed down everyone present. At this moment, all eyes were on Victor. They watched him standing amidst the ruins of the Dylan mansion, facing that incredibly huge and terrifying monster. They seemed to have grown accustomed to their shock Victor brought them. Now, there was only one question in everyone's minds. What exactly was this monster before them? Why did this creature suddenly appear after Victor killed Jigsaw? But soon, Victor provided them with an answer. On Victor's body, endless mana arose out of thin air, carrying magical power, inscribing numerous runes upon the flesh mass. In the haze, one bright magic ray after another began to light up continuously on the monster's body. Hum, hum, hum. One after another, magic rays of different colors began to appear continuously from the flesh. That mass of flesh seemed to be constantly impacted by some external force, writhing frantically. Finally, something like a stone began to pulsate within the black flesh, and was eventually spat out along with green slime from a giant mouth. That is, the knights immediately widened their eyes, looking in disbelief at what had been spat out by the flesh. A lean body covered in numerous wrinkles. "That's Master Angus." Mark's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart feeling as if it had been tightly squeezed, causing a bout of dizziness. That was the teacher's corpse. At this moment, it appeared before him in such a manner. All the knights suddenly realized what had happened. Angus lay helplessly on the ground, his body no longer showing any signs of movement. Kevlar widened her eyes even more, staring at her dead father, falling into a daze. That great northern knight had died just like that, in his own home. At this moment, everyone realized, Angus's death was not accidental, but he had been swallowed by this monster. But why did Jigsaw know that Angus was dead? Could it be? Most of the knights realized the answer, but no one dared to think further. Victor, with his hands in his pockets, looked down at Angus's slime-covered corpse, his eyes showing not a hint of emotion. He deserved to die. The truth was now clear. Angus's corpse was the best evidence of Victor's innocence. Victor glanced at the believer and snorted coldly. To allow their revered goddess to descend to the world again, the fanatical and obsessive believers would stop at nothing. The first step to make Gwen approach the goddess of justice was to make her completely adhere to absolute justice in her heart. To completely extinguish those unstable factors of her humanity, absolute justice should not possess even a fraction of basic human desires and morals. Not favoring anyone, not leaning towards any side, acting solely for the sake of pure justice. The believers had been calculating Gwen's fate from the very beginning. From the moment of Gwen's birth, from the first time the heart of justice showed its edge, she had been dragged into a trap by the crazy believers. Everything was planned to make Gwen sever her familial bonds and extinguish her last conscience as a human being. Hey, what a ridiculous plan. Victor's eyes held contempt as he said calmly, "You've always wanted Gwen to kill you, right? Well then, I'll grant you that wish." As he finished speaking, Victor no longer spared a glance at the flesh mass. He simply turned around and walked towards the ground covered in wild grass. Countless knights automatically sheathed their swords, making way for him. Afterwards, they turned their gaze towards Gwen. As if having made some decision, Gwen walked to the front of that evil entity. She slowly raised the silver sword in her hand. The silver sword looked incredibly bright and pure under the sunlight, a golden holy power gradually entwining around the blade in Gwen's hand. It was as if the goddess of justice had appeared behind her, transforming into a spirit, jointly grasping the hilt of the sword. Gwen's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. She felt a heaviness on her shoulders, yet her heart was completely calm. Atlas's holy sword. Finally, accompanied by the descent of that holy light, the blade fell in Gwen's hand with a slash. Raising a golden tidal wave, it suddenly engulfed the black flesh. Boom, swoosh. Sensing the approaching danger, the believers' giant mouths and tentacles trembled continuously, trying to reject that holy attack. But by now, it was left powerless. That blade symbolizing justice suddenly fell, and the black body slowly shattered into fragments within the tidal wave, its consciousness gradually blurring. In the end, it turned into flying debris, dissipating under the light. The extreme faith in the goddess of justice ultimately died under the blade representing justice. How ironic. The black fragments turned into flying snow, curling up from the ground towards the sky, gradually dissipating. Sunlight penetrated through the clouds, passed through the fragments, and slowly fell upon Gwen. On the silver armor, it was as if she had donned a golden robe, utterly sacred. She gazed at the mansion ruins under the sky, lonely and sorrowful. Gwen sheathed her blade, lowered her head, and closed her eyes. She placed one hand on her chest. Countless knights made the same gesture, silently mourning. Beneath the ruins on this green land, it seemed as if a new justice was growing anew. After a period of change, public opinion in this part of the northern frontier underwent a drastic transformation. Victor, who could stop children from crying at night, had now been cleared of suspicion and become a hero in the hearts of the people. And Jixu became the sinner who rebelled against Angus's rule and killed his own father with his own hands. Victor, in alliance with Gwen, ultimately beheaded Jixu. Although the knights present had all witnessed the true scene at that time, not one of them spoke the truth. What the knights saw that day was so shocking that it would be etched in their memories for life. The position of the Delin family head became vacant due to the deaths of Angus and Jixu. Kevlar, as the eldest daughter, was not involved in the turmoil of the Knight family. Thus, by direct order from Emperor Aubrey in the royal capital, Gwen inherited the position of family head and succeeded Angus's title of Earl. However, Gwen did not inherit Angus's task of guarding the north. She didn't want to stay in this place full of painful memories anymore. She wanted to return to the royal capital and continue to uphold her small sense of justice. The northern frontier fell into chaos without a leader, so Kevlar chose to stay in the north to temporarily manage the order of this place. Moreover, she received a mission involving the demonic incidents appearing in the far north. She needed to personally investigate this information. At this moment, sunlight was pouring into the Kravina family mansion. Leah was in her bedroom, trying on several outfits in front of the mirror. She seemed to be in a good mood, humming a tune as she twirled in front of the mirror. Leah tried one outfit after another, but couldn't find one she was satisfied with. An elf sat on the edge of the bed, idly fiddling with a dagger in her hand. "Miss Leah, you seem very happy." "Do I?" Leah responded casually, picking up two outfits and comparing them in frustration. "Which one should I wear?" She turned around, holding the clothes, and asked the elf. "Leon, help me see which one suits me better." "You look beautiful in any outfit, Miss Leah." Hearing Leon's flattery, Leah became even more troubled. "Miss Leah, do you have something going on?" Leon looked at the somewhat conflicted Leah, putting away her dagger to avoid cutting any of Leah's numerous outfits. "Victor is coming back from the northern frontier. I need to get back to the royal capital before he returns. Leah continued humming, turning back to choose again. After all, being indecisive about choices can really make one feel distressed. After a while, Leon's gaze suddenly sharpened. She put her finger to her ear, as if listening to some report. Okay, I got it. She nodded slightly and put her hand down. On Leon's ear, a small, blue glowing communication crystal could be seen. That was a small magical device used for remote communication. Very convenient. Leah turned back, looking at Leon's reaction, and couldn't help but sigh. How is it? Judging by your expression, I probably won't be able to go back. It's like this. I'm sorry, Miss Leah. Leon lowered her head slightly, reporting, the children have caught a slave trader, and his identity seems somewhat special. They need you to go there in person to interrogate him. Tick-tock. In the dim stone chamber, flickering candles cast dancing shadows. On the wall, a slender black silhouette appeared, elongated in the feeble candlelight. Following the light source, a man bound by iron chains stood upright on a wooden stake. His head was covered with a brown sack, and his body was covered in bloody wounds. Suddenly, the sack was untied and removed, tossed aside. The man opened his eyes. In the darkness, mixed with a bit of light, he felt momentarily uncomfortable. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, he widened them. His body moved, and the sound of steel colliding entered his ears. His limbs were completely locked. Looking up, he saw a dense circle of mysterious figures surrounding him. They were all wearing black hemp-colored cloaks, their faces half covered, leaving only a pair of eyes staring at him. Do you know who I am? No one around him spoke, but a voice came from the side. Do you know who I am? Leah sat in a leather chair, one leg crossed over the other. She held a sharp carving knife, seemingly bored, carefully filing her nails. The man looked closely, and when he saw Leah's delicate face, he froze. Leah Cravina. Now, the Cravina family was quite famous throughout the royal capital, their reputation no less than that of the royal family. Moreover, in the city of Brayston, the Cravina family could be said to have absolute power. Even a stray dog passing by on the street would wag its tail and bark twice at Victor, calling him Lord. What? You say dogs can't talk? Take it away and stew it. At this moment, he never imagined that while he was eating and singing at the most luxurious restaurant in Brayston, he would suddenly black out and be kidnapped by the Cravina family. The man's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his lips quivering, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Miss Leah. What is this? What? Never seen a kidnapping before. Leah twirled the carving knife in her hand and stood up. With her movement, the mysterious cloaked figures around her also gathered closer. The man's body shook violently, fear seeping into his eyes. Leah raised the carving knife and pressed it against the man's throat, lifting his chin. With a hint of a smile in her alluring eyes and curiosity in her tone, she said, "Didn't you just ask if we knew who you were? I'm quite interested now. Tell me." The man's mind went blank, forgetting even to tremble. Saliva caught in his throat. He didn't dare to swallow. Leon, standing beside Leah, said softly, "Miss, his name is Hannah. He's the carrier for the Razor family, transporting goods between the north and south of the empire." Leah listened to the report and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, from the Razor family? You know the grudge between your family and ours, yet you dare to wander around here?" Cold sweat dripped down Hannah's forehead, allowing the beads to flow down his nose tip, not daring to move an inch. "Miss Leah, I just got lost." Lost? Leah suddenly flung the carving knife in her hand, sending it flying towards Hannah, fiercely embedding it into the wooden board behind him. He could even feel the collision sound of the knife hitting the wood and the whistling sound it carried. Hannah's breathing became heavier just a hair's breadth more, and that speeding knife would have slit his throat. Leah looked at him with a smile and said softly, "The Cravina territory is so big, and you just happened to get lost right at my doorstep." Hannah trembled and closed his eyes, not daring to utter another word. Leah reached out to the side, and Leon beside her, understanding, handed her an alarm clock. She wound up the clock's spring and placed it by the man's ear. Ding! A crisp sound suddenly burst out, followed by the continuous ticking sound, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. "Where are the goods hidden? Speak up. If you can't say it before the alarm goes off, your head will be relocated." As soon as the clock's ticking started, Hannah was scared into a howl. His features twisted together, his expression pained, as if he would burst into tears the next second. "Cry?" As the voice rang out, one of the cloaked figures stepped forward and slapped the man hard across the face. Slap! With a crisp slapping sound, the miserable howl that was about to turn into crying abruptly stopped. Leah stroked the alarm clock, smiling as she said, "Crying counts as time too." Ring ring ring! Exclamation mark. The alarm clock suddenly began to vibrate, metallic sounds echoing continuously throughout the small, dark basement. Around them, the sound of several cold blades being unsheathed rang out clearly. Hannah widened his eyes, looking at the silver daggers flashing in the candlelight, and immediately nodded frantically. "I know, I'll talk. That batch of goods, it's hidden at Sarnoport." Leah smiled, picked up the alarm clock, wound it up again, and turned the hand around once more. Hannah was stunned, looking at Leah with confusion. "Miss Leah, what are you?" "Giving you another round of time." Leah smiled with narrowed eyes. "Just one hiding spot?" "I don't believe it." Hannah stretched his face, forcing a smile, tears of fear in his eyes. "Really? Really just this one? Really just this one?" But Leah just smiled, taking out a bottle of red potion from her pocket, waving it constantly in front of the merchant's eyes. "Do you know what this is?" Hannah looked at the red potion in front of him, somewhat dazed. The mana potions sold by the Cravina family were famous throughout the Empire's north and south. One bottle sold for 1,000 geo, but in the black market, the price had been inflated who knows how many times. Priceless. And the red potion in front of him, with the same packaging, made Hannah confused. "My family's new product, 2,000 geo a bottle." "Want to try it?" Seeing Leah's unambiguous smile, a bad feeling slowly rose in his heart. Ring ring ring! Exclamation mark. The alarm clock rang again. Leah's smile seemed even more joyful. "Leon!" The elf behind her immediately stepped forward, drawing her dagger. Bloodletting. In the dim room, a cold light flashed across the man's neck, accompanied by a slightly hot pain. Blood suddenly gushed out. At this moment, Hannah widened his eyes, feeling a sense of weakness enveloping his body, accompanied by warmth suddenly draining from his body. He silently looked at the woman's smile in front of him, feeling that seductive smile full of charm. Like a devil. The clear moonlight, filtering through the thin misty clouds, fell upon the cold blue sea surface. At the port, dozens of cloaked figures stood in the open space, quietly waiting. This was the storage point forced out of Hannah's mouth. Many guards were patrolling here, guarding the goods. Soon, those cloaked figures made their move. Their actions were extremely swift, like hunting cheetahs, silently killing those patrolling guards. They dragged these bodies into the darkness, throwing them into the surging sea. The night was their best camouflage. Only when most of the surrounding guards had been cleared did they gather together again. The goods placed in the square, like huge boxes, were tightly covered with blue cloth. Only through the gaps not covered by the fabric below could one see the iron cage-like material underneath. Quietly sticking close, one could hear the breathing sounds coming from inside. They nodded to each other. One of them put her hand on the communication crystal by her ear, relaying messages. The clouds were slowly blown away by the wind, and moonlight fell on the huge iron cages. All the dark guards had completely controlled this place, and the surrounding guards had been thoroughly cleaned out. Under the bright night sky at the port, only dozens of mysterious figures wearing cloaks and hoods remained. Leah slowly walked out from the shadows, followed by Leon, dressed the same as the others. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully when they saw Leah. "Miss Leah." "This is the last hiding spot." Leah stood around these large cages, constantly examining them. "All right, let me see." Hearing the order, they quickly jumped onto the high platform, suddenly lifting that huge curtain, revealing the goods inside. In the iron cages were some living people with soft ears like cats and dogs, each with different characteristics. They were curled up in the iron cages, keeping each other warm. Their fluffy tails were raised, and their long, pointed animal ears were constantly moving as if trying to discern the surrounding dangers. Seeming to sense the faint light of seeing daylight again, they raised their heads. Seeing the crowd observing them, their eyes flowed with obvious fear and panic. Leah looked at them and sighed. Poor children. Demi-humans. They were similar to humans, but not human. Looking almost identical to humans, but with very characteristic animal features. Within the Empire, demi-humans were not common. The Empire had an extremely strict racial classification, with humans at the top. Therefore, demi-humans were not allowed to enter the Empire. And if demi-humans appeared within the Empire's borders, they would either be expelled from the country, or be disposed of at the captor's will. That's right, demi-humans were not treated as humans at all. In the eyes of most people, they were nothing more than pets with thoughts and the ability to move. The Carinthia Empire had no slavery system. As long as they were human, even beggars could not become someone's private property by selling themselves. Of course, this was only on the surface. The noble lords could naturally ignore this rule, as long as they weren't too arrogant, doing it right in front of the emperor. Someone would always make an exception for them. So, if some people wanted some free labor that they could dispose of at will, what should they do? They just needed to buy some demi-human slaves. Hiring a human required money, and even paying taxes. But demi-humans? They were stronger than humans, with more endurance. Just give them some food to eat, some water to drink, and they would constantly push themselves to the limit for survival. As long as they didn't starve to death, they would work themselves to death. Thinking of this, perhaps feeling a bit sorry for these demi-humans, Leah sighed. Now, you can be free. As she spoke, Leon beside her drew a wooden sword from her waist. The wooden sword flickered with a faint green light. Rich mana constantly surged on it. Carrying mana, Leon held the wooden sword and slashed twice horizontally at the iron cage. The huge iron cage bars were cut open, leaving a gap large enough to escape. At the cut surface, green light still flickered. But the demi-humans hiding in the iron cage didn't move. They just became more afraid, curling their bodies towards the depths of the iron cage. Seeing this, Leah threw a glance at those hooded dark guards. They understood, lifting their hoods, revealing animal ears of various colors and shapes. Pointed, drooping, cat ears, dog ears, even long rabbit ears, to show that they were the same kind. Sure enough, after seeing this, the demi-humans in the iron cage slightly relaxed their vigilance. The ears that had been raised due to sensing danger slowly drooped down. Leah looked at these demi-humans who finally dared to stand up and smiled slightly. Now, are you willing to believe me? I certainly believe you now. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out, and everyone looked up towards the source of the sound. At some point, a man had sat on top of the huge iron cage. On his back was a very luxurious great sword, looking extremely extraordinary. The man looked down at the crowd below, grinning slightly. But that powerful sense of oppression constantly pressed on everyone's heads. Leon sensed danger and flashed in front of Leah. The man stared at Leah with a smile. I was wondering why every shipment to Brayston would get hijacked. So it turns out that the famous Cravina family has raised a group of demi-humans as dark guards. A sneer followed. It's really been an eye-opener for me. A powerful aura slowly rose from the man in front of them. The numerous dark guards raised their cold glinting daggers, holding them across their chests as they glared coldly at the person atop the iron cage. They could sense the immense strength emanating from this man before them. Leon's expression also grew solemn. She narrowed her eyes and whispered to the crowd behind her, "Protect Lady Leah." But Leah showed no fear. She simply folded her arms beneath her chest, coldly staring at the man before her. The man looked somewhat unkempt, with stubble on his chin and worn-out clothes. It was a stark contrast to the ornate greatsword on his back. He was a somewhat famous adventurer from the south, known as the Berserker Warrior, Sidekick. 3 years ago, he was already a peak third-tier warrior with formidable combat prowess. Of course, to put it nicely, he was an adventurer. In reality, the profession of adventurer was just another type of mercenary who would do anything for money. For a long time, Sidekick had disappeared from adventure circles. When he reappeared, He was wielding a luxurious greatsword and had killed his former employer, defecting to the Razor family. It was said that the sword he carried was a gift from the Razor family. To win him over, as such a renowned adventurer and now a lapdog of the Razor family, Leah naturally recognized the man before her. Seeing this, she sneered mockingly, "What do we have here? A dog of the Razor family, coming to my territory to throw a fit?" Cindy jumped down from atop the cage, standing in front of the path cut through the cage, blocking the beastkin's escape route. "I wouldn't dare, Lady Leah," he said. "It's just that these goods are very important to us. Could you perhaps turn a blind eye and let us take them away?" His tone was very sincere. However, hearing his words, the cat girls in the iron cage behind him became frightened and started to panic. "Help! Help us!" Before they could finish speaking, Cindy drew the greatsword from his back and slammed it hard against the iron cage. The cage shook violently, accompanied by Cindy's warning voice, "All of you be quiet. I don't want to damage the merchandise." Under this extremely threatening tone, they fearfully closed their eyes, not daring to make another sound. As Cindy's voice rang out, several warriors wielding weapons emerged from the surrounding darkness. They slowly advanced towards Leah and her group, almost encircling them. Seeing this, Leah clicked her tongue twice. "And if I don't want to let you take them away?" Cindy sighed. "That would be a shame, Lady Leah. Apart from you, I'm afraid all of your dark guards would have to die here." Leah's gaze instantly turned cold as she stared at Cindy. "Causing trouble in my territory and wanting to kill my people? Are you not taking my Cravina family seriously? Or has Victor's absence for a few days made you itch for punishment again?" Cindy shrugged, adopting an indifferent attitude as he said, "Lady Leah, I'm just someone who does jobs for money. Besides, when did I say I was going to kill your people?" He looked over the dark guards beside Leah, his eyes flashing with greed. "Well-trained beastkin slaves are quite valuable. How could I bear to waste them?" The surrounding warriors slowly closed in, forcing Leah's dark guards to continuously shrink their standing space. Seeing this, Leah let out a slight sigh. She had figured it out. That merchant called Hannah was deliberately pushed out by these slave traders. Through the method of being forced to confess, they lured her into this trap. "Perhaps I've been spending too little time in my territory lately, making you develop some misconceptions." In the Karenzia Empire, which had no slavery system, the act of buying and selling slaves was a crime. Similarly, smuggling beastkin into the country was also a criminal offense. However, if these 2 points were combined, the slave traders only needed to find an excuse to avoid their crimes. The beastkin could be said to have been discovered in some forest within the empire, or they could claim the beastkin had smuggled themselves into the empire and were just caught by them. Whatever the reason, as long as they could explain that they didn't intentionally bring the beastkin into the empire, then the slave traders could sell them to anyone under the guise of capturing and freely disposing of beastkin. As always, beastkin had no human rights. However, in the Cravina territory, even if these beastkin disappeared, no one would dare say anything. Because beastkin had no rights, even if this merchandise was robbed, the slave traders could only swallow their bitterness silently. But now, you think that by relying on the Razor family, you can come and test the Cravina family? Clearly, only the support from the Razor family could give these slave traders the courage to seek revenge and rebel. These beastkin slaves were undoubtedly meant to be transported to the south. As soon as she finished speaking, Leah slowly raised one hand. On that delicate hand, she wore a black fingerless glove. 6 differently colored gems glittered brilliantly under the moonlight. Leah smiled as she looked at the warriors surrounding her, her tone filled with disdain. "You seem to think that you have victory in the bag?" Suddenly, she flipped her palm, and a violently burning flame erupted from her hand. The blazing light illuminated the entire port incredibly brightly. It seemed as if it would incinerate everything around. Countless people widened their eyes, looking at Leah with shocked and disbelieving gazes. They seemed to have realized something, but it was already too late. Third-tier magic. Explosive flame. Instantly, along with the instantly formed magic circle, surging hot flames shot straight into the sky. The flames immediately flew upwards, transforming into a cloud of fire. Constantly falling towards the ground were huge and scorching fireballs. The intense heat light slammed hard into the surging sea surface, causing a burst of white steam to rise and envelop the entire port. Fireballs continued to fall, creating one fire pit after another on the surrounding ground. The scorching temperature seemed capable of baking even the ground until it cracked. Countless people stared wide-eyed at the crimson sky. A third-tier mage? Wasn't it said that the young lady of the Kravina family was just an ordinary person? This intelligence must be completely wrong. These warriors, with an average strength of only second tier, were helpless in the face of such a terrifying third-tier magic. Even Cindy stumbled back several steps in bewilderment, moving away from the range of the falling fire rain. There were many more warriors who were closer to the magic. The moment the flames licked their bodies, they suddenly erupted into violent fires. The flames engulfed them completely, leaving only red-hot armor and charred bodies. With a thunderous sound, the burned warriors fell to the ground one after another. They didn't even have a chance to resist. The Kravina family actually has two genius mages? A hint of surprise flashed in Cindy's eyes. It seemed somewhat reasonable that if Victor could become a fourth-tier mage at the age of 29, his sister Leah being a third-tier mage made some sense. But this level is not enough, Lady Leah. Cindy smiled and swung the luxurious great sword behind him. A fierce sword wind howled out. Under that sword wind, the flames burning all over the ground seemed to be covered by a white dusty smoke, completely dissipating. At the same time, a powerful blood energy emanated from Cindy's body. Fourth tier. This was also reasonable. 3 years ago, Cindy was already a peak third-tier warrior. After 3 years of accumulation, plus the cultivation from the countless wealth of the Razor family, even a dog could successfully advance in rank. So Leah didn't feel surprised. She just calmly looked at Cindy, her gaze seeming to hold a hint of mockery. After the flames were extinguished, Cindy looked at the flickering remnants of fire and saw Leah and her people surrounded by the flames. He wanted to say something to demonstrate his strength, but as if realizing something, Cindy suddenly froze. Between the flames, it seemed someone was missing. Cindy instantly became alert, a chill suddenly rising at the back of his head. He instinctively raised his great sword and turned to block. A silver dagger clashed with the great sword, but almost in the blink of an eye, a second dagger suddenly thrust out from the darkness. Swoosh! A sharp wind tore through, leaving a long bloody gash on Cindy's face. He swung his great sword, unleashing a violent sword wind that forced Leon back dozens of meters. After doing all this, Cindy shouldered his great sword. The blood energy appearing on his body seemed to grow even more intense. A violent aura coursed through his meridians, and Cindy's eyes turned blood red. Along his body, his muscles seemed to swell slightly. The tattered clothes wrapped around his body couldn't help but burst open, completely torn apart. He was like a beast poised to strike. "TSK, I've changed my mind. I'll kill you all now. Then I'll take the money and run. The Kravina family can settle their grudges with the Razor family." He grinned, a chilling intent along with intense violence surging towards Leah. No matter how powerful Victor is, he's just a newly advanced fourth-tier mage. The same goes for you. Just a third-tier mage. I've killed plenty of third-tier mages like you before. But under this threat, Leah shrugged without the slightest panic. "There's something you should know in advance." She spread her hands, her eyes holding a hint of playfulness. "When did I ever say I was a mage, huh?" Cindy was slightly stunned. He hadn't yet grasped Leah's meaning, but in a daze, Cindy felt it. Behind him, the sense of crisis came again. He thought it was Leah's annoying dark guard again, so he raised his great sword and swung it forcefully towards his back. But the next second, a giant hand made of lava firmly grasped the great sword. In a flash, Cindy seemed to see a black windbreaker flicker before him. Soon after, the other party extended a hand. He didn't even see the speed of the other person's movement before his neck was firmly gripped. His body was slowly lifted, his feet leaving the ground as he was raised towards the sky. The great sword slipped from his hand, but it didn't fall. Instead, it was tightly gripped by that lava giant hand. Cindy struggled with his muscular body. But his body, which he had been so proud of, felt like a burden at this moment. The constant struggling and the weight of his body only made him more suffocated. He tried to use his hands to pry open the hand of the man in front of him, but it was completely useless. No matter how he slapped or struggled against that unknown, immense strength, the man before him remained unmoved. He could only see the flash of his ure in the other's eyes. Streams of runes and magical power flowed continuously along his arm. Strength boost, medium, strength boost, large, strength boost, huge. As the air in his body gradually depleted, Cindy began to feel suffocated. In his daze, he saw a one-eyed black crow standing on the man's shoulder. The crow's eyes also flashed with that eerie azure color. "What were you saying just now?" "Something about a fourth-tier mage." "Sorry, I didn't quite catch that." Victor's cold gaze seemed to carry an extreme killing intent. He spoke each word slowly and deliberately. Could you say that again?" Cindy's body hung in midair, his thick neck tightly gripped, like a powerless rabbit caught by a hunter. His face had turned a deep purple red, and even his gaze had become somewhat unfocused. Suddenly, Victor's hand abruptly released. Freed from restraint, Cindy fell to his knees on the ground, gasping for air. He let the air continuously fill his somewhat tense lungs. After a while, he finally regained his senses and raised his slightly blurred eyes, looking fearfully at the indistinct figure before him. Who are you?" Victor's face remained expressionless as he looked down at the man kneeling on the ground. A seemingly disdainful sneer echoed in his ears. "Why does every one of you have to ask who I am?" Cindy blinked hard, until his eyes could clearly see the person in front of him. His mind went blank, as if he had seen something terribly frightening. His eyes suddenly widening. Fear, like a vast ocean, gradually filled his eyes. Victor." Cindy shook his head violently, stammering, "Impossible, impossible." He still couldn't believe it. Victor was a mage. How could his strength possibly be greater than that of a fourth-tier warrior like himself? This was absolutely impossible. He quickly began to grope around on the dark ground, trying to find his weapon. But Cindy couldn't even see the shadow of that great sword. An ominous feeling came from above his head, and he suddenly looked up. His luxurious great sword was being held by a giant hand of lava, emitting a hot glow, incredibly eye-catching. "What is this?" His gaze became somewhat dazed as he sat on the ground, involuntarily backing away. Extreme fear filled his mind. The fear in his eyes hadn't diminished in the slightest, yet he felt more and more pressure surging towards him. At this moment, the thought of escape arose in his mind. Now, escape immediately. But just then, a cold voice slowly rang out in his ear. "Oh, you want this?" As if suddenly seeing a ray of light in the darkness, it seemed hope had returned. The huge lava hand tossed the great sword, throwing it at Cindy's feet. The great sword hit the ground, its extreme weight even creating a deep pit in the surface. Seeing the great sword fall, Cindy hurriedly grasped it in his hand, finally feeling fully reassured. For a warrior, losing one's weapon was no different from losing both arms. With the weapon back in his hand, he felt that the victor before him didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Even the fear flowing in the depths of his eyes had faded somewhat. He stood up shakily, his face flushed, the blood in his body continuously rushing to his brain, his aura rising again. Victor just now had only managed to successfully ambush him. That's all. He was a powerful fourth-tier warrior. How could he possibly lose to a mage in close combat? It was simply absurd. The previous events seemed to have been treated as an illusion by Cindy. Cindy clenched his fists, his teeth also tightly clenched, making a crackling sound. He wanted to make Victor understand that a mage approached by a fourth-tier warrior was nothing more than a fish on a chopping board, utterly without hope of victory. A confident and arrogant smile spread across his face as he looked at Victor with disdain, his head held high. "I'll let you know, giving me back the sword, you'll regret." Before he could finish speaking, Victor's figure had already disappeared from in front of him. Cindy's pupils suddenly contracted, and when he focused his gaze, a knee had already appeared in front of his chest, seeming to completely occupy his field of vision. So fast. Before he could finish speaking, accompanied by the impact of a powerful wind, it struck hard against his chest. Cindy suddenly felt pain, his body also bending due to the powerful force. saliva involuntarily flying out. His flushed face seemed to become even more scarlet, his eyeballs protruding, as if they might fly out at any moment. "You talk too much." A cold voice sounded in his ear, and in Cindy's dazed gaze, he could only see Victor raising one leg. An extremely fast and violent kick smashed down hard on Cindy's head. The enormous pressure suddenly impacted Cindy's skull. He felt his eyes turn white, an extremely intense dizziness and confusion filling his brain, terror once again taking the upper hand in his mind. The great sword also slowly slipped from his hand. Under the extreme impact, Cindy's body, like a thin sheet of paper, was completely at the mercy of others, slamming hard onto the ground. From beginning to end, Victor hadn't even extended his hands. The lava giant hand behind him reached out, once again gripping Cindy's great sword. He looked coldly at Cindy lying on the ground, his voice carrying contempt. "Hey, is that all?" That extremely mocking tone made Cindy completely disoriented at this moment. If earlier it could be explained as being ambushed, how could he explain it now? He lay quietly on the ground, feeling pain enveloping his entire body, barely raising his head. But before he could see Victor, the great sword was thrown in front of him again, lying quietly on the ground. As if waiting for Cindy to pick it up again, the cold voice came to his ears once more. "Stand up. Let's continue." Cindy painfully reached out his hand, grasping the sword hilt. He propped up his body and slowly stood up. As a fourth-tier warrior, the robustness of Cindy's physical body had naturally reached a terrifyingly formidable level. Although he had been attacked consecutively, he hadn't suffered too much injury. The pain hitting his body was nothing more than some flesh wounds. But the impact on his spirit was incomparable to the injuries to his body. This time, Cindy became serious. He held the great sword across in front of him, his legs slightly bent, a powerful aura gradually swirling under his feet, as if about to burst forth at any moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and the ground beneath his feet had already been compressed and cracked. Just as he was about to launch an attack towards Victor, Victor appeared in front of him again, as if for an encore, throwing out a rapid kick. The speed was so fast it was like an after-image, giving Cindy no time to react. The whip-like leg swept horizontally, hitting hard against his neck. The intense impact seemed to want to completely scatter the warm blood in his blood vessels. Cindy's powerful body, as if hooked by an extremely sharp sickle, slammed face first onto the ground. The already cracked ground now became even more pulverized. A breath escaped from Cindy's throat, his hands once again losing their grip. The great sword was once again taken by Victor. "Is this all you've got? Continue." He could only hear Victor's calm voice sounding again in his daze. That weapon was once again thrown beside him. Cindy stood up once more. Once, twice, 3 times. But the final result was always the same. No matter how swift or violent Cindy's actions were, in front of Victor, they were like toys. In just one strike, he would be knocked to the ground by Victor. Although his body was unharmed, Cindy's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Those warriors who were still alive watched their leader being thoroughly crushed by a mage from afar, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. What kind of monster is this? Shock swept through everyone, their stiff bodies becoming unable to move. Whether due to fear or shock, they began to doubt the world in their hearts. They didn't even notice that a group of hooded shadows had silently appeared behind them. A chill gradually spread between the bodies of those warriors. Their vision went black, and they completely lost consciousness. The shadows wiped the remaining blood from their cold blades and sheathed their daggers. Leon returned to Leah's side. "Miss Leah, all the small fry have been dealt with." Leah simply hummed in response, her gaze continuing to watch Victor's side, not moving away at all. In a daze, she seemed to remember the last time Victor had also been like this, facing a kingdom warrior, yet defeating them in close combat. He seemed to take great pleasure in close combat with warriors. Finally, Cindy stood up from the ground once again. He lowered his eyes, his face gloomy, his gaze somewhat blank. Standing quietly in place, allowing the sea breeze to blow against his muscular body. The great sword was thrown at his feet again. Victor standing in place, looking at him indifferently, along with the constantly whistling sea wind. Cindy laughed helplessly. "Ha ha. Ha ha ha." How humiliating. As a famous adventurer from the south, a fourth-tier warrior. He had actually been thoroughly beaten by a mage, pinned to the ground. If word got out, it would be a complete humiliation to himself. His mentality seemed to have collapsed, and even his spirit became somewhat chaotic. Cindy didn't pick up his sword again. He just slowly put his hand on his waist. Then, as if sensing some danger, Leah's eyes widened, her voice already calling out instinctively, "Stow!" But no matter how fast the voice was, it couldn't outpace the sound that tore through the night sky. Bang! A clear and muffled gunshot echoed through the night sky. In Cindy's right hand was a revolver. On the gun barrel, there seemed to be many strange red patterns carved, like a bloodthirsty hound. Smoke was still slowly rising from the pitch-black muzzle. At this moment, everyone froze in place. The surroundings seemed to become somewhat quiet. A blood hole the size of a bowl appeared in Victor's chest. It was as if something had viciously dug a bloody hole in his chest. Thick and hot blood kept dripping, completely soaking the ground beneath his feet. Leah's brain seemed to buzz, completely shutting down. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha," Cindy shouted, laughing to the sky. His limbs were moving crazily, as if disjointed. "You didn't expect it, did you?" "You didn't expect it." His eyes were flowing with utter madness. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, he slowly raised the gun in his hand, as if viewing a treasure. Under the moonlight, the silver gun body engraved with red patterns looked incredibly dazzling. What warriors, what mages! They're destined to be no match for this kind of new weapon. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Cindy's voice came to an abrupt halt. Because Victor, standing in place, had moved. He didn't even blink, one hand reaching into his own chest. From that wound, he pulled out a smooth black bullet. He held it in front of his eyes like this, not even minding the wound on his chest, examining it for a moment. Southern Special Firearms, using special magic crystals as a power source. A green light flashed, and the wound on his chest began to heal. Even the hole in his clothes was restored to its original state under the magic recovery. In just a few seconds, the previous injury seemed like an illusion. And that deep voice continued to sound. "The damage isn't too high. One shot probably couldn't even kill a normal second-tier knight." First-generation product. As if feeling a surge of extremely chaotic fear, Cindy's eyes widened, seeming to fall into madness. He violently raised the gun, aiming at Victor, and frantically pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. After emptying all the bullets, Cindy kept pulling the trigger, ignoring the clicking sound of the empty gun. He fell into utter panic, wanting to hurriedly reload. However, those few black bullets that were fired seemed to be forcibly blocked, hovering in front of Victor. Their kinetic energy completely depleted, they fell quietly to the ground. Why? Cindy completely lost his composure, the bullets in his hand also trembling and dropping a few. Having finally loaded the magazine with great difficulty, the gun involuntarily floated into the air. Cindy's eyes widened. He tried to grab the gun back, but could only watch helplessly as his weapon, which he considered a treasure, fell into Victor's hands. Victor held it in his hand, playing with it for a moment. Then he stretched out his arm, pointing the muzzle at Cindy. As if swallowed by darkness, Cindy felt a chill spreading from his spine to his entire body. In the moment his brain shut down, he could only hear Victor's voice, as if reminding him, sounding in his ear. "Watch carefully. This is how you use this thing." As the words fell, Victor shifted his arm. The muzzle pointed at the surging sea surface. Waves of magical power gradually entwined around the muzzle. Huma. A series of magical circles surrounded the gun barrel, as if charging up. The red engravings on the gun body seemed to come alive, resonating with a muffled roar. Victor slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! Along with that thunderous roar, instantly, an extremely large black cannonball, as if bursting from the muzzle, shot out from the magical array at the gun's mouth. The powerful aura blew Victor's windbreaker, making it flap wildly, even tearing the surrounding wind. At a speed almost no one could see clearly, one could only feel the air over the sea surface distort slightly. The cannonball, carrying a terrifying air current, suddenly fell onto the sea surface. It raised waves tens of meters high. Violent winds arose over the sea surface, the world losing its color. It continued for a very long time, Even the ground of the dock was completely submerged by the uplifted water droplets. Until the tide slowly receded, the sea surface gradually returned to calm. Cindy stared blankly at Victor. He lost all strength in his body and collapsed onto the ground. Cindy collapsed to the ground, his battle aura gradually dissipating into the air, his eyes completely hollow. At this moment, the psychological defense of this fourth-tier warrior had completely crumbled. Leon shot a meaningful glance at the surrounding shadow guards. They quickly moved forward to restrain Cindy, securing magic shackles that could seal battle aura around his hands and feet. The moment that massive bullet was fired, Leah was stunned by its terrifying sound. As her dazed mind gradually regained clarity, her gaze refocused on Victor's body. She stared at him, her eyes filled with incredibly complex emotions. Lady Leah, hearing a familiar voice beside her ear, she turned to look. It was Leon calling her. Leah shook her head and focused her attention on the iron cage. Looking at those poor girls curled up inside with their tails and ears raised, she let out a sigh. She turned back to look at Victor again. Just then, the azure color in Victor's eyes gradually faded as he slowly walked towards her. Leah looked at Victor and asked with apparent concern, Are you all right?" Victor stood before Leah, slightly lowering his head to look at her. Instead of answering her question, he simply said, "Hold out your hand." Leah fell silent but still followed Victor's instruction, obediently extending her hand. The next second, she felt a heavy object, still slightly warm, being placed in her palm. It was the weapon Cindy had used earlier. Even now, looking at this thing made Leah feel uneasy. The silver revolver was still smoking, as if it had just cooled down. The barrel seemed completely deformed from the powerful impact. The damaged silver-white casing no longer showed its red patterns, and the dull magic crystal was exposed through the gun's body. Perhaps from absorbing too much magical power at once, this weapon was now completely ruined. Leah was somewhat confused about why Victor would give her this now useless item. Then Victor's voice rang out, "This is probably a first-generation firearm made by the Razor family. The performance is too poor. Take it home to some craftsman, they might be able to replicate it." She suddenly understood. Leah had witnessed firsthand the power of this so-called firearm. Although Victor dismissed it, she immediately grasped its value. For ordinary people, its terrifyingly fast attack speed would be almost impossible to track. If there was any drawback, it would be the horrifically loud noise it made, making it unsuitable for covert operations. But if the Cravina family could manufacture these weapons in advance and improve their performance, then distribute them in large numbers to their guards. Suddenly, Victor's warning voice sounded by her ear. "These weapons can only be entrusted to those who are truly reliable. Remember, you're just an ordinary person." She paused briefly, lowered her head, and put the broken gun into her bag. I understand. By the way, that wound you took to your chest earlier." Thinking of Victor's horrific wound from before, Leah couldn't help but raise her head again, her gaze falling on his chest. Standing this close, she could even smell the scent coming from this brother she had once thought of as a jerk. A faint, pleasant fragrance. Victor had always been very clean, as Leah had known since childhood. Though he wasn't obsessive about cleanliness, he would never allow himself to be tainted by even a speck of dust or any strange odors. Now, there wasn't a single wound on his chest. Even his clothes seemed to have been mended. As if possessed, Leah slowly reached out a hand and questioningly felt around Victor's chest, trying to find the completely non-existent wound. But no matter how she searched, the sensation through his clothes told her Victor was completely unharmed. She could even feel the firmness of his chest. This made her puzzled. How could a mage have such a robust physique? Had enough? The cold voice came from above her head. Leah suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly withdrew her hand. Her face involuntarily turned red, though it wasn't very noticeable in the night. Leah quickly turned her head aside, avoiding Victor's gaze. I just wanted to check if you were injured. You came here for my sake after all. I'd feel so guilty if you were hurt." Though she said this, her eyes kept stealing glances at Victor, as if secretly watching for his reaction. Unfortunately, Victor had no interest in paying attention to her. He stood in place as magical power continuously surged around his body. Countless magical arrays appeared out of thin air. The charred corpses sprawled across the port disappeared like they were being erased by an invisible eraser, dissolving into the wind. The shattered ground was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. The air grew still as the sea breeze accompanied by waves swept across the silent port. After finishing this, Victor turned his attention back to the demi-humans huddled in the iron cage, their ears and tails trembling in fear. "Demi-humans," he muttered softly as he slowly walked toward the cage. His coat blocked out the moonlight. Under the moon, the one-eyed crow perched on Victor's shoulder seemed particularly conspicuous. The jet-black crow's single eye gleamed brightly. Like a dark shadow completely enveloping them, he approached step by step with an overwhelmingly powerful presence. At this moment, the demi-humans felt even more terrified. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their ears and tails quivering as their fur stood on end. They weren't blind. They had seen the earlier battle very clearly. The demi-humans could clearly sense that Victor before them was even more frightening than the previous man. If this mage, who was powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with a warrior, wanted to do something to them, they would have absolutely no way to resist. The demi-humans watched fearfully as Victor approached step by step, but fear was all they could do. Leah also watched Victor with his commanding presence. The shadow guards around her flashed vigilant looks in their eyes. Few nobles liked demi-humans. These creatures that looked human but weren't made them feel dirty and disgusting. However, as free labor, demi-humans were excellent. They wouldn't slack off, only pushing themselves harder to survive. At this moment, the shadow guards were afraid. They feared Victor would be no different from other noble lords. If Victor were to order them to sink those demi-humans into the sea right now, they would have to painfully comply. But surprisingly, Victor bent down slightly, reaching out a hand to within petting distance. He gently patted the head of the cat girl nearest to him, and softly rubbed her ears. The soft sensation transmitted through Victor's palm, and the cat-eared girl seemed to enjoy the petting, unconsciously letting out a purring sound. Even after Victor stood back up, she seemed somewhat disappointed it was over. Everyone quietly watched Victor's actions. His expression remained as cold as ever, but was there a hint of satisfaction in his gaze? This left everyone confused, including Leah. Of course they couldn't understand. After all, who could resist an adorable cat girl? Under everyone's gaze, Victor slowly walked away from the iron cage. He hadn't done anything to those demi-humans. The shadow guards watching this scene also breathed sighs of relief. The ears under their hoods drooped slightly. "You don't hate them?" Leah looked at him, her voice carrying a hint of confusion. Her question voiced the doubt in the minds of all the demi-humans present. "Why should I hate them?" Victor's indifferent voice rang out as his gaze swept around those hooded shadow guards behind Leah, taking them all in. Those caught in his gaze collectively shuddered, as if they had been completely seen through. Soon, Victor's voice drifted out, "Aren't they demi-humans too?" Leah froze slightly. Though the other shadow guards made no sound, their bodies trembled slightly, as if losing their usual composure. They felt even greater shock. Only Leon remained calmly standing beside Leah, showing no confusion. Because she still didn't understand how Victor had been able to say her name. Leah looked at Victor somewhat disbelievingly. "Why? How do you know all this?" Helping demi-humans was something Leah had been doing since she was young. When she was still in her teens, Leah had asked the family butler Helnason to intercept the first ship carrying demi-human slaves. Those demi-humans, after being rescued from the slave ship, could never return to their own homes. So Leah took them in. Led by Helnason, who was also a demi-human, they were taught assassination and martial arts. Saving and sheltering demi-humans had continued for 10 years. By now, the number of demi-humans Leah had rescued was countless. Many of them, after being trained by Leah, became the Kravina family's most loyal shadow operatives, handling all manner of dark dealings for Leah. As an organization belonging solely to Leah, they only took orders from her. Similarly, to hide their demi-human identity, Leah specifically referred to them as her children. However, Victor, who had never cared about her before, somehow even knew the race of these shadow guards. At this moment, Leah's confusion clearly outweighed her shock. But Victor didn't answer Leah's confusion. He simply stood beside her and patted her shoulder. "Keep doing what you believe is meaningful. Stay strong. I will always support you." Leah slowly raised her head, looking at her brother in disbelief. She felt a heaviness in her chest that left her speechless. Leah didn't understand exactly what kind of emotion was hidden in her chest. "Don't forget what I told you." She wordlessly watched Victor as he extended a finger to replenish a new magical power into her mage's hand. "Remember to use it." And then, suddenly, the sea wind howled, as if narrating the extraordinariness of this night. The surging sound of waves drowned out Victor's words. Fortunately, it also covered Leah's silent sobs. "I'm back." A massive flatbed cart slowly trundled forward, transporting numerous iron cages deep into the dense forest. Passing through waves of mist and following the firelight, they entered the most mysterious part of the woodland. The lead dark guard pushed aside some branches, allowing a ray of moonlight to filter through the gaps in the dense foliage, illuminating their faces. "We've arrived," the Beastkin dark guard said calmly, parting another leafy branch to reveal a towering green structure that came into view of the animal-eared Beastkin. The enormous green building seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. The dim moonlight bathed its roof, giving it an exceptionally serene appearance. It was as if they had entered a field of flowers, gently swaying in the slight breeze. This place was the Cravina family's Beastkin reception center. After rescuing the Beastkin, Leah wouldn't abandon them irresponsibly. All rescued Beastkin would be brought here for training. They would also learn to read and write, and study culture to improve their understanding of the world. This ensured that all rescued Beastkin could develop their own thoughts and have the ability to survive even if they left the Cravina family. A Beastkin with white animal ears, wearing an instructor's cap, slowly walked out of the training facility. She looked at the cat-eared and dog-eared girls, curiously observing their surroundings, and nodded to the dark guards. These instructors were responsible for training and educating the Beastkin. Instructors like her had typically retired from their work as dark guards and returned here to become trainers, continuing to provide fresh Beastkin guards for the Cravina family. Among the group, there were many types of Beastkin, but the majority were cat people and dog people, and most of them were female. For humans, female Beastkin were easier to capture. Female cat people were even smaller in stature than average human women, while female dog people had gentle temperaments and wouldn't fight back. They were the primary targets for slave traders. The instructor greeted the newly arrived Beastkin compatriots and took out wooden tags. The newcomers seemed uneasy, their ears twitching nervously, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Beastkin naturally had less rational thinking than humans, and those who had lived in the wild had thoughts closer to animals. But here, they would overcome their primitive impulses and undergo a complete transformation. The iron cages were opened, and the imprisoned beast girls walked out one by one, forming a long line. The Beastkin instructors held wooden tags with numbers, hanging one around each Beastkin's neck as they exited. After this, the instructors would lead these new companions into the camp. They would be provided with ample water and food, as well as their new accommodations. The next day, they would begin a life different from what they had known before. Through training, they would be reborn. Leon stood outside the reception center, watching batch after batch of rescued Beastkin. By now, she had removed her hood, exposing her slender ears to the moonlight. As Leah's most trusted subordinate, she was specifically in charge of this Beastkin training camp. Every time they intercepted ships transporting Beastkin slaves, she personally took responsibility for bringing the newcomers here. Although she was the only elf among the Beastkin, Leon's personality and strength had earned her the respect of countless Beastkin. Lady Leon, a dark guard, removed her black mask and cloak, revealing a white fluffy tail and drooping ears. She approached Leon with light steps. "I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but I think you should come and see this." Leon snapped out of her thoughts and looked at the guard's nervous expression with curiosity. A group of instructors gathered around an iron cage covered with a black cloth, seemingly very curious about what was inside. This cage was enormous, larger than any of the previous ones. The black cloth was lifted, revealing the true appearance of the iron cage. The cage was incredibly luxurious, with golden patterns seemingly carved on the bars. Inside, there were many flowers and plants for decoration. Although luxurious didn't quite fit with the word cage. But inside this cage, there was also a bed. This made them somewhat confused. On the bed lay a person whose appearance was unclear, sleeping soundly. Even with all the commotion outside, the beastkin in the cage continued to sleep deeply. At this moment, Leon approached. The beastkin instructors respectfully stepped aside, making room for Leon. Her emerald green pupils carefully examined the person inside. Seeing the long, pointed ears not much different from her own, Leon was slightly taken aback. "This should be reported to Miss Leah, right?" suggested a nearby beastkin. Because lying in the iron cage was neither human nor beastkin but an elf. It was too late, and the sky was too dark. So Victor didn't return to the royal capital, choosing instead to stay with Leah at the Cravina family's old mansion for a day. At this moment, Victor was in his bedroom. He sat in a chair by the window, one hand supporting his head, looking somewhat troubled. In front of him was a cat girl, dressed neatly and elegantly. Her body seemed to emit a faint fragrance, her two cat ears drooping down, and her tail standing upright behind her. Victor. This cat girl seemed still somewhat unaccustomed. She didn't dare to look up at Victor, her eyes showing a bit of timidity. But her gaze would occasionally steal glances at Victor, mixed with a strange expectation beneath the fear. Victor had a good memory, and he immediately recognized this cat girl as the one whose head he had patted before. Beside him, a mocking voice sounded in his ear. "Well, your sister is good to you, knowing that you like the young ones." Vega stood on the armrest of the chair, giggling, with an indescribable teasing tone in its voice. Victor just coldly replied to Vega, "Are you joking with me?" In the human perception of this world, beastkin were just uncivilized animals. No matter how human-like the cat girl in front of him appeared, it couldn't change human stereotypical impression of them. If one were to have any thoughts about such creatures, it would be like suddenly developing an interest in one's own cats and dogs. Some people might like this type, but in noble circles, if someone did such a thing and it got out, it would be tantamount to completely ruining their reputation. Leah wouldn't be ignorant of this, so her reason for sending this child to him was simple. Wanting to try if beastkin can learn magic. "Your sister really sees you as a suitable tool. Perhaps she believes that her elder brother is omnipotent." Victor's confident voice sounded calmly, but it was met with Vega's disdainful gaze. It just sneered, "What made your face so thick?" Victor didn't respond to Vega, just fixing his gaze on the cat girl in front of him. Her hair was very long, groomed neat and clean. A cascade of white hair fell to the floor, with a hint of white fur in her beast ears. When her eyes met Victor's, she would instinctively avoid his gaze. "What's your name?" Victor's voice sounded softly, but the cat girl in front of him seemed not to understand. Her brain was constantly thinking, trying to comprehend Victor's language. However, having never received any education, she couldn't understand what name meant. Only those non-standard pronunciations slowly emerged from her throat. "W. Can barely understand human speech, huh?" Victor beckoned to her, gesturing for the cat girl to come closer. The cat girl understood Victor's gesture and obediently walked towards him. She wasn't wearing shoes, white little socks on her feet, walking very quietly, just like a real cat. Stepping on the wooden floor, she didn't make even the slightest sound. Her body was very petite. Even standing next to Victor, she could only manage to be at eye level with the seated Victor. Victor reached out a hand, as if expecting something, and the cat-eared girl very obediently crouched down. Raising her head, she leaned against Victor's leg, like a cat, quietly waiting for her master's caress. So Victor, as he wished, placed his hand on top of her head, slowly stroking back and forth, while also rubbing those soft ears. The fluffy sensation transmitted through his fingertips. Victor couldn't help but feel some emotion. It was a pity that most people in this world discriminated against beastkin. They simply didn't understand the wonder of beast ears. The cute little cat girl was also very comfortable being petted, softly purring with a hoo-hoo sound. The moment he touched the cat girl, A health bar and level appeared above her head. LV5, a very ordinary level, but it also told Victor that the physical foundation of beastkin was indeed much higher compared to humans. Before having a formal profession, ordinary people could reach a maximum of level 10. Once reaching level 10, they would need to choose a profession to continue leveling up. Professions were mainly divided into 4 categories: agility-type rogues, strength-type warriors, tanky knights, and mages who use the magic system. Other types of professions were basically derived from these 4 main professions: rangers, which were more common among elves, and assassins, which focused on agility, were branches of the rogue profession. For example, magus was also a branch of the mage profession. If they were players, after level 10, they would only need to choose a profession to continue leveling up. But NPCs couldn't do that. For example, the cat girl in front of him. To become a mage, one must possess corresponding wisdom, and for Beastkin, who had little wisdom and acted only on instinct, wanting to become a mage was difficult. Of course, there was another path to take. Victor's voice sounded calmly, and the crow rolled its eyes, flying to the top of the cat girl's head. In the end, you still have to rely on me. As the words fell, a black feather shook off its body. The feather slowly fell to the floor, seeming to turn into ink, gradually spreading out and drawing a pitch-black magic array. Without any extra runes or patterns, just pure black, emitting an ominous light. At the edge of the huge array, 2 circles formed, connected by a long black incline. The cat girl and Vega each stood in one circle, and at the same time, a strange light flashed in Vega's eyes. Suddenly, the cat girl's body trembled violently, her upright tail drooping as if losing control, and she knelt on the floor in a daze. Knowledge, vast as an ocean, instantly poured into her brain. The immense pressure made the cat girl's eyes turn white, her brain feeling as if it was about to burst, incredibly painful. The black array gradually began to glow, and ink-like shadows waved in the room like tentacles. The sole weak candlelight illuminated the ink shadows, moonlight pouring into the room, making it appear eerily mysterious. Vega's single eye flickered with blue light, as if a thread-like line connected it to the cat girl's forehead. Soon, the candle in the room stopped flickering, and the black array became quiet again, slowly dissipating. The cat girl was still kneeling on the ground, not even raising her head. But in her eyes, a flash of pitch-black faith passed through. Victor looked at this white-haired cat girl and slowly said, "I like the vanilla scent on you. From today on, you'll be called Vanilla." She didn't raise her head, just continued to prostrate on the ground, her forehead touching the floor, her attitude very respectful. A soft yet steady voice sounded from beneath Victor. "I obey your will, my master." Leah stretched lazily while yawning as she walked out of her bedroom. She had just opened the door, her eyes still not fully open, when she saw a white figure float past her. Leah. The lingering drowsiness dissipated instantly. She poked her head out curiously, looking in the direction the figure had gone. When she clearly saw the figure, Leah froze in place. It was a young girl wearing a black and white maid outfit. Had they hired a miner? As her gaze traveled down the girl's clothes, Leah's eyes fixed on the lower half of her body. There, protruding, was a white tail. Now Leah was completely stunned. She frowned, utterly confused. Since when did they have a beastkin maid in the house? Wait. Come to think of it, she did bring back a cat girl yesterday. In fact, the fur color of this cat person maid in front of her was identical to the one she brought back yesterday. Just as she was about to call out to the cat person maid ahead, a gentle voice beat her to it. "Good morning, Miss Leah." As if sensing Leah's presence beforehand, she turned around, looked at Leah, and bowed very respectfully. This time, Leah was completely dumbfounded. She held her head, countless questions flooding her mind, unsure how to process it all for a moment. "You can speak?" "Oh no, that's not right." Beastkin could speak originally. She should be asking how she learned human language. Too sudden. Leah's mind was still a bit foggy. Having dealt with Beastkin for about 10 years, she understood their innate wildness better than anyone. Those who lived in the wild were difficult to tame. So apart from Helnissen, who due to his longevity remained at the old mansion as a butler, No other beastkin could become a maid. Their inherent nature determined that they were simply not suited to serve others. In her daze, Leah heard the cat girl in front of her start speaking. That soft and gentle voice slowly reached her, making Leah feel incredibly soothed. "You can call me by my name, Vanilla. This is the name my master gave me." Vanilla? Master? A flash of insight struck Leah's mind, and she immediately thought of Victor. He's quite the player. No, how did he manage to do this? Leah, looking completely bewildered, beckoned to the cat girl maid. "Come here for a moment, Vanilla." "Yes, Miss Leah." Vanilla obediently approached Leah's side. Leah looked down, examining her. Cat people were generally small in stature, especially female cat people, who tended to be even more petite. The white-haired girl before her barely reached Leah's chest. "Unbelievable." Leah's voice sounded in amazement. She remembered how exhausting it was when she was educating those beastkin. Just teaching them to read and speak normally took her nearly 2 years, not to mention other knowledge. And she had only experimentally sent this cat girl to Victor's bedroom. In just one night, not only could she fully understand human language, but she could even politely introduce herself. Beastkin never knew what politeness was. Even Leah's subordinates were only respectful to her alone. Leah carefully observed the cat girl's behavior and manners, which were completely like those of a normal human maid. Magic is truly astonishing. She could only attribute all of this to the wonders of magic. In any case, Vanilla's performance had already exceeded her expectations. So, she asked with some anticipation about what currently interested her most. "Can you use magic now?" "You know, like ban." And shooting out a big fireball. Vanilla just raised her obedient face, smiling as she watched Leah's animated gestures. Only when Leah herself began to feel a bit embarrassed did Vanilla lower her head respectfully and say, "I'm sorry, Miss Leah, I'm still working hard to learn. Master told me that becoming a mage is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires talent, and even more so, constant effort." Well, you're right. Leah never thought there would come a day when she would be educated by a beastkin, and by a cat girl who was so much younger and smaller than her in both age and size. Indeed, she had been too hasty. Wanting a mage to appear among the household's beastkin was just a sudden whim of Leah's. Even if Victor hadn't succeeded, she wouldn't have said anything. Suddenly, 2 soft little hands grasped hers. Leah was a bit stunned, but in the next second, Vanilla lifted her hand and placed it on her own soft cheek. A softness transmitted from her palm, spreading all the way to Leah's heart. Were all cat people's faces this soft? Vanilla nuzzled Leah's hand with her soft cheek for quite a while before finally letting it go. "Please don't worry, Miss Leah. Master said this behavior would make unhappy people cheerful again. I sensed that your mood wasn't very good, so I took the liberty." Thank you." Leah looked at her hand suspended in the air, grasped at nothing, feeling the lingering softness on her palms, somewhat lost in thought. "Please don't thank me, Miss Leah." With that, Vanilla bent her body, bowing respectfully. "The kindness you showed in saving us will never be forgotten. You can call on me anytime, use me anytime." Hearing her words, Leah could only smile helplessly. She placed one hand back on Vanilla's head, rubbing it gently. "How old are you?" "You don't need to act so mature." Vanilla enjoyed the petting, involuntarily letting out a purring hoo-hoo sound. Cat girls could be unhappy too, and sometimes, Leah would comfort them. Leah smiled, her eyes full of affection. "See, you're still just a child who needs to rely on others." "Victor?" Leah suddenly pushed open the door to Victor's bedroom and stepped inside. She saw the half-open window by the bed, with a gentle breeze blowing in through the gap. Victor was sitting in a chair by the window. He held a complex and abstruse magic book in his hand, reading it intently. The breeze ruffled his clothes, making him appear particularly hazy in the morning light. This was an elegant, noble count. Leah stared at Victor, somewhat dazed. Victor slowly raised his head to look. Feeling his gaze, Leah suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Did I disturb you?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it. She had never been so considerate before. In the past, regardless of whether Victor was sleeping or not, she would rudely push open his bedroom door. Saying this now made her seem a bit unnatural. But Victor didn't seem to mind, just lowering his gaze. The book flickered slightly, turning into points of starlight, disappearing from his hand. "It's fine." Hearing Victor's response, Leah breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, right. How did you manage to do it?" Victor knew she was referring to Vanilla, the cat girl they brought back yesterday. In fact, she had already become one of Vega's followers. Vega's third follower. As an evil god, tampering with others' thoughts was an incredibly easy task. Even Angus couldn't prevent Vega from turning him into a fool and arbitrarily altering his faith. The little cat girl, who didn't even have her own thoughts, was naturally at Vega's mercy. Vega gave her thoughts, granted her knowledge, allowing her to skip those tedious stages of enlightenment. However, he wouldn't tell Leah about this. So, Victor explained with a pretense of profundity, "The power of magic." "Do you find it amazing?" Leah nodded, reluctantly accepting it. Then, she immediately asked her next question. "Weren't you supposed to return with Gwen?" "Where did Gwen go?" The commotion Victor caused in the Northern Territories had already reached the royal capital. Angus was killed by Jigsaw, and Jigsaw was then killed by Victor and Gwen working together. The development of the entire incident left people feeling incredibly rueful. Although Leah didn't understand why, after Victor had beaten up Angus, Angus's son also wanted to kill him. Was Uncle Angus really that despised? However, Leah didn't care much. Apart from Gwen, she never really liked Angus's family anyway. Victor just looked out the window and said calmly, "Gwen?" She was summoned by the Emperor and returned to the royal capital early. Leah blinked, somewhat puzzled. Why would the Emperor summon her? Before she could ask further, a servant arrived at the door of Victor's bedroom. She was panting heavily, her face flushed red, seeming quite urgent. Upon seeing Leah, the servant quickly adjusted her breathing, patted her chest, and hurriedly said, "Miss Leah, I've finally found you." "Ah, Master." The moment she saw Victor, she suddenly froze, her words seeming to get stuck in her throat. Leah realized the servant's concern and waved her hand. "Don't worry about him from now on, just say what you need to say directly." "Yes. Yes." The servant lowered her head in confusion and continued, "Lady Leon sent a message," she said. "Among the children rescued yesterday, there was an elf mixed in." Leah was stunned upon hearing this. "An elf?" "That's what Lady Leon said." Leah rubbed her forehead, as if feeling somewhat troubled, and fell into deep thought. As nature's favored ones, elves couldn't be casually captured. If someone were to coerce an elf, the captor would face punishment from nature itself. Moreover, it was explicitly forbidden by the Empire. In terms of international status, elves were considered friends of the Empire. If someone dared to capture an elf and the news got out, the Empire's army would probably be at your doorstep the next day. As for Cocotte, she didn't count. She had signed a contract with the Cravina family and was an official employee of their household, free to oppress as they pleased. Leah stroked her chin, muttering, "Those Razor folks. They've got some guts." After all, the batch of goods they had just intercepted was originally meant to be transported to the Razor family. Now Leah understood why a convoy of beastskin slaves needed a fourth-tier warrior as an escort. So they were hiding such a big secret. "So, what happened to that elf?" Hearing Leah's question, the servant lowered her head and hesitantly reported, "Everything is fine for now, it's just..." "Just what?" Leah looked at her curiously, gesturing for her to continue. "That elf lady keeps saying she wants to find their country's long-lost elf queen." "Huh? Long-lost elf queen?" In the royal capital, not far from Blaiston, Victor's mansion. Among the flower beds, a sleepy elf wearing light clothing was lying on a cloud. Suddenly, she woke up and sneezed. "Aku!" Leah pushed open the door and stood in the courtyard, observing the gathered crowd. Leon was standing at the entrance of the mansion, accompanied by another elf with long, pointed ears. The appearance of an elf naturally drew the attention of many servants. Leah waved her hand, dispersing the onlookers. Then, she focused her gaze on the elf. The newcomer had long golden hair that danced gracefully in the air. White silk wrapped around her, and her fair skin seemed to glow slightly in the sunlight. Her petite body appeared somewhat unsteady, like a delicate ice sculpture, standing nervously next to Leon. Leon approached Leah's side and said respectfully, "Miss Leah, she says her name is Lexi." Lexi looked fragile, but her personality seemed to contradict her appearance. She held her head high, somewhat proudly, and was also examining Leah. However, upon hearing Leon's respectful tone, she seemed a bit taken aback. "Fellow kin?" she asked. "Why are you so respectful to a mere human?" Hearing Lexi's words, Leah raised an eyebrow. This elf didn't seem very friendly towards humans. "Shut up," Leon's cold voice rang out. A chilling glint flashed in her eyes hidden under the hood as she gave Lexi a frigid look. Lexi seemed startled and stared at her blankly, only to receive Leon's continued cold and distant words. "I have no kin like you." The surrounding air seemed to tense up. Leah, sensing the subtle atmosphere, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Hey, all right," she said. "Leon is my family. She's just protecting me." As she spoke, Leah gently patted Leon's back, signaling her to ease up a bit. She didn't want Leon's attitude towards Lexi to lead to rumors accusing her of abducting elves. "Oh, Cocotte doesn't count." As always, she's a contracted employee, free to oppress. "Okay Leon, don't say anything more," Leah said. Hearing Leah's words, Leon finally softened her attitude, turned her head away, and remained silent. Lexi still seemed unable to accept it, but then Leah spoke up with a smile. "I heard you're looking for the Elf Queen?" she said. "I might have some information here." In the luxurious hall of the mansion, a faint scent of incense wafted through the air. Several enormous sofas occupied the center of the grand hall. Floor-length black and gold curtains covered most of the huge windows. Only a few rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps and the skylight above. Leah sat on the sofa, with Lexi naturally taking a seat opposite her. White, slow-moving clouds drifted across the domed ceiling, reflecting the azure sky before everyone's eyes. Leon stood behind Leah, clearly in the role of a personal guard. "Why were you captain? Mixed in with those demi-human ships?" Leah asked Lexi kindly. For elves, especially the seemingly proud Lexi before her, it was naturally inappropriate to use passive words like captured. So Leah quickly corrected herself. Sure enough, the elf just slowly raised her head, appearing extremely proud and confident. "To find the queen, I left the elven forest and happened to encounter those humans in the wilderness," she said. "They said they could help me find the queen, but on the condition that I go with them and help them with something. So I went along with them." She shrugged, her tone clearly nonchalant. It was as if she was telling Leah that if she hadn't voluntarily gone with those people, she could never have been captured. Listening to her words, Leah wore an expression of complete agreement and nodded. "Did you have any impressions of those people who encountered you?" she asked. "Huh? Impressions?" Lexi put a finger to her chin, her eyes blinking and darting left and right, as if trying to recall something complicated. "I just remember there was a warrior with a sword who looked quite strong. I was quite impressed by him," she said. "Of course, he definitely wasn't as powerful as me." As she spoke, she crossed one leg over the other and spread her arms out on a long sofa backrest, palms up. Recalling the swordsman's appearance, Lexi's face still carried a hint of disdain. Leah looked at her, smiling and clapping her hands, saying admiringly, "Wow, that's so impressive." "Oh right, it's early in the morning and we don't have much to offer. How about some tea?" she added. "Helmison, please brew some tea and bring it up," Leah called out behind her, then turned back to look at Lexi. "We only have tea here, you don't mind, do you?" Lexi showed an indifferent expression and waved her hand. "Well, no matter how precious human things are, they're nothing special. Ordinary tea will do," she said. "Back when I was still in the elven forest, we drank natural dew and nectar. Of course, the dew there isn't ordinary dew. The elves would collect it and bless it with nature's power. It's incredibly sweet. If humans like you drank it, it could even extend your lifespan." Leah squinted her eyes again, clapping her hands lightly and tilting her head with a smile. "Wow, that's amazing." "Of course, there's so much you haven't seen," Lexi said. Hearing Leah's compliments, Lexi seemed to enjoy it very much and became even more proud. She held her head high, as if she could fly into the sky at any moment. Leah didn't say much more, just continued smiling, quietly watching her. Lexi was still holding her head high, looking at the azure sky. But why did it feel like things were shaking? The expression on her face stiffened slightly. From outside the room came a series of massive tremors. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. Lexi, as if frightened, quickly shrank her head and covered her ears. What's happening?" she cried. "Don't worry, that's probably just the sound of our family knight's daily training," Leah explained with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Lexi was very confused and looked up at Leah in surprise. Daily training? Can it make such a loud noise?" she asked. "It's nothing special. Their training usually involves carrying rocks, running, and practicing horseback riding," Leah replied. On the training ground, a dense formation of knights was arranged on the field. Each person's body was burdened with an extremely large boulder. Those boulders were as tall as 3 or 4 people combined, like small mountains compared to the knights. Yet those knights carried the boulders on their backs as if they were weightless, running back and forth across the huge training ground with ease. After one round, they suddenly placed the boulders on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A sound like an earthquake echoed throughout the entire estate, as if proving their efforts. A cat-eared instructor wearing a trainer's cap and revealing black cat ears blew a whistle, constantly directing from the side. "Next group training, continue," she called out. The demi-human outdoor training methods were unexpectedly effective for human knights as well. Leah crossed one leg over the other, placing one hand over her mouth, half covering it as she chuckled softly. "It's just training that ordinary people can do," she said. Lexi was still puzzled about what kind of training could cause such enormous sound waves, transmitted so clearly to her ears. But suddenly, an incredibly terrifying pressure came from behind her. It was as if a muscular, cold beast was hiding in the shadows, staring at her. Lexi's neck instantly stiffened, and beads of sweat formed on the back of her neck. It was like a huge shadow, block out the sunlight above her head, completely enveloping her. Soon, the shadow gradually moved away from behind her. A figure passed by Lexi's side. He was like a giant, with a height equivalent to 2 people combined, and an incredibly muscular body. Even through his butler's uniform, one could see the terrifying muscles that seemed about to burst out. He was like a giant bear, standing upright next to Lexi. In his enormous hand, he held a tray. The tray, which would require a normal person to use both hands to carry, seemed much smaller compared to his giant palm. On the tray sat an exquisite ceramic teapot, emanating the fragrance of tea. The giant bear man gently pinched the teacup with 2 fingers, as if afraid to use too much force, and softly placed it on the table in front of Lexi and Leah. Then, he similarly pinched the teapot, which looked equally small in his hand, and poured tea into the empty cups before the two. The water level was controlled perfectly, neither spilling nor filling too full. Lexi watched in a daze. The huge body paired with the delicate tea set looked very incongruous. But his skilled and elegant movements seemed as practiced as if they had been honed over thousands of repetitions. Lexi couldn't understand it. After finishing all this, the bear man slowly bowed to the two. A strong sense of pressure slowly emanated from his body, as if completely enveloping Lexi within it. "Please enjoy," he said. Lexi, frightened by this powerful aura, trembled with both hands, lowering her head. Her previous proud demeanor seemed to have completely vanished. Thank you for your hospitality," she stammered. Leah picked up her teacup and nodded at Helnason with a smile. "Thank you, Helnason. You may go rest now," she said. "Miss Leah, please don't hesitate to call if you need anything," he replied. He bowed respectfully to Leah, and as he stood up, he glanced at Lexi. With just that one look, Lexi seemed to lose her soul, sitting stiffly on the sofa. Even after Helnason had left with his muscular body, Lexi still hadn't come back to her senses. It was as if that powerful pressure still hadn't dissipated from her body, until Leah's voice rang out. "Huh? What's wrong? You look a bit unwell." I'm fine, I'm fine." Lexi finally came to her senses, smiling with a somewhat stiff expression. Seemingly wanting to ease the awkwardness, she picked up her teacup and gulped down some tea. But the next second, she quickly closed her mouth again. Hot. So hot. Even though her face turned bright red, She didn't open her mouth to spit it out. This temperature. She, as an elf, could handle it. Lexi forced herself to swallow, enduring the scalding heat. Even though tears were squeezed from the corners of her eyes from the heat, she still persisted in putting down the teacup. This tea is not bad, she managed. Leah smiled, blew on her tea gently, took a small sip, and put down her cup. That person just now is our family's butler. Don't be fooled by his large size, he's actually quite dexterous, she said. I knew you would be satisfied with the tea he brewed. Lexi nodded very agreeingly. Yes, I think you're right, she said. Dexterous? Did they think she couldn't tell that was a bear man? The pressure Helnison gave her was too terrifying. It felt like he could kill her with one punch. Lexi felt like she had inadvertently walked into some kind of wolf's den. She was starting to regret it now. If she had known, she would never have come to this Gravina family, no matter what. Knights whose training alone could cause earthquake-like tremors. And that terrifying bear man. That bear man must be the strongest in their family. Right. Lexi didn't want to stay here for another second. With a forced smile, she said, let's talk about the main topic, Miss Leah. Ah, you mean about the Elf Queen? Well, Leah smiled slightly, but that smile seemed as calculating as a devil's. You'll have to ask my brother about that. He knows more. Your brother? Lexi was slightly stunned. Suddenly, an even more devastating aura instantly climbed to the top of her head. In a daze, she seemed to have arrived in a place of silence. A blazing sun hung in the sky, and she seemed to be completely surrounded by a lush forest. Suddenly, in this primeval forest, she seemed to see some terrifyingly powerful beings. Two colossal beasts appeared in midair. One was spewing magma all over its body, while the other was entwined with wooden vines. The extremely terrifying pressure made Lexi's body drenched in cold sweat. Click, click. As if treading on stairs, crisp footsteps slowly sounded. It abruptly pulled Lexi's consciousness back to reality. She couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. What met her eyes was a cold, stern face slowly emerging from the darkness. Before Lexi could see clearly, an indifferent gaze, like a sharp blade, pierced through her body. I heard you have something to discuss? Elves are magical creatures. Born from nature, they are nature's darlings. From birth, they are blessed by nature. Natural disasters do not claim their lives, and their extremely long lifespans allow them to live in peace and tranquility. This gives them a hedonistic attitude towards the entire world. Under nature's blessing, even if elves do nothing, they can reach heights that are difficult for ordinary humans to attain, relying solely on their extremely long lifespans and nature's gifts. Take Kokot, for example. As an elf who has taken laziness to the extreme, any magic Kokot learned was for the sake of having a good sleeping environment. With nature's blessing, she didn't even need much practice. She had already reached the 4th tier, a level that most mages couldn't achieve in their entire lifetime. Moreover, as a former council member, she was among the top echelon of 4th tier mages. As for magic practice, where was the need for practice? Did magic that had been comprehended need frequent practice? But even such free-spirited elves feared one thing. That was nature itself. When Victor appeared before Lexi, it was as if she was facing nature itself. It left Lexi in a prolonged state of stupor. The moment she saw Victor, she had an urge to kneel down. She wanted to worship him, to prostrate herself before him. In Victor, she seemed to see nature. But Lexi knew that the man before her was clearly human. Yet what was this feeling all about? Seemingly uncomfortable under the gaze of the terrifying being before her, Lexi became somewhat incoherent. There was a feeling that kept reminding her, telling her. A flash of inspiration crossed her mind, and suddenly a word appeared in her thoughts. It was a word she had never uttered before. But that feeling kept reminding her, making her want to say that word uncontrollably. Suddenly, Lexi stood up abruptly and bowed deeply to Victor. Father, Leah, Leon, Vega, Victor. Lexi lowered her head, her hands inserted between her legs, rubbing back and forth. Her face had already turned bright red. She felt utterly mortified, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right away. What on earth had gotten into her head to say such a thing? Lexi knew how important this word was to humans. The man before her clearly looked much younger than her, yet she had called him father. This was really too impolite. However, at this moment, everyone's expressions had already returned to normal. As if they didn't mind at all. Victor had already taken the main seat on the sofa, with Leah standing beside him. She introduced Lexi with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is the head of our Cravina family, the current chief professor of the Imperial Royal Magic Academy. One of the 12 council members of the Mage Council, the youngest 4th-tier mage in history. Count Victor Cravina. This string of titles left Lexi even more silent. She didn't dare to raise her head, not even daring to steal a glance at Victor with her peripheral vision. Vega stood on Victor's shoulder, communicating in a voice that only it and Victor could hear. I thought you had hidden a child from me at some point. Feels like this one isn't very bright. Victor didn't respond to Vega, as if in complete agreement. He sat on the sofa, leaning forward, his hands crossed on the table. You want to find Cocotte Yade, right? Lexi suddenly raised her head upon hearing Cocotte's name, looking at Victor with an incredulous expression. The surname Yade was one that only elven royalty could possess. An elf's name is not given by their parents. Every elf is born without a name or surname, because elves have no parents. Yade, that place is where every elf is born. It is a giant divine tree, and all elves are conceived and born from this divine tree. Within the elven race, there are 2 treasures guarded for generations, concerning the survival and reproduction of elves. One is the Yade divine tree, and the other is the moon's holy spring. The conception of each generation of elves requires watering the elven tree with the holy spring water. The spring water is poured into the divine tree, nourishing the natural energy within the tree to grow. After receiving the baptism of the spring water, the body and consciousness of the elves are constructed from within the divine tree. The power of nature will bestow names and surnames upon the elves, and the surname Yade will be bestowed upon one elf over the course of several hundred years. She will possess the surname Yade and become the queen leading the elves. Cocotte Yade is the elf who has been bestowed with the royal surname by nature in the past 100 years. Ordinary people would not possibly know her name. Yet the man before her not only spoke the name of the elven queen but also mentioned the surname Yade. From Lexi's perspective, this was an incredibly shocking thing. However, she didn't know that during the years Cocotte had been a council member, her name had already spread throughout the Mage Council. The elves living in the ancient elven forest indeed had inferior abilities to obtain information. Perhaps, even now, they don't know that Cocotte had once been a council member in the Mage Council. However, Victor's mention of Cocotte's name made Lexi more certain. Victor must know something. Lexi nodded vigorously, but Victor still looked at her calmly, his tone even. Then, what about the price? Hearing Victor's words, Lexi was slightly stunned, as if she hadn't understood Victor's meaning. But soon, Leah provided an explanation. You should know that some favors aren't done for free. Leah's hands rested on the back of the sofa, her body leaning forward, her chin resting on her arms, lying on one side. She was at Victor's head, smiling as she spoke. Since you're asking for our help, you should offer something in return, right? Hearing these words, Lexi looked at the two, her eyes filling with a hint of mist. But she held it back, understanding that she absolutely couldn't cry. After all, asking for help requires paying some price. The humans who caught her had said the same thing. They would help her find the queen. So Lexi had already prepared herself, very clear about her purpose for leaving the forest. She lowered her head, as if about to suffer some humiliation, lightly biting her lip. I understand. I'm willing to do anything, as long as you can help me find Her Majesty the Queen. Leah suddenly laughed. She had been waiting for this answer all along. Really? Really? As soon as the words fell, a white paper filled with black writing appeared in front of Lexi, along with a pen. Lexi looked down at the paper filled with black writing, somewhat confused. What is this? Sign it. Leah smiled gently. After signing, we'll be family. It's reasonable for family to help each other, isn't it? As if a bad premonition traveled from her back to her spine. Elves have always had good sixth sense, and Lexi felt like she had fallen into some kind of trap. But for the sake of finding the queen, she still gritted her teeth, picked up the pen, and wrote her name on the contract. The moment she finished writing, the contract slowly lit up with a blue light. The paper left Lexi's hand and returned to Leah's. Taking the contract, Leah smiled slightly. "Well, from today on, you're an official employee of the Cravina family. Don't worry, our family head will let you meet another employee properly." "Huh?" Lexi looked confused, still unable to understand what had happened. How did she become an employee? And what did meeting another employee mean? She came out to find the queen. Suddenly, a flash of azure appeared in Victor's eyes. In an instant, fierce winds arose. The huge curtains swayed constantly, the windows trembled slightly under the wind pressure, making a banging sound. That terrifying magical aura gradually gathered around Victor, and an azure formation appeared beneath his feet. Extremely thick magical power spread throughout the entire room. "Is there going to be an earthquake?" She suddenly became panicked, quickly standing up, only to find that her feet had been surrounded by an ever-expanding magic formation without her knowing. A teleportation formation? How can it be so big? The teleportation formation was formed in an instant, and a surge of blue magical power suddenly burst out from the skylight. The enormous energy gushed out through the open windows around. "Go in." Victor's voice slowly sounded. Lexi was a bit scared, but Victor's words continued. "You will see the person you want to see there." Perhaps Victor's words sparked Lexi's strong will. She took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and closed her eyes. One foot stepped into the pillar of light. In just half a second, her entire form turned into blue energy and disappeared from everyone's sight. After she left, the formation didn't dissipate. Leah looked at Victor, who still hadn't moved, somewhat puzzled. "Aren't we going back together?" Victor stood up, his coat fluttering chaotically in the huge gale. Wishing sounds filled the air. "Bring Cindy, and call Helnerson too." Leah was stunned for a moment. She could understand bringing Cindy, but calling Helnerson. Victor put his hands in his pockets, his cold gaze seeming to look towards the direction of the royal capital. "There are some accounts I need to settle with Jace properly." As the white light before her eyes gradually dissipated, Lexi looked up and saw a vast sea of flowers stretching out before her. Butterflies and bees danced incessantly above the vibrant blossoms, while the garden paths were carpeted with petals of various colors. The air, filled with floral fragrance, tickled her nose. "Where is this?" Lexi stared at the sea of flowers in a daze. It was as if she had returned to the lush flower beds in the forest. It was evident that this floral paradise was frequently tended to. Victor had told her that she could find the person she was looking for here. Could it be that the elf queen was here? Lexi looked around as she gently treaded on the petals, following the small path deeper into the sea of flowers. As she walked, an unfamiliar aura emanated from within the floral expanse. Feeling a surge of panic, Lexi quickly hid behind a flower bed. She poked her head out, peering over the tall floral wall. Lexi saw a young girl tending to the flowers in the sea of blossoms. She was cheerfully walking into the floral sea, carrying a watering can. One hand held scissors, constantly trimming excess buds from the flowers, while the watering can sprinkled water over the blossoms. A black robe seemed to conceal her body, but the warm sunlight refracted through the crystalline water droplets onto her flushed face, accentuating her sunny disposition. Lexi, with only her eyes exposed, watched the girl from afar, trembling slightly. What kind of place was this? How could there be humans here? Could it be that the queen had been imprisoned by humans? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Lexi's mind, making her heart pound. She didn't even notice that she had inadvertently crushed several flower buds to pieces. The girl seemed to sense something and turned her head to look in Lexi's direction. Lexi quickly ducked down, curling into a ball and burying her head between her knees. "Oh no, don't see me. Don't see me." Perhaps her prayers were answered, as the surroundings remained quiet, with only the sound of her own heartbeat audible. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to have noticed her, Lexi opened her eyes and looked around. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Something soft bumped into her back. Lexi felt her body stiffen as she raised her head. The sunlight before her eyes seemed to be obscured by clouds. A shadow gradually enveloped her. She was startled and wanted to turn around to see what it was. But the deep-seated nervousness in her heart prevented her from turning back, leaving her limbs immobile. At that moment, a soft voice came from behind. "Hey, you there, turn around. You dare sneak in here. Did you think I didn't exist?" The moment the voice sounded, Lexi felt her hair stand on end, with only one thought left in her mind. She had been discovered. She was about to be caught. "Ah! Don't catch me, don't catch me," she hurriedly said, turning her body stiffly and slowly. Looking up, their eyes met. Victor was right. She really did see the person she wanted to see. Upon seeing the other person, Lexi was slightly stunned, frozen in place. Cocotte Jade, sitting on a cloud, also saw Lexi's long, pointed ears. Cocotte opened her mouth, sitting on a cloud, stunned for a moment. Her expression also stiffened a bit, as if suddenly realizing something. She quickly covered her ears and buried her head in the cloud. Then, she shouted loudly, "Help! Someone help! There's a thief who snuck into the garden. Catch her!" The huge shout, carrying thick natural energy, spread throughout the entire garden. Lexi instantly became panic-stricken. She tried to stand up, but her body was already immobilized. Suddenly, Lexi noticed the green magic array flashing beneath her feet. Several green vines had completely entangled her, continuously draining the magic power from her body. A wave of weakness washed over her, and Lexi instantly realized that she had been restrained by someone's magic. This was only a second-tier magic spell. Under normal circumstances, Lexi could easily break free. However, this second-tier magic array was inexplicably complex. It was as if countless intricate magical patterns were intertwined. Although the magical power was simply at the second tier, its complexity was comparable to the third tier. Most importantly, Lexi was not a mage. She couldn't instantly break this magic spell. Finally, the caster of this binding spell appeared. Heine emerged from behind the floral wall. Her expression was solemn, with invisible magical power floating around her. Countless patterns began to link between several arrays, forming elf-like totems, with runes continuing to carve complex patterns at the edges of the magic arrays. "Who are you?" Lexi opened her mouth, but she couldn't utter a single word. Silencing magic. Moreover, the strength of this silencing magic was definitely not something that the human second-tier mage before her could achieve. Lexi's mind instantly came to a conclusion. She turned her head, her gaze filled with confusion and disappointment, looking at the elf who didn't even dare to raise her head from the cloud. "Queen, why?" "Quick, Heine. I've already controlled her with silencing magic. Hurry and catch her. Otherwise, she'll chant super powerful magic." Hearing Cocotte's voice, Heine's expression became even more solemn. She couldn't help but think that this person who had somehow sneaked in was so dangerous. Even Cocotte couldn't stop her. She no longer thought too much about it, as the magical power around her body continued to surge. The magical incantation began to chant from her mouth. "Verdant garments unfurl, entwine and restrain heaven's law, sealed within creeping vines." As she gradually chanted, the flower petals beneath Heine's feet began to slowly rise and rotate. A massive whirlwind rose from the ground, gradually engulfing the entire garden. "Life's prelude, obstructing the path of life," whispers declared amidst purgatory. All the flowers began to tremble incessantly. Streams of green aura emanated from the blossoms, gathering towards Heine's chest in the sky. "Seal the covenant." Ancient trees merge forms, imprisoned in the marshes temple. An extremely dense green magical orb began to expand continuously in the sky. Heine was in the midst of the petal storm, as if the surrounding flower beds were transmitting astonishing magical power to her. Her amber eyes glowed with a faint green light, and the surrounding vines danced wildly as if they had broken free from their restraints. Lexi was immobilized in place, unable to speak. She watched the continuously rising clouds obscuring the sun, shaking her head repeatedly. Her eyes seemed to contain a few drops of tears. But Heine just looked at her and said without mercy, "I won't hurt you. But you need to be controlled for a while. I need to know your purpose for sneaking in here." Second-tier magic, fantastical cage of nature spirits. As the words fell, that extremely terrifying magic instantly erupted. Endless vines, as if transformed into countless shackles and fetters, all poured towards Lexi. At the same time, as Lexi watched those terrifyingly numerous wooden vines, only one thought remained in her mind. This is fucking second tier? ? But almost at the instant the magic was about to touch Lexi, a figure appeared in front of Lexi amid a blue light. He stood with his hands in his pockets, not even bothering to specifically block it. In front of him, only an ordinary magic barrier was generated. The enormous magical power extended countless branches, completely blocking those endless tree vines on that barrier. The tree vines gradually transformed into wisps of magical power, following the barrier and slowly dissipating in all directions. Finally, as if nothing had happened, it gradually dissipated. The moment the magic disappeared, Eni was slightly stunned until she saw the person before her clearly. Her amber eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Professor!" The blue barrier gradually shattered, the wild wind slowly ceased, and Victor's wildly dancing coat also slowly fell. He looked at Eni and said faintly with approval, "Not bad magic. It seems my absence these days hasn't made you neglect your practice." Receiving the professor's recognition instantly made Eni feel satisfied. She stood in place, smiling happily like a fool. Victor didn't continue to pay attention to Eni. He turned around and pointed a finger at Lexi. That complex and abstruse binding magic instantly transformed into points of starlight, dissipating into the air. Lexi could speak now, and she could move. But what she had just experienced left this timid elf unforgettable. She crouched on the ground, crying in fear. After doing all this, Victor turned his gaze back to Cocotte. This elf queen, who didn't want to take responsibility for her people and even instigated Eni to restrain her own kind, needed to be taught a lesson. Seemingly sensing that the situation had been exposed, Cocotte hurriedly urged the cloud beneath her, intending to flee the scene. But she only heard Victor's utterly cold voice. "Now, if you leave, I'll blow that cloud of yours into cotton." The cloud instantly froze in place. No matter how Cocotte urged it, it didn't dare to move even half a meter. Cocotte's body stiffened, and she couldn't help but turn her head. One hand scratching the back of her head, she stuck out her tongue and closed one eye, completely looking like she was asking for a beating. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Eni bowed rapidly, almost folding her waist in half. Unfortunately, her figure wasn't enough to support her doing so, as she would hit her legs. Lexi sat in front of her, hugging her knees, slowly raising her head, her red-rimmed eyes still carrying many crystalline tears. As if she had become autistic, she didn't want to say a word. Cocotte sat on the cloud with an unconcerned expression, and Leah, seeing this, couldn't help but glance at her. "You're fit to be the elf queen? When your own people come, the first thing you do is call someone to catch her." Cocotte felt a bit guilty, her eyes frantically drifting to one side. I didn't recognize her at first." "Even if you didn't recognize her, there's no need to attack her with magic, right? Does she look like someone with much combat ability to you?" Leah complained with exasperation. Somehow, Lexi's head was buried between her knees again, and even deeper. She seemed to have become even more autistic. Cocotte was quite helpless. She urged the cloud to float to Lexi's side, reached out her hand, and patted Lexi's head. All right, don't cry anymore." Lexi slowly raised her head, her eyes still glistening with tears. "Then, are you willing to come back with me?" She lowered her head again, her crying voice becoming louder. Leah stood to the side, arms folded across her chest, asking the question she had been puzzled about all along. "So, why don't you want to go back?" Cocotte sat on the cloud, spreading her hands helplessly. "Do you like staying inside a tree all the time, watching a bunch of elves worship you every day, and not letting you leave freely?" Leah thought for a moment, then continued, "But you sleep all day except for sleeping. What's wrong with staying in that tree sleeping all the time?" But I get bored when I wake up." "That's quite reasonable." Leah rolled her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of disdain. "Then it seems your elf queen isn't very useful, just staying in some broken tree every day." "It's not really a broken tree, you know that we elves grow from nature, right?" Cocotte sat to the side, explaining, "But this nurturing ritual requires a designated elf to stay in the divine tree, only then can the divine tree nurture new elves." She pointed at herself, grinning and saying, "In other words, if I don't go back, the divine tree won't nurture new elves anymore." Leah blinked. She felt like she had heard something that seemed quite serious. But Cocotte didn't seem to care about those things, still having the leisure to ask questions. "Oh right, where did Victor go?" "I still have some things I want to talk to him about. How did he just leave as soon as he came back?" "You mean Victor?" Leah turned her head, looked left and right, then said with absolute certainty, "Wait a while then. At this time, he's probably demolishing someone else's house. This outfit looks good." Jace Razor stood in his bedroom, admiring himself in a mirror. He was wearing a pristine white suit with a bright red bow tie. A maid was helping him adjust his attire. After changing, he picked up a comb from the dresser and neatly combed his hair. Taking a deep breath, he appeared quite spirited. Today, he had to attend negotiations involving over a dozen family businesses. As the heir to the Razor family, many important family matters had already been entrusted to Jace to handle. He walked out of the room, and several beautiful maids with an air of nobility bowed to him. "Young Master Jace, the carriage is ready." "Young Master Jace, here is today's schedule." "Young Master Jace." Jace responded to each of them, taking the schedule and reading it as he walked. Just as he stepped out of the main door, suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Jace froze in place and asked the servants around him, What's happening?" "An earthquake." The servants were even more confused, and even the night guards donned their equipment and came to Jace's side, becoming alert. At that moment, they witnessed an incredibly bizarre and shocking sight. A giant bear man, as large as a titan, was walking towards the Razor family mansion, holding several knights in full armor as if they were toys. Compared to the bear man, those knights seemed like mere playthings. Anyone who tried to block his path was casually tossed aside. No one could stop his advance as he barged straight into the courtyard. The knights trembled as they looked at the giant before them. But he simply walked into the estate and threw the knights he was holding onto the ground. Those knights lay on the ground, already unconscious. Then, his gaze fixed firmly on Jace Razor. Being stared at by this gaze was like being marked as prey by some terrifying beast. Jace stood dumbfounded, his mind racing frantically. He tried to recall when he might have offended such a creature. Soon, the giant bear man put one hand behind his back. From behind, he picked up a human who seemed many times smaller than him. This human's body also looked quite robust. But compared to the giant bear man, he seemed as tiny as a chick. The man was dangling in the air, also unconscious. The bear man swung him violently, and the man was thrown into the air, flying over many knights and servants, landing right in front of Jace. Even the ground cracked in several places where he landed. Jace stepped back in fright, then lowered his head to see the man's face clearly. In an instant, a wave of dizziness washed over him, making Jace feel incredulous. Cindy? As one of his family's enforcers, Jace of course knew who Cindy was. Or rather, there were few nobles who didn't know this person. The Razor family had extremely deep pockets, naturally employing many strong individuals, and Cindy was one of them. As an adventurer, Cindy already had some fame. When Cindy joined the Razor family, he became a newly promoted 4th-tier warrior. At that time, the Razor family had heavily promoted his news. After all, it was rare for a 4th tier to actively align with the family, so naturally, they wanted to publicize a 4th tier warrior like Cindy to show off the Razor family's prestige. And now, their family's 4th tier warrior had been beaten to such a state. Thinking of this, Jace's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Because the capital was very safe, the Razor main family hadn't assigned too many strong individuals to protect Jace. However, even if they had, they probably wouldn't be a match for the terrifying bear man standing before them. That's right, Jace quickly recognized it because his family was involved in the demi-human slave trade. And the muscular giant before him was clearly a bear man, a race extremely rare even among demi-humans. Bear men had extremely long lifespans and were born with powerful physiques, making their bodies impervious to blades and incredibly strong. Moreover, bear men were extremely ferocious. Even the teams sent out to capture demi-humans would try to avoid confronting a bear man in the wild if possible. If they encountered a bear man, even a dozen warriors of the same level working together would struggle to subdue it. To deal with the bear man before them, it might even require dispatching an imperial army. Although bear men were priceless, the fact that Jace could become the heir of the Razor family meant he couldn't be as brainless as his already deceased younger brother. This single bear man could bury everyone present here. At this moment, Jace was very puzzled. How could a bear man appear in the capital? But the current situation left no time for him to think further, because at this moment, the bear man before him seemed to fly into a rage. He roared, dragging his tank-like body, and began to rampage through the mansion. Some knights had no time to react and dodge, and would be sent flying more than 10 meters by the extremely high-speed impact, falling to the ground and immediately losing consciousness. Wherever he went, even the surrounding buildings would collapse like dominoes. This terrifying bear man rampaged through the Razor family mansion, yet no one could step forward to stop him. The maids all huddled together, hiding in a corner of the garden. In this huge luxurious mansion, it was filled with frightened screams and painful wails. As if he had played enough, the bear man stood still. Suddenly, a dangerous aura, like a fierce winter wind, continuously surged towards Jace. Jace looked at the bear man, and the terrifying bear man also looked at him. The moment their eyes met, Jace felt a murderous intent pressing down on him. A cold feeling slowly crept up from his spine to his brain. He looked at the giant bear man, his face pale, unable to take his gaze off him. The bear man began to walk towards him step by step. 1 step, 2 steps. Watching the bear man slowly approach him, Jace's legs froze in place, his limbs unable to move. No, he needed to save himself. He needed to save himself. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Jace hurriedly shouted, "Stop him! Quickly stop him!" Following Jace's order, there were always some knights who didn't fear death appearing in front of Jace, trying to block the bear man's steps. But their effect was merely to slow the bear man's pace a little. He didn't even bother with the weapon-wielding knights around him, allowing sword blades and spears to stab at his body. The sword blades were chipped, the spear tips bent. His body was like an iron wall of steel, incredibly hard. It made countless knights feel despair. But, in this brief moment, Jace suddenly ran back into the house. Soon, he burst through the mansion doors again, holding an extremely large weapon in his hands. It looked like a huge cannon, with a deep, dark muzzle. The silver-white barrel flashed with strange red patterns, converging on the gems embedded within it. The muzzle was carved with extremely complex runes. Just a glance would make one feel its extraordinary power. Jace struggled to lift the giant cannon, aiming it at the bear man before him. As if confidence had regained its peak in his mind, his smile became very arrogant. "Ha ha, aren't you very aggressive? Come on then." As soon as he finished speaking, the muzzle began to flash with light, gathering extremely dense magical power. Violent winds began to flow, rotating into the muzzle. That incomparable suction seemed to even distort the surrounding air. A stream of magical power gathered in the barrel, gradually brightening. While the magic cannon was still charging, the bear man suddenly stood still. As if regaining his senses, he stood motionless, his expression unchanged, allowing Jace to continue charging. Seeing the bear man so steady, Jace felt something was amiss. But the arrow was on the string and had to be released. He let out a loud roar, as if to boost his own courage. "You damned bear man! Go to hell!" As his words fell, an extremely intense light burst forth from the muzzle. Dense magical power continuously poured out, transforming into a beam of magical energy, as if to completely engulf the bear man before him. But Helnason only moved his body, taking up a stance. He stepped back with one foot, forming a bow stance. He placed both hands at his waist and took a deep breath. His chest gradually swelled, as if an energy was bursting forth from his chest. Martial arts stance, defense. He placed one hand at the forefront, and the surrounding natural energy seemed to follow his breath, slowly gathering. In an instant, a green barrier slowly rose from the ground, enveloping Helnison's huge body. Finally, the violent blue light shot from the magic cannon, along with that incredibly thick barrier, completely engulfed Helnison. Only a faint green could be seen between that blue light, like a lonely boat in a vast ocean, resisting that terrifying impact. The ground kicked up high dust, swirling in the sky. That beam of magical energy, dispersed by the barrier, spread out in all directions. Finally, as if the energy had been completely detonated, a white light suddenly burst forth, engulfing everything. The surrounding buildings turned to dust in an instant. The knights lying on the ground could only watch as that huge energy explosion spread out, helplessly watching as their bodies were gradually engulfed, until their consciousness faded away. As the magical power slowly dissipated, the magic cannon gradually entered a cooling state, with white smoke rising from its muzzle. Jace weakly lowered it, letting it crash to the ground. He looked at the wisps of smoke before him, his expression incredibly excited. Is this the new weapon developed by the family? The magic cannon in his hand was a new energy weapon developed by the family. Using elven nature magic as power, it gathered strong energy in the muscle to burst out in an instant. It was also his first time using it, and he didn't expect its power to be so terrifying. Although the consequences were very serious, those dead knights, and the mansion turned to dust, all of these would require him to find a way to explain. But life is about living in the moment. He looked at this weapon with satisfaction, a sense of exhilaration rising in his heart. Money, status, and women. This is what's truly romantic for a man. Indeed not bad. Much better than that little handgun from before. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded by Jace's ear. Jace's body suddenly trembled, a sense of crisis immediately rushing to his brain. Before Jace could turn his head, a hand patted his shoulder. Cold sweat instantly soaked his body, and Jace twisted his stiff neck, turning his head in fear. His gaze met the eyes of that familiar person. Those eyes seemed like millennia-old cold ice from the extreme north, set in the eyes, making Jace feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The powerful chill made Jace's heart freeze, and even the muscles all over his body began to twitch. Capturing elves, and sending your family's enforcer to my territory, attempting to kill my people. Jace, didn't I tell you before? Stay away from my people. The towering mansion gradually crumbled, dust rising in all directions, blanketing the vast courtyard with a swirling layer of brown particles. Victor stood behind Jace Razor, his cold gaze fixed upon him. His coat fluttered in the dusty wind, its white runes faintly glowing, repelling all approaching dust. Hearing that all too familiar voice, Jace's heart skipped a beat. It felt as if a massive stone had suddenly lodged in his throat. He hadn't even noticed when Victor had appeared. It was as if a gust of wind had suddenly placed him there. Jace's face stiffened, as if several steel nails had pierced his muscles, but he still tried to maintain a calm facade as he said, "Vic, Counselor Cravina, I don't understand what you mean." Victor's eyes showed not a ripple of emotion. "You don't understand?" A magical array emerged from behind Victor, rapidly rotating. A flash of white light enveloped Cindy, who was lying on the ground. She floated up and drifted in front of Jace. "You should recognize this person, right? I'm the one who beat her." Hearing Victor's words, Jace shuddered violently. He had thought the bearman had inflicted such severe injuries on Cindy. But to his surprise, it was Victor who had done it. His face remained tense, his eyes darting around, and sweat beaded on his forehead. But what about that bearman? Jace found it hard to connect the giant bearman with Victor. How could a creature like a bearman possibly obey a human's commands? But what he saw next completely overturned his understanding. Victor called out to the rising dust cloud, "Helnison." As soon as the words fell, a burly bearman he gradually walked out from the dust. His body was unscathed, only his clothes were slightly torn. A powerful aura constantly emanated from his every breath. The sound of his heart beat like the beating of giant drums, reaching Jace's ears. As his completely muscular body stood in the sunlight, The thick dust gradually dispersed. The huge ruins behind him were exposed to everyone's eyes, with debris constantly falling, crashing into the walls that had been pulverized into sand and stone. The remaining fragments of the building seemed to sway precariously in midair. The fountain pool that had been bubbling a moment ago was now split in two. The water was still gushing out, but now flowed towards the ruins. The twisted giant iron gate was also hanging on the ruins, creaking ominously. As for those family knights and maids, there was no trace of them anymore. In the wake of the battle, they had almost all disappeared under that attack. This huge courtyard was now completely buried under broken stones and shattered wood. Only Helnison, with his tall figure, stood naturally with his back to the collapsed ruins. Seeing this scene, Jace's mind went blank. Why? He looked at the magic cannon he was struggling to hold, trembling uncontrollably. That shot just now had clearly hit the bear man's body. Under that blinding white light, no creature should have been able to survive, even if it was a bear man. But what was going on with this bear man? Jace's eyes trembled in their sockets, feeling a sense of despair as he released his grip on the magic cannon. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his own hands. Those hands were constantly shaking with fear and shock. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sense of terror spreading throughout his body, but he felt his vision darken, his body becoming unsteady, and he fell on his bottom onto the cracked floor. Surprised? Victor said calmly. Helnison took heavy steps, moving closer to Jace Razor step by step. A strong sense of crisis surged in Jace's heart. He raised his head, trembling as he looked directly at the terrifying bear man. The giant bear man placed his thick arm on his chest, standing steadily in front of Victor, and gave a slight bow. Master. Jace's mind went blank instantly. Master? This bear man was actually Victor's man? How on earth did he manage that? Jace's body shook even more as he asked Victor, is he a demi-human slave? Hearing this, Helnison lowered his head, looking down at Jace. Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Razor. I am the butler of the Cravina family, Helnison. His words were filled with politeness and respect that seemed at odds with his physical appearance. But Helnison's muscular body beneath that refined demeanor gave Jace an extremely ominous feeling. It was as if he was being warned. Just one punch. Yes, one punch from this bear man in front of him could kill him. Jace's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Boo. Butler? The Cravina family actually allowed a demi-human to serve as their butler, and it was a bear man at that. How was this possible? The level of ferocity of bear men was unimaginable to ordinary people. In the impression of all humans who had seen bear men, they were simply incapable of communicating with humans. They were like true beasts, with strength even greater than that of actual giant bears, and even more ferocious and brutal than that. But the bear man before him truly subverted his understanding. However, Victor's voice soon sounded above his head. Just a reminder, I'm not here to chat about household matters with you. Jace shuddered again. He only now realized that he was already sandwiched between the two. Even if he wanted to call for help, there was no possibility of getting a message out. Escape? He couldn't possibly escape in front of such a bear man. He needed to save himself. He needed to save himself. Jace Razor's brain was working at high speed. He looked up at Victor and hurriedly said, Counselor Cravina, there might be some misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Victor looked at Jace, then his body leaned back towards the ground behind him. As he tilted back, it was as if ink suddenly formed on the ground, quickly structuring into a black chair that supported Victor's body. He rested one elbow on the armrest, propping up his face, looking at Jace with great interest. Go on. After rapid thinking, Jace suddenly thought of a way to save himself. As you can see, Counselor, Cindy was sent out by our main family to carry out the task of capturing demi-humans and elves. We did indeed break the law, and for that, I'm willing to go to prison. Jace's meaning was very clear. Cindy had nothing to do with him personally. He was sent by the Razor family's main branch. He knew nothing about it. But as the heir of the Razor family, he couldn't completely avoid responsibility. So, Jace chose to go to prison. Most importantly, it was Cindy who intended to kill on Cravina family territory. And Cindy had already been beaten to a pulp by Victor. As for the crime committed by the Razor family, It was merely capturing demi-humans and luring elves. This matter had nothing to do with the Cravina family. Jace's reasoning was flawless. And as long as he could go to prison, he would be safe. Jace wasn't afraid of prison at all. With the family's network of relationships, he would be released very soon. Moreover, even in prison, those jailers wouldn't dare to do anything to him. After all, he was the young master of the Razor family, Jace. These jailers would only keep trying to curry favor with him. Having said this much, Jace was very confident. Because if this continued, Victor would already be committing a crime. Thinking of this perfect reason, even Jace's trembling body calmed down. His eyes also gradually regained some clarity. "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, Victor's voice sounded, as if with a hint of mockery. The corners of his mouth curved upwards slightly. A contract suddenly appeared in the air, slapping down on the floor in front of Jace. Jace lowered his head, looking at the contents of the contract, completely bewildered. He could only hear Victor's indifferent voice continuing, "That elf you captured is my employee. Now, I should have a reason, right?" As soon as the words fell, Jace froze in place. He felt his body become extremely rigid. It was as if a huge black hand had firmly restrained his body. In Jace's view, behind Victor, terrifyingly violent flames suddenly ignited. The flames spread rapidly, completely engulfing the only intact and luxurious mansion. Thick smoke billowed, fierce fire raged. The fire devoured the last surviving wall, completely becoming fuel for the flames. In the midst of the raging fire, Victor's expression remained as calm as ever. "Since you say Cindy was sent by your main family, then, let's have someone from your main family come in person." Instantly, a gust of black wind suddenly erupted, whipping up rubble and stones, raising dust. It was as if the night had turned into a gale, constantly sweeping under the blazing sun. As the wind died down, Jace gradually couldn't keep his eyes open. He could only see everything in front of him become extremely blurry. Jace coughed while tightly closing his eyes, using his arms to shield his face. Then, the black wind gradually subsided. Jace and Victor, who were originally amidst the raging fire, disappeared simultaneously. Only Helnison, this giant bear man, stood in the roaring flames. He picked up the giant cannon that Jace had left embedded in the floor, and walked towards the flaming mansion. A female knight in gleaming silver armor, exuding an aura of authority, followed an elderly man dressed in opulent attire as they strolled through the garden. The old man's body was slightly stooped, an air of age emanating from his every movement. He walked at the front, hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor was gentle, akin to that of an ordinary, amiable elder. Yet, no one would mistake him for a common old man. He was the emperor who had made the empire great, reigning for over 4 decades, rendering the empire untouchable. He was known as the mightiest person in the empire, the invincible iron-blooded emperor. Aubrey Sol. In the palace garden, devoid of unnecessary onlookers, only Gwen followed the emperor, slowly treading along the narrow path. The crystal-clear spring water sparkled lively in the sunlight. Butterflies and bees fluttered ceaselessly among the flowers, as if celebrating the emperor's presence. After a while, Emperor Aubrey halted, as if fatigued. Standing still, he squinted, a smile playing on his lips, and turned to face Gwen. "Countess Gwen, I appreciate you indulging this old man with a walk." Gwen placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly to the emperor. "It is my duty, Your Majesty." "No need for such formality." Aubrey waved his hand dismissively and continued forward. Gwen followed closely behind. The Emperor, without turning back, spoke as if in casual conversation, his voice tinged with melancholy. "I grieve for what befell Angus." Before Aubrey's ascension to the throne, Angus had been one of his capable subordinates. Though Angus's extreme sense of justice had been hard for Aubrey to accept, news of his death still saddened the Emperor. Those comrades who had once fought side by side were departing one after another. But Gwen didn't echo his sentiments. She merely lowered her head and said softly, "Your Majesty." "My father, Angus, deserved his fate." Thousands in the Northern Territory had nearly perished due to Angus's inaction. If not for the Pale Mage Association's desperate resistance, Who could have relied on those knights? Aubrey remained composed and continued walking. Only his voice reached Gwen's ears. Gwen, justice is a noble concept, but never use justice as your sole criterion for judging right and wrong. Gwen listened to the Emperor's words, her expression unchanged, silently observing his back. Aubrey's voice remained steady. You wish to champion those people in the north. That's commendable. But remember, Angus was your father, they are not. He turned back, regarding Gwen with a gentle gaze. Just like a kind, ordinary old man. If one could overlook the luxurious attire and various jewels adorning him. Someone will enumerate Angus's crimes, but that person shouldn't be you. You are now the Countess of the North, and Victor's fiancée. Copyright. Consider how your words and actions might affect both yourself and Victor. Hearing the Emperor's words, Gwen lowered her head and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. Aubrey, as if in casual conversation, turned his head and said with a smile, However, I'm quite intrigued by the news of demons appearing in the north. When Noiser heard this, his heart nearly leapt to the north. He insisted on personally leading a team to investigate the situation there. He shook his head as he spoke, a wry smile on his face. This child, still lacking in prudence. Gwen remained silent, following dutifully behind the Emperor. Aubrey is faring better, though he's prone to boasting about his achievements. Attaining even a small accomplishment, he's always eager to prove himself. He's my child. How could I, as his father, not know the extent of his capabilities? Saying this, the Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Without turning back, he spoke from the side. Gwen, which of the two do you deem more outstanding? Your Majesty. Gwen bowed slightly. I am a knight. Knights should not meddle in politics. Ha ha ha. Hearing Gwen's words, Aubrey laughed and said as he walked, You say you're already a countess now, and you voluntarily relinquished the position of knight commander. Perhaps my words as Emperor don't carry much weight with you anymore, do they? Gwen respectfully replied from behind. I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty. I will always abide by your will. Is that so? Aubrey nodded with a smile, as if casually remarking, Then if I were to ask you to dissolve your engagement with Victor, would you be willing? Gwen was momentarily taken aback but quickly composed herself and responded, Marriage matters should be decided by both parties, Your Majesty. It would be unfair to Victor if only I were willing. You need not concern yourself with Victor. I'm merely asking about your willingness. Aubrey stood still, his gaze like two sharp blades, piercing towards Gwen. Gwen lowered her head slightly, her voice betraying a hint of inner turmoil. Your Majesty, might I inquire about the reason for this? Aubrey nodded with a smile, turning his body back. Very well. I understand. It seems you've changed quite a bit as well. He hummed twice, seemingly lost in thought. My youngest child, Orlean, you're acquainted with her, correct? Gwen respectfully nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. As you know, Victor is her magic instructor. But I personally feel that having only one teacher may not be beneficial for Orlean's future development, so. Aubrey's voice, carrying a hint of imperial command, reached Gwen's ears. Might I request that you become Orlean's swordsmanship instructor? Gwen froze in place, momentarily stunned. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, a eunuch burst into the garden, panting heavily. The butterflies scattered in flight, some even colliding with the bright flowers. Your Majesty, a dire situation has arisen. Most urgent. Aubrey calmly regarded him. The eunuch quickly caught his breath. Count Victor has returned. This statement bewildered Gwen. She failed to comprehend why Victor's return would be cause for alarm. Get to the point, Aubrey spoke, his voice level. The eunuch, realizing his error, paused for a second, frantically searching his memory before standing up straight. Oh yes, the crux of the matter. It's terrible, Your Majesty. Count Victor has demolished the Razor family's mansion in the capital. At this moment, even the Emperor's composure wavered slightly. Meanwhile, Cravina's mansion was surrounded by a phalanx of knights, the perimeter sealed tight. Yet these knights could barely grip their weapons, their bodies trembling visibly. The Royal Knight Order had received an alarming report concerning Victor. The gravity of the situation was unprecedented. It was said that Count Victor had razed Jace Razor's residence to the ground. When the knights arrived at the courtyard of Jace's estate, all that remained were indistinguishable rubble and splintered wood. The raging inferno continued to consume what was left of the mansion. Everything in sight had been reduced to ashes. Were it not for the severity of the situation, these junior knights would never have dared to encircle Victor's mansion. They were acutely aware of Victor's formidable power. In comparison, they felt as fragile as ants before a giant. Nearly half of these knights had witnessed the demon battle in the capital firsthand. They had seen Victor's strength with their own eyes. If Knight Commander Gwen were still present, they might have found some courage in her company. After all, Knight Commander Gwen was Victor's fiancée tilde copyrightee. With the couple's harmonious relationship, whatever transpired would likely not fall upon these lowly knights. But now, Knight Commander Gwen had resigned. Approaching Victor's mansion, they felt as if they had lost a vital shield of protection. Gathered near the estate, they dared not enter. They could only stand aside, quaking in their boots. After all, what was their meager monthly wage compared to the risk of losing their lives? After what seemed an eternity, a luxurious carriage approached, halting before the assembled knights. It came to a stop at the gates of Victor's mansion. The carriage door opened slowly, and the coachman placed an ornate stool beneath it. A noble lady emerged with graceful, measured steps. She wore an exquisite white gown, a delicate fan in her hand, her hair elegantly pinned up with a jeweled hairpin. A female guard extended her hand, bowing to the lady, assisting her descent. The beautiful and aristocratic lady placed her hand atop the guard's, alighting from the carriage with regal poise. The surrounding knights, upon recognizing the arrival, collectively exhaled in relief. At last, someone of consequence in this matter had arrived. The Emperor's sister, Madame Cassandra. Due to the incident involving Devon Razor, Madame Cassandra had temporarily taken up residence in the capital and hadn't departed since. She stood before the mansion gates, her bearing proud and unyielding. Behind her, the lightly armed female guard remained close, ever vigilant. The gates creaked open, and Leah emerged, a practiced smile gracing her features. "It's an honor, Madame Cassandra. I believe this marks our first encounter." Madame Cassandra, exuding nobility, unfurled her fan before her lips, her tone haughty. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Miss Leah. Surely you're aware of my purpose here. Release my son at once." Leah, mirroring the gesture, covered her mouth as she chuckled lightly. "Madame, whatever do you mean?" "Your son erred grievously. My brother merely seeks to educate him properly, as any elder might." Madame Cassandra's eyes flashed with cold fury, her fan snapping shut with a sharp crack, her hands crossing over her chest. "Am I to interpret this as a declaration of war against the Razor family?" No sooner had the words left her lips than the female guard at her side placed a hand on the hilt of her sword. A palpable aura of menace emanated from her, filling the air with tension. "Another fourth-tier combatant," Leah noted. Leah's gaze flicked to Cassandra's guard, but she showed no sign of intimidation. With seeming nonchalance, Leah's fingers brushed over the differently colored gems adorning her glove, her eyes narrowing imperceptibly. "I believe there are certain matters I should apprise you of in advance." Her tone carried a veiled threat, a warning to the noblewoman before her. A chill seemed to emanate from Leah's eyes, like a frigid wind cutting through the scorching sunlight. "Madame, surely, you wouldn't want anything untoward to befall your child, would you?" Upon hearing Leah's words, Cassandra's expression immediately darkened, her brows furrowing as she coldly regarded Leah. "Are you threatening me?" Leah once again donned her smiling demeanor. "Threaten? No, no, number. This is merely a statement of fact, Madame Cassandra." She observed Cassandra's gloomy countenance with an air of nonchalance. Seeing Leah's attitude, Cassandra couldn't help but clench her fists, a flicker of cold anger in her eyes. The female guard beside her, sensing Cassandra's icy demeanor, began to tense up. A formidable aura, like a surging river, started to emanate from her. The surrounding air seemed to tremble under this terrifying pressure. "Stand down, Elsa." Cassandra was well aware that if her guard made a move against Leah, it would mean the Razor family and the Cravina family would irrevocably sever ties. And this was Cravina territory. If a fight broke out, Cassandra knew she wouldn't come out on top. Although there were many knights around, Cassandra also knew they weren't here to help her. Even if they were, their combat prowess was too low to be of any use. As a member of the royal family, Cassandra understood better than anyone. The Royal Knight Order was only meant to keep ordinary people in check. Moreover, Cassandra's gaze fell upon Leah's gloves. She narrowed her eyes, brows knitting together. She could sense that within those gloves lay an immense power. Like a slumbering beast, its powerful pulse beating steadily. And, after the demonic events in the capital, Cassandra couldn't bear the thought of losing a second son. She crossed her arms, her fingers tapping incessantly on her shoulders. "What will it take to release my son?" Leah continued to smile lightly. But her smile was like a sharp knife, waiting for the perfect moment to plunge into the other's heart. 500 million GOW, 100 sets of armor made from mostly bones, along with matching mostly horns, and blades forged from Vesuvius volcano's molten iron. How about that? Mostly were extremely ferocious and rare magical beasts that could appear anywhere in the world. Because of this, mostly possessed incredibly powerful physical attributes. This made it exceptionally difficult for adventurers or armies to exterminate these creatures. Moreover, they had no fixed habitats. Today, a mostly might appear in the jungle outside the Empire. Tomorrow, they could be found hundreds of miles away on a riverside plain. These creatures were always hard to track, meaning one would need to search every corner of the world for these cunning and powerful beasts. 100 sets of mostly armor meant materials from 100 mostly drops were needed. The Razor family's extermination squad might not even encounter 10 such monsters in a year. As for the molten iron from Mount Vesuvius, hearing the name of this material, Cassandra was momentarily stunned. This type of iron required venturing into the most dangerous areas deep within the volcano. Moreover, it could only be mined from the internal iron deposits when the volcano was erupting lava, and Mount Vesuvius had long since become a dormant volcano. This material, by all accounts, should be impossible to extract. However, when news broke recently that Mount Vesuvius was showing signs of imminent eruption, the Razor family's mining team discovered a portion of molten iron deposits in the deepest part of the volcano. It seemed that due to the prolonged high temperatures inside the volcano, a new vein of molten iron had formed. But how did the Cravina family know they had mined those iron deposits? Suddenly, Cassandra's face froze. The blades that could be forged from those molten iron deposits. No more, no less, exactly 100 sets. And Leah had just mentioned this exact number. Is it a coincidence? The person who nearly triggered the volcanic eruption was Victor. A feeling of being thoroughly outmaneuvered began to cast a dark cloud over Cassandra's mind. She bit her lip, speaking with some difficulty. "Aren't you going a bit too far? You should know. This is kidnapping." Although Cassandra hadn't participated in her family's business dealings, anyone could understand the value of these items. How incredibly expensive they were. "Madam Cassandra, don't forget the grudge between your family and ours." Leah crossed her arms, her tone calm. "Even if it's a crime, it was Jace Razor who first sent people to attack Cravina territory. Moreover, deliberately capturing demi-humans abroad, luring elves, and allegedly imprisoning our Cravina family employees. These crimes are probably enough to hang your son twice over at the gallows, don't you think?" Leah enumerated Jace's crimes one by one, leaving Cassandra silent. She knew that no matter what she said now, as long as Jace was in their hands, they could find countless reasons. Just then, Leah pulled out the damaged pistol from her waist. Although the gun barrel was bent to the point where its shape was barely recognizable. The knights felt curious, craning their necks to look. But due to the distance and Leah's careful positioning, under her deliberate concealment, no one could clearly see what it was. "Madam Cassandra, as a member of the Razor family, you should know better than me what this is, right?" Seeing the object in Leah's hand, a flash of surprise crossed Cassandra's eyes. "Why do you have? I told you, your child Jace Razor tried to have me killed. This, naturally, is my spoil of war." Leah smiled and put away the gun. "I'll give you some time to prepare. When the time comes, My brother will personally come to collect the payment. I hope you won't be stingy with the ransom for your son's life." With that, Leah elegantly swayed her hips as she turned and walked towards the mansion. The knights watched Leah's retreating figure, but not one dared to stop her. Only after Leah's silhouette had completely disappeared did Cassandra feel her vision darken, falling backwards. Fortunately, the female guard caught her in time and helped her up. Cassandra's earlier imposing aura had completely dissipated, her mind filled with the image of that damaged pistol. Supported by Elsa, Madame Cassandra walked into the carriage, her face pale and dejected. Emperor Aubrey sat on the throne, listening to the ministers below continuously reporting news. "Your Majesty, Count Victor has kidnapped the Razor family's heir. Should you perhaps intervene to handle this matter?" Victor burned down the Razor family's mansion with a single blaze. Now only ruins remain. "Your Majesty, Victor is also using Jace to threaten the Razor family, making outrageous demands. This behavior indeed seems to disregard the law. We implore your Majesty to investigate clearly." The ministers reported one after another, carefully probing the Emperor's attitude on the conflict between the Cravina and Razor families. They wanted to know exactly what the Emperor's stance was at this moment. Aubrey absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the armrest, looking towards Gwen beside him. "Gwen, what's your take on this?" "Your Majesty, I believe there are still hidden aspects to this matter." Hearing her words, the Emperor slapped the throne's armrest and burst into laughter. "Earlier you said you were a knight and wouldn't participate in politics. But when it comes to Victor's affairs, you're more involved than anyone." Gwen lowered her head, her face reddening, not daring to refute. "Your reprimand is justified." The Emperor shook his head and said, "It's a pity Levi is away on a distant journey, otherwise I could ask for his thoughts." Seeing the Emperor's reaction, the ministers grew anxious. What exactly was His Majesty thinking? This matter had already reached a very serious stage. What kind of existence was the Razor family? They were nobles who practically ruled the South single-handedly. They controlled the economic lifeline of the South and were extremely wealthy. The Cravina family was equally important, mainly embodied in Victor. Victor's identity was well understood by all. Whether it was the Razor family or the Cravina family, if either side engaged in internal strife, it would be a great loss for the Empire no matter what. Just then, a eunuch slowly entered the hall, approaching the Emperor. "Your Majesty, Madame Cassandra requests an audience." The ministers immediately perked up, looking towards the entrance of the great hall. Cassandra, holding up her long dress, entered gracefully. She faced the Emperor, and the Emperor likewise gazed back at her. Although they were siblings, the feeling they gave to everyone present was as if there was no familial affection between them. The royal family was devoid of sentiment. Cassandra curtsied slightly. "Your Majesty." "Ah, Cassandra, you need not bow." Cassandra straightened up, speaking calmly. "Your Majesty, Jace has been kidnapped by Victor, who is now threatening the Razor family, demanding a large ransom." Her voice was calm, but her words seemed tinged with a faint anger. The Emperor sat on the throne, quietly listening to her speak. His fingers continuously tapped on the armrest. "So, do you want me to mobilize the army to capture Victor, or?" Suddenly, Aubrey's gaze became incredibly sharp, like a blade capable of cleaving heaven and earth, suspended over Cassandra's head. "Do you want me to intervene personally?" Under this terrifying pressure, the surrounding ministers all trembled slightly. Even the nearby guards lowered their bodies under this oppressive aura. But even under such a horrifying presence, Cassandra showed no fear, only lowering her head respectfully and saying, "Your Majesty, I'm not here to ask you to send troops. You are my imperial brother. As family, you know my character best." Her eyes carried a hint of cold light. "I've already lost one child, and now, I cannot lose Jace as well." The Emperor fell silent. His sister, Cassandra Sol, although she had now changed her surname to Razor, the blood of the Sols still flowed through her veins. The ministers around who knew something about Cassandra also trembled slightly. They couldn't help but recall that memory. The former princess, Cassandra, was no mere figurehead. She was known as the War Saint. In her youth, Cassandra had also experienced the baptism of countless wars. She was equally powerful, but Cassandra's strength was unlike others. Because she was neither a mage nor a warrior, Cassandra herself was very weak, even weaker than those warriors who served as cannon fodder. But she possessed an extremely special ability. Level up. She could greatly enhance those soldiers participating in battle, whether it was physical strength, energy, endurance, or resistance. For normal third-tier warriors, their strength could be temporarily boosted to the level of a quasi-fourth tier. The only drawback was that it couldn't give them the combat skills and experience of a true fourth tier. Because of this, Madame Cassandra had countless admirers and protectors, all because her ability was too powerful. At this point, many ministers in the Great Hall fell silent. Cassandra gave the Emperor one last look, taking a deep breath. "This will only be my last resort. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I won't put you in a difficult position." With these words, she no longer looked at the sovereign on the throne, turning to walk out of the Great Hall. Cassandra, as a former princess with special powers, as a woman, whether in war or marriage, she had always been at the mercy of others. Cassandra had never made any choices for her. All choices were predetermined. The only time she had tried to choose someone she loved, but that person rejected her. So, she compromised. She was willing to sacrifice everything, simply because she was the Empire's princess. And this time, Cassandra returned to the palace as a mother, as if telling everyone. This time, she was no longer willing to compromise. News of the confrontation between the two great families spread throughout the royal capital. Many were perplexed by the events that had unfolded. What could have happened to create such a tense atmosphere between these two powerful houses? It seemed as if they were on the brink of open conflict. Most surprising of all was that even the emperor appeared unsure which side to support, who was in the right, and who was in the wrong. Madame Cassandra stood at the mansion's entrance, silently watching as the family's specially crafted carriage approached. The Razor family's vehicle was imbued with potent magic, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a single day without difficulty. She was surrounded by layers of guards, their grand formation resembling a small army, their presence imposing. She was about to return to her family's ancestral home, where she would conduct final negotiations with Victor. As Madame Cassandra was about to enter the carriage, the female guard beside her, Elsa, seemed to sense something. "A moment, if you please, Madame." Cassandra turned her head coldly, glancing at Elsa. The female guard lowered her head and said, "Someone wishes to see you." Amidst the encirclement of guards, a path slowly opened. Princess Orlean, adorned in jewel-encrusted finery, approached Madame Cassandra with measured steps, her face bearing a warm smile. She too was accompanied by guards, but compared to Cassandra's entourage, her escort seemed meager. For she had brought only one person, and even this sole guard, she seemed reluctant to have along. Orlean turned back, addressing the guard behind her, "Celia, you may return now." Celia, standing nearby, hesitated and said, "But, Your Highness, is there any place safer than by my aunt's side?" Celia gripped her sword hilt tightly, eyeing the surrounding guards, her heart conflicted. After a brief moment, she nodded in acquiescence. "As you wish, Your Highness." As Celia slowly departed, Cassandra turned, regarding Orlean with a regal air. "Aunt Cassandra, it's been far too long." Cassandra looked at Orlean, her lips devoid of any smile, her expression impassive. "Orlean, is it?" "It's been, several years since we last met." Cassandra recalled that the last time she saw this child, she was barely 10 years old. In the blink of an eye, she had grown so much. "You're not here for a reunion at such a time, surely?" Orlean smiled, an aura of confidence surrounding her as she looked directly into Madame Cassandra's eyes. "Of course not." Cassandra calmly returned Orlean's gaze, her hands placed before her skirt. Compared to her former self, the Orlean before her seemed to have shed her timidity. Orlean spoke in a measured tone, "Aunt Cassandra, I'm here to implore you. Please, do not make an enemy of my teacher." At these words, the surrounding warriors immediately tensed, their weapons making slight, ominous sounds. Cassandra also raised her head, regarding Orlean coldly. "Why do you say this?" "Don't forget, you are of royal blood." Orlean sighed and said, "You cannot fathom how powerful my teacher truly is." In short, I beg you to heed my advice." Orlean's expression was one of utmost gravity. "Focus on negotiation, and comply with my teacher's demands as much as possible. A military confrontation will only hasten the Razor family's demise." Cassandra seemed about to speak, but Orlean pressed on. "I implore you to consider the North. Think of those tens of thousands of barbarians. Recall the fate that befell the Delin family." Cassandra narrowed her eyes and calmly inquired, "Are these your father's words, or your own?" Orlean shook her head, a rueful chuckle escaping her lips. "In truth, I'd rather stand with my teacher, but you are my family. I'm here merely to warn you. If you still intend to challenge my teacher, then, I beseech you, allow me to accompany you to the south." Hearing this request, Cassandra's eyes narrowed further. She crossed her arms, her expression finally betraying a hint of gravity. "That old emperor. He truly is willing to let go. I believe my teacher won't harm me, and moreover." At this, Orlean's face softened into a gentle smile. "Aunt Cassandra, father always reminds me we are family." Cassandra remained silent for a moment, then spoke as if in compromise. "If he's willing to return Jace to me." The final words were barely audible, perhaps Cassandra muttering to herself, or perhaps it was merely silence. She turned away, no longer facing Orlean. But her voice, now tinged with a hint of warmth, sounded faintly, "Enter the carriage, Orlean. My niece." "Why must you provoke Madame Cassandra so?" In the study, Leah couldn't help but question Victor. When Victor had returned, he was alone. Had Victor not informed her himself of Jace's capture, Leah would have remained oblivious to her brother's clandestine actions, and after that, he had instructed her to confront Madame Cassandra upon her arrival. If it were merely a matter of negotiation, Leah could have employed various rhetorical techniques. A more favorable outcome would have been all but assured. Yet Victor's directive to her had been clear. Enraged Cassandra. Leah struggled to comprehend. Given the Cravina family's resources, open conflict with the Razor family seemed far from rational. Moreover, they were all subjects of the Empire. Even if victory were attainable, the Emperor would surely not condone internal strife. Anger clouds reason, and as a mother, her fury will only drive her to greater extremes. "Of course, I don't intend to deliberately incite war." Victor held a weighty tome of magic, reading while addressing Leah. The crow perched on the desk, dozing off. "Are you familiar with Cassandra's exploits?" Victor's voice carried a leisurely tone. Leah, hearing his words, was momentarily taken aback before sighing. With one hand on her hip, she gestured helplessly with the other. "Is that not common knowledge? Who in the Empire hasn't heard of the War Saint's deeds?" The War Saint's most renowned battle was the Battle of Thermosine. At that time, the formidable kingdom of Kant, with its elite forces, was wreaking havoc along the border between the Empire and the kingdom. That region was known as Thermosine. The kingdom boasted numerous powerful third-tier warriors. Furthermore, thanks to the kingdom's unique alchemy, their warriors' armor far surpassed that of the Empire. At that juncture, for the Empire's army to engage the kingdom in direct combat would have been sheer folly. Until Cassandra's arrival. The moment the War Saint activated her ability, the Empire's knights received an astonishing boost. Their strength multiplied, and their morale soared to unprecedented heights. No matter how formidable the kingdom warrior's armor, it crumbled before this newfound, overwhelming physical might. That battle saw a complete reversal due to Cassandra's intervention. Thereafter, Cassandra earned a title uniquely her own, the War Saint. In every engagement where she appeared, the Empire remained undefeated. The Soul bloodline bestows unique gifts upon each princess. A lineage blessed by the gods themselves. Cassandra bears this blessing, as does Orlean. But alas, Cassandra lacked Orlean's fortune. She had no father who cherished her so. Cassandra wed a man she should not have, solely to secure the Razor family's allegiance, to gain enduring benefits and support. And after the previous emperor's passing, the invincible Aubrey no longer required such ties. The future Orlean would have even less need for this family's backing. However, the Razor family's influence was vast, their foundation firmly entrenched in the Empire's southern territories. And this behemoth, a veritable engine of power, through its support behind Aubrey, the Crown Prince. Leah stared at Victor, momentarily stunned. "You intend to wage war?" "Not necessarily, but the Razor family must be brought to heel." Victor closed the book and rose. His casual attire was engulfed in flames, transforming into that signature black coat. The window flew open, a fierce wind causing his coat to billow dramatically. Outside, the sky had plunged into utter darkness, thick clouds obscuring all light. As if night had fallen prematurely, Victor raised his gaze to the darkened heavens. "Has Vanilla arrived?" After Helnison returned to the main house, she came through the teleportation array you left behind. Hearing Leah's words, Victor nodded with satisfaction. "Inform Heaney to tend to her needs." As he spoke, a white rune began to pulse slowly on Victor's coat. A whirlwind gradually coalesced beneath his feet. Papers in the study were sent into a frenzy, swirling chaotically. Victor, hands in his pockets, began to ascend what appeared to be invisible stairs in the air. He climbed them one by one, moving towards the open window. The crow, seemingly alerted, quickly roused itself. With a flutter of wings, it alighted upon Victor's shoulder, perching there steadily. Victor continued his aerial ascent, the tempest beneath his feet growing ever more violent, coalescing into a white vortex. Finally, a massive bird emerged from the maelstrom. Victor firmly astride its back. Leah, disregarding the chaos in the study, rushed to the window. The storm whipped her hair into disarray. She used one hand to brush it back, straining to keep Victor in sight. She gazed at Victor's figure, standing amidst the howling winds, and called out, "Brother, why must you do this?" Victor slowly turned, meeting Leah's gaze, and opened his mouth to speak. In that instant, the gale intensified. Screecher! The giant white bird let out a piercing cry that cut through the dark sky. With Victor on its back, it shot forward at breathtaking speed. Like a bolt of white lightning, it traversed thousands of miles in mere moments, flashing countless times between the low, ominous clouds. Weaving through the heavens with unmatched grace and power. Leah stood transfixed at the window, her gaze locked on the spot where Victor had vanished. A sense of unease blossomed in her chest, its source unclear. Perhaps it was due to his parting words, which had reached her ears with crystal clarity. "Because I'm your brother." The carriage sped along the dirt road, surrounded by mounted guards in armor carrying various weapons. Numerous steeds galloped at high speed, passing through roads of flying dust and muddy water, until they reached a smooth street. The sound of hooves pulling the carriage gradually became sparse, until it stopped. Orlean was a bit confused. She asked Lady Cassandra, "Aunt, why have we stopped?" Cassandra reached out a hand and slowly pulled back the curtain of the carriage. "Because we've arrived." Orlean looked out through the carriage window. It was a scene that would astonish anyone who came here. Countless tall buildings rose from the ground, with magic-powered street lamps on both sides, and huge chimney-like structures spewing out magical power of various colors. The flow of vehicles on the street seemed to be enchanted as well. Orlean couldn't see a single horse-drawn carriage. There were only mechanical devices emitting white smoke, moving at high speed. Some pedestrians were even equipped with strange mechanical prostheses as they walked down the street. Mechanical eyeballs swiveled back and forth in eye sockets, and it was unclear whether they could actually see people or not. There were also some cats and dogs with rotating gears scurrying about the streets, seemingly adding a touch of vitality to the entire mechanical city's ecosystem. Orlean looked at the scenery outside the window, her eyes wide, observing everything like a curious child. "Let's get out," said the guard outside as he opened the door and set up footstools for the two of them. The two alighted from the carriage one after another, their movements equally graceful. "Report back." "You don't need to continue protecting me," Cassandra calmly ordered the surrounding guards. This was Razor family territory. There was no need for these guards to accompany them. They nodded to Cassandra in unison and dispersed in an orderly manner, well trained. Only Elsa remained, continuing to stay by Cassandra's side. Lady Cassandra turned around and looked at Orlean. "Next, we need to change our mode of transportation." Orlean was a bit puzzled, as she had spent most of her life in the capital and had never seen cities outside of it. The last time she had this feeling was when she went to Endymion with teacher Victor. That experience had given her many new sensations. And this time, The advanced city before her eyes equally filled her with wonder. However, unlike the Mage City, which felt magical, this place gave a sense of order and coordination. In this mechanical city, even the air seemed to become a bit heavy, accompanied by a hint of seriousness. Suddenly, a car flickering with magical power slowly approached them. At the rear of the car was a rather large magical power storage tank. Compressed, concentrated magical power was stuffed into it as a power source. The magical power on every part of the car body was strictly controlled by steel, distributed very precisely on it. Seeing this carriage that could drive automatically, Orlean was quite surprised. This carriage had no wheels. The body seemed to be enchanted, hovering slightly above the ground. 4 seats were arranged in 2 rows front and back, but there was no one driving it. A new product of the Razor family. You can think of it as an automatic carriage that doesn't need horses to pull it, Cassandra explained. Orlean blinked, couldn't help but think of Teacher Victor's magical carriage that also didn't need horses. However, it seemed to be somewhat different from the thing in front of her. Elsa stepped forward first, opened the door of the back seat, and bowed to indicate the two to get in. Get in. After Cassandra spoke, she sat down in the inner position first. Orlean, with a nervous heart, sat in this strange magical carriage. Elsa sat in front, serving as a bodyguard. The vehicle slowly started moving. Because it was floating in the air, the ride was very smooth. As they gradually went deeper into the city, the appearance of this city also revealed itself more to Orlean. Countless towering buildings flashed with strange colors. The rotating gears in midair constantly combined to form various signs, seeming to advertise some content. The vehicle drove to the city center. As if sensing something, she couldn't help but look up. That was the highest point of this mechanical city. In the vast sky above, several powerful magical channels were connected at one point, and a huge magical barrier covered the sky above the city. An awe-inspiring clock hung on the high tower, shaped like a gear. Its 2 hands, one long and one short, emitted red and blue light. Is that magic? Orlean asked. Lady Cassandra began to introduce to Orlean. This is the place known as the City of Progress, Taibo. It's also where our Razor main family is located. If one only looked at the surface of this place, it might even make people feel that it was more prosperous than the capital. But, Aunt, why haven't you popularized everything here to other places? Orlean inquired. Cassandra just rested her head on her hand, looking at the mechanical scenery around. Not enough energy. Energy? Cassandra didn't respond to her question, but continued, these things are very convenient, right? But they require too much energy. We can only use them in this one city of not so large scale. The area of Taibo, of course, couldn't compare to the capital, or Blaiston under the rule of the Cravena domain. Blaiston had an extremely large population and conducted a lot of commercial trade relying on its seaport and harbor. Its maritime territory was very vast. Because of this, Blaiston could become the second most prosperous economic city in the empire. Strictly speaking, the area of the City of Progress established by the Razor main family was not even 1/10 of Blaiston's. Not to mention the capital. To popularize it in these 2 places would be an enormous expenditure in terms of both manpower and financial resources. The vehicle continued to move forward, passing through a dark mechanical tunnel. As the light appeared again, they arrived at the Razor family's main house. Getting off the car, Cassandra spoke calmly to the guard beside her. Elsa, you can leave for now too. Come find me again later. Yes, the female guard called Elsa, bowed her head in acknowledgement and quickly left. Taking this opportunity, Orlean looked up. She opened her eyes wide, not wanting to miss anything here. The Razor main house was very large, surrounded by huge solid stone walls, divided into several areas. Numerous servants were each performing their duties in the courtyard. Orlean, standing outside the gate, could see them constantly shuttling between one room and another. Those huge brown houses looked like mechanical high-rises, and there seemed to be some vague order between them. This place didn't look like a home. It looked more like a small, concentrated city. What you see now is the research and development area of the Razor family. Without special permission, this place is forbidden to anyone, Cassandra explained. Over there, The area that occupies the largest space is the testing area. There will be dedicated testers here to conduct tests on some novel gadgets. Cassandra led Orlean through the steel structures, introducing everything about the Razor main house as they walked. This is the botanical garden. Orlean peeked inside, where there were various common plants of sizes beyond common sense. Even the fruits that had just formed were taller than a maid. Those botanical gardens are responsible for purifying the air here, as well as cultivating some vegetables and fruits, ensuring that these researchers can be self-sufficient. Orlean listened in a daze, nodding confusedly. Suddenly, in front of her, a robot with rotating gears wobbled past. This thing that could move yet was like a puppet immediately startled Orlean. She hid behind Cassandra, trembling as she asked, "What was that just now?" "You can understand it as a brand new invention. They have a collective name. Magical technology." Cassandra walked with Orlean while explaining. "Everything designed here is for one original intention. That is, to make human life more convenient," Cassandra said with her arms crossed. "With magic as the basic support, but also detached from magic, allowing even ordinary people who can't use magic to enjoy the benefits brought by magic." "That's amazing," Orlean said, her eyes shining after Cassandra finished speaking. Everything before her eyes brought her immense novelty, filling her with interest in this unfamiliar land. But suddenly, she raised a question. "By the way, Aunt, I heard those ministers say that you are suspected of luring elves. But why do you want to lure elves?" Lady Cassandra's body stiffened for a moment, and she sighed. "It was your father who asked you to ask, right?" "I knew it. He's always been worried about this issue." Orlean didn't answer, but Cassandra turned and changed direction, slowly walking away. "Follow me." Orlean was very obedient, quietly following behind her. As they walked, Lady Cassandra arrived at the door of the research lab. There was an extremely strong guard at the door. Seeing Cassandra's arrival, he directly made way, respectfully allowing this lady to pass. "Welcome back, Lady Cassandra." Those guards were very respectful to the lady. In Orlean's view, this was Lady Cassandra's control. A vague feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps the Razor family had always been under her aunt's control. The mechanical door slowly opened. During this time, Cassandra wasn't idle. To realize the plan of allowing ordinary people to enjoy the convenience of magic, our researchers have been constantly experimenting. Later, we found that among human races, only mages can store large amounts of magical power as their energy source. And once this magical power leaks out, humans can't store it, nor can they transport it to other places to use as an energy source. So, we got inspiration from other races, and finally proved this possibility. The moment they entered the laboratory, researchers were busy all around. They wore white coats, busy in the laboratory, all carrying blueprints and documents in their arms. Various precision instruments were placed on huge research tables, and many rooms were labeled with warnings to stay away. "Don't mind them. They are all mages from Endymion who signed high-priced contracts with the Razor family. We need the wisdom of the Mage City, so we invited many people to help us." As Lady Cassandra walked, Orlean followed closely behind her. Those researchers constantly passed by the two of them, as if they hadn't seen them, engrossed in their work, and Cassandra didn't mind their rudeness at all. Here, it seemed that everyone had something to do. As the two walked, they came to a door. In front of the door, there were also two guards, as if guarding what was behind the door. When they saw Cassandra arrive, they bowed very respectfully. "Lady Cassandra," Cassandra said calmly. "Open the door." The man pulled out a card and swiped it in front of the door. "Authority accepted." Accompanied by a mechanical sound, the mechanical door quickly rotated its gears, and the light on top turned blue. Cassandra continued to speak to Orlean. "Actually, I don't know much about elves either, but I hope you can replace the word lure with something else." As the door opened, Orlean saw what was inside and stood frozen in place. Before her eyes was an astonishing forest. Dense jungle intertwined with vibrant vegetation, and a rich natural breeze blew in their faces. Just being here could make one feel incredibly joyful. In the forest, many elves were frolicking, shuttling back and forth between the trees. Orlean stared blankly at those excited elves, while Cassandra stood in front of her with her arms crossed. This is the secret that the Razor family has been keeping. Orlean stood in the forest, immersed in its wondrous and natural atmosphere. This world felt like a mystical realm, as natural as it was magical. Bright sunlight filtered through the trees, sparsely falling on the lush green grass, while the soft, moist air carried the coolness of a spring rain. A babbling stream constantly struck against rocks, creating crisp sounds. Standing in the forest, one could even feel the gentle breeze passing through. If Orlean hadn't known she had entered from outside, she might have thought this was a mysterious forest in the wilderness. The forest paradise? She asked. This place was originally designed as a residence for the elves, to persuade them to cooperate with us, Cassandra explained calmly to Orlean. The researchers from the Mage City made theoretical predictions based on the magical wave patterns of an elven counselor. When elves are in a joyful mood, they produce large amounts of natural energy. This energy becomes the source of their magic, allowing them to grow and become stronger. A gentle breeze blew by, and Cassandra brushed aside her windswept hair, gazing at the mysterious forest before her. The elves seemed unaware of their presence, living happily in this place. They played and frolicked with each other, slept when tired, drank dewdrops and stream water when thirsty, and picked fruits from trees when hungry. Carefree and without worry. So, we experimentally extracted the natural energy produced by the elves through their joy. The results were significant. The elves' natural energy can be stored and used as a power source. Orlean was somewhat stunned. Seeing her expression, Lady Cassandra's lips curled into a faint smile. Self-moving puppets, lamps that don't need magic to light up, even self-driving energy vehicles. Everything you see is powered by the energy produced by these elves. What, did you think we were imprisoning the elves at first? Orlean finally reacted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her face slightly flushed. Although she hadn't said it out loud, she indeed had such thoughts initially. What benefit would there be in imprisoning them? Cassandra continued. They have no money, generate no profit, and harming them would incur the wrath of nature spirits. But once we make them happy, the natural energy they don't need can be used by us. Cassandra took a deep breath, seemingly also enjoying the fresh air from the lush forest. The breeze kept blowing her hair, but Cassandra let it flutter freely as she spoke softly. This is a win-win situation. Orlean opened her mouth, voicing her confusion. Don't they feel confined staying here all the time? Confined? Cassandra turned her head, looking at Orlean quizzically. My niece, why would you think that? Our contract with the elves never stipulated that they must stay here permanently. Orlean blinked, not quite understanding Cassandra's meaning. Just then, the closed door behind them opened again. Several elves, dressed in various styles of clothing, entered as if returning from shopping. They carried bags filled with clothes and food, chatting and laughing as they entered the forest. If Orlean hadn't seen their pointed ears, she might have thought they were some noble young ladies. Upon entering, they noticed Cassandra, paused for a moment, then extended their hands in familiar greeting. Lady Cassandra, long time no see. When did you return, my lady? Why didn't you tell us in advance? I was hoping to go shopping with you, Lady Cassandra. How long will you be staying this time? Cassandra smiled, nodding in response to each of them. After a brief chat, the elves headed deeper into the forest until they were out of sight. This left Orlean with countless question marks floating above her head. They are absolutely free. They can come and go through this door as they please, leave the mansion, and visit the human city outside. Moreover, the family provides them with enough jiu each month to cover their expenses in this city. Now, do you still think they're not free? Orlean. She fell into complete silence. In our cooperation treaty with the elves, there is only one restriction on them. That is, to stay as happy as possible. Cassandra smiled faintly, seeming pleased to be able to clear up Orlean's doubts. Only when they are happy can the Razor family obtain large amounts of energy to continue subsequent research and inventions. Elves are the foundation of the Razor family. How could we possibly harm them? Orlean felt a bit embarrassed, lowering her head shyly. I thought you were always doing something bad. Suddenly, a hand rested on Orlean's head, gently patting it. Cassandra spoke in a soft tone. Child, don't always assume the worst in everything. But also, don't think everyone is entirely good. You should know that the world isn't black and white, it's a delicate shade of gray. As if reminiscing about something, Cassandra sighed lightly. You are the princess of the empire. Everything should be considered for the empire's benefit. I hope you remember, I was once a princess too. With that, she didn't look at Orlean's silent expression anymore. Turning around to walk outside, she called out to Orlean softly, let's go out. As they walked, Cassandra suddenly stopped in her tracks. She narrowed her eyes, as if sensing something. Her gaze, like that of a venomous snake, darted towards the nearby darkness. As a guest, do you need to sneak around when you arrive? Orlean was puzzled, but as Cassandra's words fell, a drop of inky blackness began to ooze out from the shadows. The black shadow expanded, like rippling water, growing into the shape of a creature. It was a one-eyed crow with only a single eye. It giggled with an indescribable, wicked charm. This suddenly stunned Cassandra. She couldn't quite understand. Why would a crow appear here? Orlean, however, recognized the crow and exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. It's Teacher's crow. Teacher? Cassandra turned back to look at Orlean. She naturally knew who Orlean's teacher was. It could only be that one person. Suddenly, greenery sprouted, and countless vines intertwined on the ground, rising up. They seemed to form the shape of a wooden person. The crow flapped its wings and perched on the wooden person's shoulder. Suddenly, the wooden figure moved. Its two hands stiffly came together, then opened, as if applauding. Then, the vines on the wooden figure's head gradually receded, revealing a somewhat gaunt face. He smiled, his lips curling upwards, and spoke to Lady Cassandra. Well said, Lady Cassandra. Orlean recognized the newcomer and was utterly surprised. Teacher? Even she hadn't noticed when Victor had entered. Lady Cassandra coldly looked at Victor. So it is you, Victor. What do you mean by appearing here? Are you trying to prove to me that you have the ability to bypass all the guards of the Razor family? Victor smiled, the wooden body gradually transforming into a coat draped over him. Don't be too excited, my lady. That's not what I meant. As the coat fluttered in the breeze, Victor's body seemed to have completely transformed. He put his hands back into the pockets of his coat, smiling confidently. I just wanted to tell you that none of you can beat me, that's all. Cassandra took a deep breath, glaring at Victor. Orlean stepped forward and grabbed Lady Cassandra's hand. Aunt, don't. What teacher said is true. Cassandra looked down at her. So what? I am Cassandra, once a princess of the empire. The decision-maker of the Razor family. Am I supposed to stand by and watch him act so arrogantly on Razor family territory? She turned her head back to look at Victor. Victor, what makes you so confident? Victor's gaze was extremely calm, with a hint of helplessness mixed in. There's something I once told your son Jace. I think this phrase can also be given to you. He made no extra movement, only the emblem of 3 broken human heads on his chest flashed a bright blue. Call me counselor, Lady Cassandra. Cassandra was slightly stunned, not quite understanding Victor's meaning. But she merely blinked. Suddenly, she seemed to appear in another world. Everything around her disappeared. Orlean, the door, the surrounding forest, even the ground beneath her feet. It seemed to be replaced by a barren, withered land. Raging flames suddenly rose up, as if about to completely devour the sky. Cassandra abruptly raised her head, because she sensed a certain crisis. In an instant, she was stunned. Before her appeared a monster. It was a monster that humans absolutely could not contend with. Like a world-destroying behemoth. It dragged its volcano-like body, moving slowly. Step by step, it trod upon the sea of fire, its body flowing with extremely high-temperature lava. Its eyes were blood red, seemingly surging with intense angry flames. As if in the next moment, it could incinerate all things. The sky-high flames and the sight of ashes everywhere made even Cassandra, who had been through countless battles, feel an extremely terrifying pressure and shock. At this moment, she was already sweating profusely, her body stiff, only able to watch as that world-destroying colossal beast continued to walk on this withered land, as if burning everything. Is this Natural energy. Cassandra had dealt with elves for a long time and was very sensitive to natural energy. That towering angry beast with flames constantly rising around it. It seemed like a collective embodiment of natural energy. If such energy could be used by the Razor family, perhaps it could directly support the energy consumption of the city of Taibo for over 100 years. But at this moment, Victor's figure walked out of the flames. Step by step. The fire seemed to have no effect on him. How is this possible? Cassandra stared blankly at Victor. The moment Victor appeared, she sensed it. This vast natural energy. It was coming from Victor. This made her unable to understand, and even somewhat unable to accept. And under the aura of fire, Victor's coat kept swaying, gradually becoming longer. Red patterns covered the entire garment, like a scarlet flame. He stood quietly on top of that fiery beast's head, looking down at Cassandra. "What? Are you not convinced?"